Star Odyssey Chapter 4781 to Chapter 4818. Luine had said that if the hidden civilization tried to ambush them, they could be destroyed. Although it would be a pity to lose their concealment technique, they could not allow the humans to be ambushed. However, this hidden civilization had never ambushed them, but their actions were no different from an ambush. Not only were they at Dao Advent Palace, but many of them had also come to other palaces. It seemed like they were trying to figure out the human strength. Thus, Lotus Protector focused on the hidden civilization. However, he had not expected the Pure Heart sect to arrive before he could do anything. The Pure Heart sect discovered the hidden creature. It looked into the distance in surprise. There was something there, but it could not see it. This discovery was quite mysterious. Could it be that this was a result of its good luck? Something that it could not see was a creature, but it was not very strong. It was very, very weak compared to the Pure Heart sect. Why couldn't it see such a weak creature? That shouldn't be the case. The Pure Heart sect approached the creature. The creature grew nervous when it saw the Pure Heart sect approaching. It wanted to run, but that would make it easier to be discovered. It had clearly concealed its aura, so how had it been discovered? Little thing? Is invisibility your innate gift? The Pure Heart sect asked, looking ahead with interest. Up ahead, the creature was shocked. It had indeed discovered it and tried to run, but the Pure Heart sect grabbed it. Interesting. There seems to be more than one. It looked around and then walked in a certain direction. It chose a random direction, which it felt was the right one. Sure enough, it saw more of the creatures. Interesting, one after another. Did these little things belong to other palaces? There were countless civilizations in the universe, and some of them even cared about the main path. Why did they have camps? Was it just for fun? No, it was also to uncover the secrets of these civilizations. By throwing all of the discovered civilizations into the camps and allowing them to develop, one could see the development of the universe to a certain extent. It was also easier to see the innate gifts of some of the civilizations. The main path was not just about fun. If that was the case, the rulers would not have produced so many experts. Not long after, the Pure Heart sect headed for Dao Advent Palace. In the three universes, Lotus Protector, Mr. Wood, and Grandmaster Grass all learned of the situation, and they all had strange expressions. That unknown powerhouse had actually gone in the direction of Dao Advent Palace. It seemed to be looking for the hidden civilization. They hadn't even started looking, but this guy had already gone ahead. Let's wait and see. We were planning to settle the score with that civilization anyway, Grandmaster Grass said. And so, the three universes temporarily calmed down. On the other hand, the Dao Advent Godly Palace was getting nervous. The Pure Heart sect arrived at the Dao Overlooked Divine Palace, found the location of the hidden civilization, and entered. Days passed. Half a month later, a hidden civilization came to Lindao Palace and requested an audience with Luine. Since Luine was not around, the one who had met it was Master Grass. Asking for help? The invisible creature said, "A powerful enemy has invaded our civilization, and we are unable to deal with it. Please help us." Master Green Grass looked ahead. What's his strength? The pinnacle of 2 universal laws. The same level as paths anterior? More or less. Then you can't deal with it? Master Xianxia asked. The invisible creature replied, "The other party's attacks are even stronger than the anterior path. We can't deal with them." Master Green Grass muttered, "This is difficult. We know the strength of Dao's anterior very well. If the other party is stronger than Dao's anterior, we can't deal with it." The invisible creature said, "As long as your civilization is willing to help, we will double the price of the previous deal." Master Green Grass's eyes flashed. "Our civilization doesn't care about the price. You have to know that we have been helping you from the beginning, and the return is just to make you feel comfortable and not think that you are taking advantage of us. In fact, we have been protecting you." The invisible creature did not know what to say. Is that so? No way, that human did not have such an attitude back then. Master Green Grass continued, "Of course we can help you, but our civilization will have to pay a huge price." "We will pay that price." Master Green Grass's expression was serious. As I said, we have never asked you to pay any price. We have been protecting you. Remember, it is us who have been protecting you. The invisible creature gulped. Yes, you have protected us. So now? Of course you can do it now. Master Greengrass was determined. But since we have protected you, shouldn't you show some sincerity? Remember again, I am not talking about the price, but sincerity. What kind of sincerity do you want? Why have you been collecting those materials? The invisible creature was silent. Master Greengrass said, forget it if you don't want to say it. Don't worry, we will help you. The invisible creature breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. Shall we go now? Master Greengrass nodded. Of course, let's go. Just you? What else? Forgive me for being blunt, but with your strength, you may not be able to deal with it. Master Greengrass was helpless. There is no other way. The altar is broken, and it will take a long time for our people to come. Can you wait? The invisible creature? Let's go. Don't delay. Master Greengrass urged. The invisible creature was helpless. But we can't deal with that powerful enemy at all. Master Greengrass was very serious. Even if I die, I will help you. This is our sincerity. The invisible creature looked at him blankly, not knowing what to say. Soon after, the invisible creature left. Master Greengrass stood in the Dao Fran Divine Palace and watched it leave. Although he could not see it. How was it possible to ask for help without saying anything? Moreover, they had never thought of helping. This invisible civilization kept infiltrating the other divine palaces and the Dao Fran Divine Palace to avoid the humans' eternal realm. Their purpose was not pure, and there must be something wrong. If Luin had returned earlier, this civilization might not have existed. Fortunately, this was the case. Otherwise, it would be the human civilization facing that powerful enemy. Was that powerful enemy really only at the peak of the two laws of the universe? Not necessarily. They did not dare to take the risk of facing it directly. After all, after the main law was defeated, a few more would come. Luin had warned them when he returned last time. Otherwise, unless they were sure that the other party was an old monster who had matched the three laws of the universe, the human civilization would not be afraid. The next step was to wait. This invisible civilization could temporarily trap the other party, which meant that the other party was not that difficult to deal with. However, this also made the invisible civilization troublesome. Therefore, they should maximize their benefits. In the distant starry sky, Luin kept teleporting with Hunji, approaching the three universes. He did not know when it started, but he had a feeling of uneasiness in his heart. This feeling was getting stronger and stronger. It forced him to stop and roll the die. 6 pips. Senior, I want to see if something has happened to the three universes. I need to trouble you to guard them for me. Hunji nodded. Don't worry. He raised his hand and rolled the die. Luin pointed out and watched the die spin slowly. His heart sank. At his level of cultivation, this inexplicable uneasiness was bound to be accompanied by something. He hoped that nothing had happened to the three universes. A few days later, Lu Yin's consciousness entered the dark space again and finally found a ball of light that he could merge with. His luck was good this time. It had taken him a long time to find it the last time. Opening his eyes, Luin immediately went to the nearest altar and headed towards the three universes. He had previously discussed with Azure Lotus and the others when he merged with the creatures. They would use a unique method to contact them. This way, the creatures he merged with would be too weak to find the human civilization. Strange creatures? They killed their way into the invisible civilization? Luin was shocked. The creatures he had merged with were talking to Mr. Mu and Azure Lotus. Immediately after, Master Grass was teleported over by a disciple of the Lu family. Not bad. See if you recognize them. Mr. Mu drew in the void, showing the shape of the Pure Heart sect. Luin shook his head. No. How strong are they? Master Grass said that invisible civilization should be similar to the paths anterior, but their attack methods are stronger. Of course, that creature could also be hiding its cultivation. Lu Yin's heart sank. It would be fine if that creature came here by accident, but what if? He suddenly thought of the Pure Heart sect. Back in the giant city, the storyteller had revealed that the Pure Heart sect was the one who had inserted the path of time. The surrounding creatures had all scattered, as this secret would be detrimental to the Pure Heart sect. The Pure Heart sect would not allow this secret to be exposed, but the news had already spread in the giant city. What would the Pure Heart sect do? The Pure Heart sect. Lu Yin looked up at Mr. Mu. Master, send someone to the Be Divine Palace to check on the sequence. Check on the sequence? Won't that alarm it? I'm just afraid that it's already dead, Lu Yin said. Mr. Mu and Azure Lotus exchanged glances. I'll go personally. Azure Lotus left Xiang City and headed towards the Be Divine Palace. Just in case, he stayed outside and had Emissary Xuan Luo wake up the other sequence. Emissary Xuan Luo was naturally unwilling, but she knew that the human civilization was in charge. She had no choice but to go. Emissary Xuan Luo kept calling out, but the other sequence did not respond. Azure Lotus did not want to wait any longer and charged in, scaring Emissary Xuan Luo into retreating. When he entered, he immediately saw the shattered gray stone slabs. The other sequence was dead. The Azure Lotus Emperor returned and told Lu Yin the news. Do you know something? Lu Yin replied, it's the Pure Heart sect. Azure Lotus and the others had naturally never heard of it. Lu Yin gave them a simple introduction. There was nothing special about it. It was a realm that was compatible with 3 laws of the universe. Compatible with 3 laws of the universe? Master Bluegrass was stunned. Lu Yin nodded. Let's go immediately. The Pure Heart sect is very strong, and it's not something that Nib Luo can match. It might be trapped in the hidden civilization because it's researching something. Once the hidden civilization ends, it'll be our turn. Give up on the Be Divine Palace. Azure Lotus and the others were not people who hesitated, and they all agreed. However, the problem was how to leave. Xiang City relied on the power of the heart, and they needed Yu Chei's cooperation to move it. This was also why Yu Chei had been so fearless in the past and was certain that Lu Yin would not dare to kill it. If Lu Yin killed it, Xiang City would never be able to move. If they didn't take Xiang City away, the human universe wouldn't be able to leave anytime soon. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to escape the Pure Heart sect's pursuit. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on. The most frightening thing about the Pure Heart sect is their luck. Even if Xiang City can escape, it'll definitely be able to find it again unless it suddenly escapes its tracking range. That's why the Tao of Destiny is so terrifying. Master Qingqiao said in a low voice, Xiang City is difficult to move. Even if we want to escape, we can't. We can only fight. Lord Green Lotus nodded. Our human civilization has faced many desperate situations, but we have survived them all. This time won't make a difference. Mr. Mu asked, Little Seven, when will you be back? Lu Yin felt helpless. If he could rush back to the 3 universes, then he wouldn't be afraid of the Pure Heart sect. With his and Hun Ji's strength, the Pure Heart sect wouldn't be able to do anything to them. The problem was that they wouldn't be able to rush back in a short amount of time. How long could the invisible civilization last? Master Greengrass said, although the enemy is strong, we are not pushovers. Come back as soon as possible. If they really find us, we can rely on Xiang City to defend. It's not like we don't have a fighting chance. Don't worry, our human civilization is not weak. Mr. Mu added, Xiang City is known as the strongest defensive treasure. As long as Yu Chei doesn't want to die, he will do his best to rely on Xiang City to help us defend. Lu Yin looked in a certain direction, where Yu Chei was. Send a group out first, Lu Yin said. Qing Lianyu and the others did not object. Sending away a batch was tantamount to starting a fire. No one dared to say that they could defend against the Pure Heart sect. Their current situation was similar to ninth base's. Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body. Senior, let's continue. Did anything happen? Something happened. The Pure Heart sect went to our place. What? Hun Ji looked at Lu Yin in shock. Pure Heart sect? That's a powerful character. That's why we have to think of something. Chaos was uneasy. Is there any existence in the human civilization that fits the three universal laws? Of course not. That's troublesome. Hanji's heart sank. Luin took out Glittering Jewel Heaven. It's not necessarily a hopeless situation. The Glittering Jewel Heavens could project power to an endless distance. It had even projected a universe for the Lost Clan to survive. It wasn't impossible to project power to the three universes, but it had to be located. Of course, Luin couldn't do it on his own, but Chaos Silence could detect Cheapfish's aura. With the help of Glittering Jewel Heaven, it might not be impossible. Senior, do you still remember this mirror? Chaos G took a look and was stunned. Glittering Jewel Heaven? Previously, he had mentioned that there was a treasure that belonged to Lu Tongtian in the Glittering Jewel Heavens. Now, he had seen it. How did you get it? Chaos asked. Luin recounted the process of obtaining Glittering Jewel Heaven. Hanji was stunned. How many battles have you been through? Furthermore, all of them are existences that are compatible with the three laws of the universe. It's amazing that you were able to survive until now. Luin helplessly replied, I didn't want this to happen either. It was impossible for him to rush back, and no matter how much time that hidden civilization tried to stall for time, they would not be able to buy him enough time to rush back to the three universes. The only way was through the Glittering Jewel Heavens. Using the power of the Glittering Jewel Heavens projection. Back in the Dao Advent Divine Palace, Master Grass saw the invisible creature again, but this time, he looked at it in a different light. When he didn't know that the other party was the Pure Heart sect, he had intended to use the Pure Heart sect to deal with this hidden civilization. However, now that he knew that it was the Pure Heart sect, the concept was completely different. That was the Pure Heart sect. How did this hidden civilization trap them? Honorable experts of the human civilization, please assist our civilization. That powerful enemy is about to escape. Once he escapes, the ultimate treasure of our civilization that can make us invisible will definitely be stolen or destroyed. Please help us on account of this. Master Grass clasped his hands behind his back. It is compatible with the three laws of the universe. The Divine Palace was silent. Although Master Grass couldn't see the invisible creature, he knew that it must be confused. It couldn't understand how he knew the strength of that powerful enemy. When it came out to ask for help, it had deliberately observed that there were no traces of battle in the Dao Advent Divine Palace, and that powerful enemy wasn't human. It was their bad luck that they were discovered while they were invisible. Moreover, they were discovered in another divine palace, which led them to their own race. Therefore, they didn't suspect that the other party was a powerhouse of the human civilization. But now, how did this human know the other party's strength? Master Grass's tone was heavy. Don't think too much. There are some things that I don't need to explain to you. You just need to know that we've only just learned about this creature. It is a supreme powerhouse that is compatible with the three laws of the universe and dominates the path of fortune. It's safe to say that not only you, but even the entire human civilization can't defeat it. Your only chance to turn defeat into victory is to join forces with us while we can still trap it. Once it breaks free, no one can save you. I don't know what your civilization is hiding, but nothing is more terrible than destruction. The invisible creature was silent. Master Grass wasn't in a hurry. Join forces? Help? Of course not. The invisible civilization harbored ill intentions against the human civilization. Why should they help, especially when they were facing the Pure Heart sect? He only wanted to bluff out the ability of the invisible civilization, and at the same time match the power of the Pure Heart sect to compare the current strength of the human race. The invisible creature's voice was dry. Providence. Master Grass frowned. Since you think it's providence, you can deal with it yourselves. The invisible creature said, our civilization is called the Providence Civilization. Have you heard of it? Master Grass was speechless. There was a mistake. Providence Civilization? You really don't know? That's right. Our civilization has been weak for so long that we don't even dare to show ourselves in front of a divine palace under the primary path. It's normal for us to be forgotten, the invisible creature said self-deprecatingly. Master Grass said, if you keep keeping us in suspense, your civilization will be destroyed. The invisible creature hurriedly said, "We are the Providence civilization." Just as he said this, the universe rumbled, and the divine palace trembled. An indescribable fluctuation came from afar, causing endless cracks to appear in the void. Master Grass's expression changed drastically. Not good. Ignoring the invisible creature, he went out of the divine palace and returned to the three universes through the altar. It was obvious that the invisible civilization had been defeated. This commotion must have come from the Pure Heart sect. Far away, at the entrance of the invisible civilization, cracks spread out from the void. From afar, it looked like a huge mouth formed by countless cracks, spreading out in all directions. The invisible creature looked on in horror. Civilization was finished. In the next instant, the Pure Heart sect emerged from the hidden civilization. Their 6 eyes scanned their surroundings in an irregular manner, and they held a seed with many green stripes in their slender hands. It was an invisible seed. However, compared to the other invisible seeds, this one was much bigger. The stripes on its surface also seemed to be converging. The stripes converged to form a smaller seed, as if a mural was engraved on this seed. The Pure Heart sect raised its claw and looked at the seed. Interesting. It can make an eternal being invisible and can't be seen. This is good stuff. With that said, it put away the seed. This was good luck. Whether it knew in advance that there was an invisible civilization here or not, it could find it and get the best. It looked around again, turned around on a whim, and walked in another direction. It was in the direction of the Tao overlooked divine palace. It would take the time vault in this divine palace first. When it arrived at the Tao overlooked divine palace, the Pure Heart sect's eyes sank. There was still nothing, and it was even cleaner than the time vault of other divine palaces. Who did it? It was reasonable to hide the tributary of the long river of time without guarding against the Tao overlooked divine palace or itself. Why would the Tao overlooked divine palace hide it? Wait a minute. It looked inside the divine palace. Something was wrong. It had not used the power of time for a long time. Regardless of whether the Tao overlooked divine palace was in seclusion or not, it should have the power of time. The Tao overlooked divine palace was not here, and it had been gone for a long time. It suddenly turned to look in the direction of other divine palaces. Something was wrong. It walked out and headed to other divine palaces. Something was definitely wrong. If it had known this would happen, it would not have destroyed that invisible civilization. It might have been able to find out more. But it did not matter. Luck was on its side, and it would soon find out the reason. It looked around and its 6 eyes moved. Light overlapped from bottom to top, and it finally headed in the direction of other divine palaces. It was one thing to be confident in finding out the reason, but destroying that invisible civilization had also affected a portion of the altars. This left the Pure Heart sect somewhat helpless, as it would take a long time to reach other divine palaces. Luck was indescribable, and the Pure Heart sect could rely on luck to find the answer it wanted. However, because it had accidentally destroyed a portion of the altars, it had delayed reaching other divine palaces. This was equivalent to giving Luin time to use the glittering jewel skies to locate the 3 universes. This was good for Luin, but bad for the Pure Heart sect. Luck could be good or bad, and no one could always be lucky. Even powerhouses who focused on the path of destiny were no exception. Several months later, the Pure Heart sect finally reached other divine palaces and returned to the location where it had discovered the invisible civilization. It stood there and closed its 6 eyes. Not long after, it suddenly opened them again and walked in a certain direction. That was the same direction that it had been heading in, but now, it had returned to its original path. At this moment, the 3 universes were on guard against the Pure Heart sect. They were worried that their luck would bring the Pure Heart sect over, and in the end, it really had. The Pure Heart sect's eyes widened as they looked at the distant Xianxia city. A turbid treasure? And it was no ordinary turbid treasure. It was very close. Within Xianxia city, Qinglianyu and the others felt helpless. They had still come this far, and the Pure Heart sect had still come looking for them. In that case, let's try peaceful means before resorting to force. Qinglianyu's aura was released, and his aura, which was compatible with the laws of the 2 universes, seemed to push aside the heavens. The karmic phenomenon spread out and headed towards the Pure Heart sect. The Pure Heart sect was stunned. A powerhouse who focused on the path of karma? Not weak, and it was comparable to a sequence powerhouse. Was this a warning? If this power alone was enough to scare them off, then they were too naive. However, they hadn't expected such a power to exist within the vicinity of other divine palaces. When they thought about the other sequence powerhouses who were heavily injured and in seclusion, could it be that this power had taken away the temporal vault? The next moment, the three cultivators of Wonder Gate erupted, and their powerful strength pierced through the starry sky like a spear. Then came Jiao Wen, who was also compatible with two universal laws. Mr. Mu, Chu Songyun, Master Grass, Gue Xing, and the others all released their auras to intimidate the Pure Heart sect. They could no longer hide, and they would leave as soon as Luin returned. However, they had to survive this calamity first. No matter how many eternal realms there were in the human civilization, if they did not conform to three universal laws, facing the Pure Heart sect would be a calamity. If the Pure Heart sect had only guessed before, they were now certain that this civilization had secretly taken control of the Side Divine Palace and Dao Advent Divine Palace. Perhaps the Seat Divine Palace was also under their control. With this civilization's strength, it was not impossible. As they approached, this civilization threatened them with the auras of so many eternal realms, including two peak powerhouses comparable to the echelon, yet they did not take the initiative to attack. Clearly, they had recognized them, or rather, confirmed their cultivation. They had the ability to gather information about the outside world. What civilization are you from? The Pure Heart sect asked, her voice transmitted to Xiang City. Within Xiang City, Qinglian Yu and the others looked at each other. Master Grass nodded, and Qinglian Yu said, "This has nothing to do with you. If you are not hostile, please leave." The Pure Heart sect's gaze was cold as all six eyes stared at Xiang City. You don't even want to show your face? Are you looking down on my Pure Heart sect? Xiang City did not answer. The Pure Heart sect's voice grew colder. You don't want to answer? Please leave. Our civilization does not wish to come into contact with the outside world, Qinglian Yu said again. The Pure Heart sect said coldly, you don't wish to come into contact with the outside world? Or do you not wish to come into contact with my Pure Heart sect? Qinglian Yu frowned. Master Grass said, we've revealed so many eternal realms, but we don't show our faces. To them, we're being cowardly, so they're forcing us to answer. If this continues, they might attack us directly. With that, he looked at the aggressive woman beside him. Startlegate, scare them. Startlegate was stunned. She was domineering, but it depended on who she was dealing with. The one in front of her was a main sequence powerhouse who conformed to three universal laws. She was considered one of the top powerhouses in the entire universe. Master Grass smiled. Just treat them as your son-in-law. Startlegate's eyes moved, but before he could speak, Longevity Celestial suddenly shouted, Grass. This shout gave everyone a fright, and they all looked at him strangely. Jingmen Shangyu glared at him in annoyance. Chong Tian smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Everyone was speechless. Although they were surprised, the effect was very good. The Pure Heart sect did not expect this civilization to suddenly become so irritable. They instinctively became angry, but they forcefully suppressed it and stared at Xiang City. What do you mean? Master Greengrass smiled. We've softened our attitude a little. It's not sure about us. Let's scare it a little more. As he said that, he quickly looked at Chong Tian. Invite it in. Not scaring it anymore? The more we scare it, the more cowardly we seem. If we invite it now, it won't dare to come in. After a pause, Master Greengrass reminded him, it's still the same attitude as before. Chong Tian moved. He faced the Pure Heart sect and spoke word by word in an extremely restrained voice, Pure Heart sect, is it? Come in and we'll talk. In the outside world, the Pure Heart sect's eyes flashed. Earlier, he had asked him to leave. Now, he was inviting him in. What was the meaning of this? It was not that he was stupid, but rather that he was wary of the unknown. To be able to cultivate to his level, he had experienced far too many things. It was not that he had never been scared before, but the way to deal with it was very simple: attack directly. Master Greengrass was using a very ordinary method to stall for time. Now that the Pure Heart sect was about to make a move, there was no way they could enter. At this moment, Master Greengrass spoke. "Do you really think we don't know that you planted someone else in our master's Tao of Time?" The Pure Heart sect's eyes went wide as they stared at Xianxia in disbelief. "What? Master of the Tao of Time?" Master Greengrass's gaze was indifferent. This was his true method of scaring the Pure Heart sect. What he had done before was just to disrupt their thoughts. "Pure Heart sect, as the master of the Tao of Fate, you once left your name on the Black Book and White Book, shocking the universe. Why bother doing such a thing? Go back. If you're already dead, we can pretend this never happened." "Who are you?" the Pure Heart sect shouted. Master Greengrass said, "You don't need to know who we are. Or do you want this matter to reach the Master of Time's ears?" The Pure Heart sect stared at Xianxia. What was the origin of this civilization? As expected, they knew who they were, but they didn't know who they were. And how did they know that they were involved with something else? Did they come from the giant city? Or did they already know? Most likely, they already knew. This civilization had long since taken control of the Tao Advent Divine Palace. They had been keeping an eye on it for a long time. Master Greengrass said no more. "Will it retreat?" the Elder God asked. Mr. Mu said, "No." Master Greengrass said, "Indeed, it won't. In fact, it will attack us. But we can definitely stall for time. I hope Little Seven can make it in time." Master Greengrass took a sip of wine. As a master of the Tao Advent Divine Palace, it won't retreat just because of a few words. After all, no matter what happens later, we can't involve the Master of Time. At most, we can report this matter to our superiors. For it, rather than being caught, it's better to stake everything on us and destroy us. If it succeeds, it'll be rid of all future troubles. If it doesn't succeed, it'll at least know who's behind us. It's impossible for such a powerhouse to face an unknown enemy. They could only try to stall for time. The starry sky was silent. The human civilization didn't say anything. The Pure Heart sect retreated, but everyone knew that it didn't really retreat. Especially after destroying the hidden civilization, it was very likely that it would attack again. Xianxia was completely locked down, ready to respond at any time. Days passed. On this day, Xianxia was shaken. Master Green Lotus and the others' expressions changed. "It's attacking." In one direction, the Pure Heart sect had indeed concealed itself. When it arrived in front of Xianxia, it struck out with its seemingly thin and fragile arm, causing the entire city to shake. "Pure Heart sect, we know it's you. If you attack again, we'll report this to the Master of Time," Master Green Lotus threatened. The Pure Heart sect didn't care and attacked again. It attacked from all directions, not intending to let Master Green Lotus and the others detect it. However, the human civilization had detection methods. After the Pure Heart sect attacked the first time, they immediately activated it. Southwest. This time, it's the north. West. The Pure Heart sect attacked again and again. Xianxia's defenses were indeed strong. Even without anyone controlling it, it still blocked the Pure Heart sect's attacks. As the strongest defensive artifact of the ninth base, if it could be broken so easily, Yuche wouldn't have been so obsessed and spent countless years trying to find a way to break it. The Pure Heart sect didn't expect that even if the civilization didn't send any experts to stop it, it still wouldn't be able to break the city. What kind of city was this? Why was its defenses so strong? Wait a minute. It stopped and stared at Xianxia in shock. Then, it retreated and looked at the entire city. Could it be the legendary defensive artifact? But that belonged to the human civilization, so it should be located in that chaotic area. Right, the unknown had appeared. Then, its 6 eyes kept flickering as it stared at Xianxia. It had guesses, but they didn't make sense. After all, how could a civilization that came from that chaotic area recognize it? It was even more impossible for them to know about the other sequences. Its gaze sank. The more it couldn't figure it out, the more it wanted to see clearly. It didn't believe it. If it really was that civilization, then it was going to be fun. The pure heart sect's attacks grew stronger and stronger. Within Xiang City, Upper Blue Lotus and the others had been using technology to detect the pure heart sect's location. They had originally wanted to help Xiang City defend, but they hadn't expected that they wouldn't even need to do anything. Xiang City was able to defend on its own. Although Xiang City had the strongest defensive artifact, it wasn't facing an ordinary expert. Rather, it was facing an absolute powerhouse, which was a bit exaggerated. However, if one thought back to the Battle of the Ninth Base, it would make sense. Xiang City had protected the entire Ninth Base, directly facing off against the various fishing civilizations and the hidden powerhouses of the Master Path. Are we just going to watch? Upper Blue Lotus asked. Grass Grandmaster said, if we go out, we'll just become a weakness. No one can guarantee that they'll be able to retreat safely if they face the Pure Heart sect head-on. Then, we'll just wait. Upper Blue Lotus didn't refute this. He was very strong, but the Pure Heart sect was even stronger. Luin had specifically reminded him that not all Master Path echelons were qualified to leave their names on the Wandering Camp's Black Book. Even among the Master Path echelons, the Pure Heart sect was an absolute powerhouse. As long as Xiang City could hold on, then so be it. The Pure Heart sect's actions had shaken Xiang City time and time again, causing everyone in the city to panic. The cultivators felt uneasy, and the commoners didn't know what was happening. However, this sort of earth-shaking was far too abnormal. Let's see if your defenses are stronger, or if my luck is better. The Pure Heart sect waved her hand. The karmic luck of the heavens will come when it is activated, and it will be destroyed when it is activated. A purple aura spread out from the dark stars, replacing the starry sky as it headed towards Xiang City. It was as if a purple sky had been added to the sky. Upper Blue Lotus made his move, and his karmic phenomenon shot towards the karmic luck of the heavens. This wasn't a direct confrontation, but rather a test to see just how terrifying the karmic luck of the heavens was. As the karmic phenomenon came into contact with the karmic luck of the heavens, it immediately collapsed. Karma was directly pushed aside by the purple providence. Upper Blue Lotus's eyes narrowed. This was the power of a Master Path echelon cultivator. His karmic luck was still not enough, far from enough. If Luin had been here and combined with the heavenly Tao of karma, then he might have been able to go all out. However, he couldn't do it on his own. The Pure Heart sect waved her hand, and the karmic luck of the heavens pressed down on Xiang City. Xiang City rumbled, and the city walls shook. The world within the city cracked, and endless lightning streaked through the void as the cracks crushed the parallel spacetime. Although Xiang City was still able to withstand the attacks, the inside of the city was in chaos. It's useless. You can't open it. A voice rang out in the Pure Heart sect's mind, and all 6 of its eyes stared at Xiang City. This voice came from Yu Che, who had found the Pure Heart sect's location and was speaking to it. The Pure Heart sect's gaze turned cold. Who is it? You can think of me as Xiang City's spirit, Yu Che said. The Pure Heart sect's eyes narrowed. So it really is Xiang City. Yu Che said, that's right. It's one of the humans' 9th Rampart civilization's cornerstone turbid treasures, and it has the strongest defense. Xiang City. The Pure Heart sect's guess was correct, but it couldn't figure out why the human civilization had taken control of Xiang City. If that was the case, then they must have come from the chaotic square-inch world. If that was the case, then how did they know about it? How do you know about me? Yu Che's voice was gentle. Human civilization is currently the most powerful being. He's incredibly talented and has countless methods to spy on the universe. It's not surprising that he knows about you. You shouldn't be concerned about how he knows about you, but whether he has the ability to defeat or even kill you. The Pure Heart Master laughed, her shock at the appearance of human civilization being replaced by amusement. Kill me? Since you know about me, why do you think you can kill me? Yes. If he says we can, Yu Che said. The Pure Heart Master shook her head. You're just a frog in a well. I admit that the humans of Ninth Base were once very powerful, so powerful that they could rival any of the main paths. I can only look up to them. But you humans have long since declined. You think you can dominate the universe with a mere turbid treasure? You overestimate yourselves. Overestimate yourselves? But he knows about your pure heart master, Yu retorted. The pure heart master fell silent. This was her greatest fear of Xianxia. Being known but not knowing about others made her feel uneasy, especially when facing a civilization that was clearly not weak. Moreover, this civilization was a special existence like the humans. I can help you. The pure heart master wasn't surprised. Otherwise, why would the owner of this voice speak to her like this? How? Why? Yu said indifferently, I can open Xianxia and let you in. I can even tell you about the situation inside so that you can be prepared. The condition is that you help me revive. The pure heart master was shocked. You're dead? You can think of it as my physical body dying, but my consciousness remains. How do I revive you? You don't have to worry about that. Just protect me for 10,000 years. The pure heart master agreed. Alright, it's only 10,000 years. Yu said, after 10,000 years, I want to join the main path of destiny. The pure heart master said, I can't make that decision. I can't interfere with how you join the main path of destiny. If you can join, you can go wherever you want. But if you can't, you won't be able to keep the pouch even if I put it in your pocket. Then just help me join any main path. Isn't that how you arranged the other sequences? The pure heart master said, I can help you comprehend the power of time and give you a tributary of the river of time. You can join the main path of time. Now, open Xianxia. It wasn't worried about whether Yu was sincere in helping it. Everything was built on strength. If the human civilization relied on such petty tricks to trick them, it would only mean that they didn't have enough self-awareness, and that they didn't have the confidence to deal with them at all. If that were the case, the pure heart sect would feel even more at ease. Luck often gave it a lot of confidence. Yu asked, don't you want to know the situation inside? No need. Yu was silent for a moment. Alright, I'll open Xianxia now. However, you better not underestimate the human civilization. After speaking, the illusory image of Xianxia overlapped with the human civilization. Ever since Xianxia left, the original city of Xianxia had been enlarged countless times. It covered the 3 universes, but the people in the city were all fake. They couldn't see the 3 universes, but the people in the 3 universes could see the city that was as big as the sky. And now, that city was becoming blurry. This was because his heart force was becoming blurry. Qing Lianyu and the others were shocked, what's going on? It's Yu Master Green Grass blurted out. The only human who could affect Xianxia was Yu Even Luing couldn't influence the city as much as Yu Yu what are you doing? Stargate Protector barked. Yu didn't answer. Outside Xianxia, the pure heart sect's 6 eyes looked up. Ripples spread out from beneath their feet like strings that extended towards Xianxia and the human civilization. Stargate Protector was the first to act. His 3rd cultivator spirit erupted as he stabbed his spear at the spreading ripples. Xianxia was no more than a figurehead. These ripples weren't caused by the aftershocks of the attack, so there was definitely a problem. Chang Tian followed closely behind. Bang! A crisp sound exploded in everyone's ears. It was like a string on the verge of breaking and being pulled to its limit. In reality, Stargate Protector's spear had indeed pulled at one of the ripples. It wanted to break apart, but it stopped halfway and couldn't advance any further. Chang Tian's twin spears pierced through the clouds. One spear was his eye power, while the other was his weapon. The pure heart sect raised a withered hand and casually tapped the ripples, causing them to retreat. Stargate Protector turned around and stabbed his spear again. Suddenly, the cauldron blocked in front of him. With a soft hum, the sound of strings lingered and collided with the cauldron, sending Stargate Protector and Chang Tian flying. Stargate Protector and Chang Tian both vomited blood as they stared outside Xianxia in shock. Was this the power of 3 universal laws? It wasn't that they hadn't experienced it before, but this pure heart sect was terrifyingly strong. The pure heart sect stared at the cauldron. It was actually able to withstand the power of one of its tunes. It was also a turbid treasure, and a rather powerful one at that. Although it had heard of Xianxia and knew that it was the 9th base turbid treasure, It didn't understand all the other turbid treasures in the ninth base. It didn't dare to believe that the human civilization that had been beaten to a pulp still had a second turbid treasure. It didn't know that it was only responsible to the sovereign of the Tao, so it couldn't tell them. After Mr. Mu arrived at the cauldron, he looked outside solemnly. Beside him, Chu Songyun and Master Greengrass stood. This is going to be a tough battle. The triple cultivator of spiritual shock isn't any weaker than someone who has fused with two universal laws. He can even fight against a peak expert who has fused with two universal laws, but he was defeated in an instant. There's also Chang Tian. His eye power was scattered. Be careful. Jiawen passed the three of them and joined forces with Blue Lotus Protector to charge at the Pure Heart sect. Moon and wine, sky and pot. Lotus mirror. A bright moon hung in the starry sky. Karma gathered, and 1,000 heavenly finger wheels formed a ring that blasted toward the Pure Heart sect. The Pure Heart sect raised its claws again and gently tapped the void, causing Guqin music to ripple. Please listen to the 9 tunes of the Cold Tower. Ripples formed in the void. The 9 tunes Cold Tower's name shook the entire square. Jiawen vomited blood and retreated step by step. His sky and pot was shattered. Blue Lotus Protector's Lotus Mirror pressed down, constantly suppressing the 9 tunes. The Pure Heart sect was shocked, and the Guqin music grew louder and louder. Blue Lotus Protector's Lotus Mirror continued to rotate, constantly consuming the 9 tunes. Finally, a loud boom rang out, and with the Lotus Mirror as the center, the ripples that had spread out were distorted. However, Blue Lotus Protector himself was also forced back, and his face paled. The Lotus Mirror transformed into karma and scattered. This attack had consumed a great deal of his energy. The Pure Heart sect praised, "You were able to break my 9 tunes. Very few sequence beyonders can do such a thing. You're not bad, but it's a pity." With that, the ripples that had been broken slowly reconnected and spread out once more. They reached below Xiang City and enveloped the entire human civilization. The ripples covered the entire city. "You must submit to me as the descendants of Ninefold, and I can spare your lives for now," the Pure Heart sect said. At the same time, a purple light appeared on her body that was similar to the fate of the heavens. Within Xiang City, Blue Lotus Protector and the others had ugly expressions. They knew that their opponent was an existence that was compatible with 3 universal laws, but they hadn't expected it to be this terrifying. They had clearly said that they could fight, but they had barely been able to retaliate. This Pure Heart sect was far more powerful than Nibi Lo and the God Kings of the Divine World. Those two had relied on various methods to reach the level of being compatible with 3 universal laws, but this Pure Heart sect had truly been compatible with 3 universal laws. They were definitely the strongest among their peers. This was no longer a question of whether or not they could fight. Longevity Celestial bitterly grabbed Jingmin Shangyu's hand, and the latter looked at him. "I'm sorry, but I couldn't protect you." Jingmin Shangyu's heart softened. "We've let you down." Not far away, Ba Rong curled up into a ball. It's over again. How can this human always provoke such terrifying existences?" He was finally going to be killed. If he had known this would happen, he would have run as far away as possible. Meng Luo looked outside Xiang City. She hadn't expected to face such a powerhouse. If she hadn't joined this human civilization, she would have been fine. But who could have known what would happen in the future? Gue Xing's face twisted. "We should have left long ago. It's all your fault. Why are you dawdling? You can't leave now." Beside him, Ancestor Desolate sighed. "It's our fortune to be able to live and die with our civilization." Gue Xing cursed, "Don't count me in." Then, he rolled his eyes. "Why don't we surrender?" Ancestor Desolate glanced at him. "Coward." Gue Xing gaped, unable to retort. "We surrender," Grandmaster Grass said. Ancestor Desolate. Gue Xing. Outside Xiang City, the Pure Heart sect looked at Grandmaster Grass and the others. "Fine. Come in front of me." Grandmaster Grass said, "We can surrender, but we have to agree on the terms. Otherwise, if you trick us out and kill us one by one, there's nothing we can do." Grandmaster Grass's gaze was disdainful. "Even if you don't come out, I can still slaughter all of you." My main Tao of karma can remove the restraints of karma. I won't feel any burden in killing you. But our help will be more beneficial to you. Losing a sequence is a great loss, but you'll gain the entire human civilization, Grandmaster Grass retorted. The Pure Heart sect pondered. Yu Chei's voice rang out. Don't waste time. Humans won't surrender. They're the descendants of 9 bases. His words caused the Pure Heart sect's killing intent to soar. 9 bases had a special meaning in the main Tao. The Pure Heart sect's 6 eyes suddenly opened and swept across Xiang City. Come out immediately, or die. Grandmaster Grass said helplessly, it's disgusting to have someone who understands us. Xiaoqi should have killed it earlier. Grandmaster Grass took a sip of wine, and the blood at the corner of his mouth was obvious. Forget it. Let's fight. Cold Tower's 9 songs, one of which could shatter one's soul. The starry sky exploded, and countless voids were torn apart. It was as if lightning was crashing down. Blue Lotus Protector and the others attacked together, but they were repelled by the Pure Heart sect. Ripples spread out, and apart from Blue Lotus Protector, no one else could attack the Pure Heart sect. However, even Blue Lotus Protector was helpless in the face of the Pure Heart sect's absolute suppression. If the Pure Heart sect wanted to, it could kill everyone. But it didn't. Its withered branch-like hands moved through the void, forcing the human experts to retreat and seriously injure them. Grandmaster Grass, Startle Protector, Ancient God, Chu Songyun, and the others. No one could withstand its attacks. Suddenly, Xiang City trembled as a statue broke through the void and stood tall above the starry sky. It was Lu Yin's statue. A moment later, the people in Xiang City who were kneeling and praying to the statue were also looking at Lu Yin's statue. An invisible force was guiding everyone's gazes, emotions, and even wishes. Tuo Lin's voice rang out in everyone's ears. The human race is in trouble. Only my master, Lu Yin, can reverse the cosmos and reverse the flow of time. He can suppress the fate of the human race. Everyone, pray with me and welcome my master. He is invincible in the universe. Voices came out of the human civilization one after another. It was not only the people from the 3 universes who were speaking, but those in Xiang City were also speaking. Gradually, the voices of the people from the 3 universes converged and formed a monstrous force that swept through the universe. Welcome, Master Lu, the invincible universe. Welcome, Master Lu, the invincible universe. Countless voices came from below and formed a heaven-shattering might that attracted the attention of the Pure Heart sect. Qing Lianyu and the others looked over, not understanding what was happening. Only Yu Chei understood. It was still in Xianxia, beneath the bridge, looking out at the people praying on the riverbank, the people praying on the streets, and the countless people praying out into the universe. In the eyes of others, it was the sound of heaven piercing, but in its eyes, it was the majestic power of the heart. It was not something that came from cultivation but the heart force that belonged to living beings. All living beings, regardless of whether they had intelligence or not, had instincts. In order to survive, the lowest instinct was their heart force. At this moment, these people, under Tuo Lin's lead, released their instinctive heart force and gathered it in the form of voices. Finally, it landed on the cauldron. It was Mr. Mu's cauldron. It was also a cauldron used to cultivate the power of will. Heart affinity, one and only technique. Yu Chei stared blankly. This is the one and only technique? How is this possible? How did this little thing find the one and only technique? What right does he have to do it? So this is the one and only technique. The living beings in and outside Xiang City are all connected by heart force. Their hearts are connected to each other, and they have achieved the law of fate. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. Xiang Shui, you're so ruthless. Do you really not care about your juniors? Aren't you afraid that the 5th stronghold will collapse overnight? In the distance, Mr. Mu looked at the cauldron and gathered his heart force. Heart force, power of will, the power of will, and the power of all living beings. So that was how it was. This was the one and only technique. Yu Chei was wrong. The cultivators of the 5th stronghold were all wrong. Or rather, Xiang Shui was too ruthless. He had been forcing the people of the 5th stronghold to do the opposite. Only by maintaining a pure and true human nature could he unite everyone's wishes and feel everyone's wishes. At birth, humans were good by nature. But how could anyone who had been born be the same as a newborn? Some people used cultivation to return to their original hearts, and Lagudu was one such example. There were also people who were tempering themselves. Xianxia had turned the fifth stronghold into a harsh and competitive environment. His goal was to force the people of the fifth stronghold to temper their temperament. They could compete with each other maliciously, be jealous, and have an evil side to them. But once they achieved enlightenment, they would be able to see through the world like Tuolin. Only then would he be able to unlock the key to cultivating the heart affinity technique. After all, not everyone was as pure as Tuolin. But why would Xianxia do this? This was equivalent to sacrificing an entire stronghold just for the sake of hearts-only law. Was it worth it? If they had not experienced war, no one would have thought that it was worth it. But now, Mr. Mu could clearly sense that this heart affinity technique was not some powerful invincible technique. It was an invincible technique of civilization. It was the power that connected the heart of the entire civilization. It was a method that would allow an entire civilization to unleash its greatest power. This was the truth of the heart's affinity. Mr. Mu stroked the cauldron. Tuolin walked out and looked at Mr. Mu weakly. He bowed and said, "Grandmaster, please treat this power well." At this moment, the cauldron made Mr. Mu feel heavy. For the first time, he was in awe of this cauldron. This was no longer a turbid artifact but the future of the entire civilization. The fifth stronghold had sacrificed itself in exchange for the possibility of mastering an invincible technique of civilization. They did not know if this possibility had appeared during the War of the Nine Bases, but it had appeared at this moment. The Pure Heart sect looked deeply at the cauldron. At this moment, they felt a sense of danger. Even though they did not know how great the danger was, they could clearly sense it. The descendants of the humans at the Nine Bases had an endless supply of turbid artifacts and strange powers. They were indeed not simple. However, it was only a slight sense of danger. With a casual wave of his hand, the Providence pressed down on the cauldron. Mr. Mu turned around and looked at the purple stars falling from the sky. The Providence made it difficult for him to breathe. But as the cauldron slowly lifted up, it was like a pillar that supported the heavens. It took a step forward and slammed into the Pure Heart sect. The Azure Lotus defense and drunken questions followed behind. This was their only chance to break the Cold Tower's 9 tunes. The Pure Heart sect stared ahead. The heavenly fortune was being forcefully knocked away, not by the cauldron, not by the person, but by the power gathered within the cauldron. It was as if an entire civilization was crushing down on it. Civilization? Was this a civilization? Once upon a time, a peerless powerhouse had said that the greatest threat a living being faced was never the living being itself but the environment. Civilization and the universe were all about the environment. At this moment, they felt it. This was just a living being that conformed to the laws of the universe, yet it gave them a chill. What would happen if they could master this power? Thinking of this, a smile appeared on their face. Facing the cauldron that was crashing down on them, they waved their arms. Buzz. With a soft sound, ripples appeared in an instant. Let me show you the real Cold Tower's 9 tunes. As soon as they finished speaking, the melody rose and instantly formed a tower that froze the void. As soon as the melody fell, anyone who heard it would be frozen. It was unavoidable. The cauldron was still there and continued crashing toward the Pure Heart sect. However, Mr. Mu was frozen. The Azure Lotus defense and drunken questions were frozen. No one could stand under the cold tower. The Pure Heart sect raised their hands and grabbed at the incoming cauldron. Be careful, it contains the heart affinity technique, Yuche warned. The Pure Heart sect didn't care at all. Bang! The cauldron slammed into their arms. The Pure Heart sect's 6 eyes were filled with disdain at first. They had already frozen someone, so it didn't matter if this power would bring them danger or not. As long as no one was controlling it, it was useless. But then, their gazes turned to surprise, and then shock. Welcome, Master Lu, the invincible universe. When the Pure Heart sect suddenly heard these words, it was as if countless people had pushed it, causing it to take a step back. Although it was only one step, if news of this spread, it would be enough to shock the sovereign Tao. It was the Pure Heart sect, a peerless powerhouse that was treated with respect by the sovereigns. It was an existence that the sovereigns did not dare to offend. It was one of the few existences that could decide the fate of some of the living beings in the camp. Yet, it had been pushed back. It had been pushed back by a civilization that did not have a powerhouse that conformed to the three laws of the universe. The Pure Heart sect blocked the cauldron with one hand. Endless power surged into it, causing it to grow stronger. It had been many years since it had used its own power to fight an enemy. Its destiny was enough to crush others, and the 9 tunes made it difficult for other powerhouses to get close. As expected of the human civilization. But that was all. Crack. In the distance, Mr. Mu's body was frozen and cracked. He was connected to the cauldron, and although he couldn't break through the 9 tunes with his own strength, he could be brought out by the cauldron. Mr. Mu shook off the frost on his body and raised his arms. 9 Suns Cauldron. An illusory cauldron appeared. Within the cauldron was the heavens, and the people in the heavens were one. The Pure Heart sect raised an arm and grabbed the cauldron in front of it, but the heart force within the cauldron was still trembling, trying to attack it. It looked up, and destiny swept out like a sharp blade, slamming into Mr. Mu. At this moment, Karma gathered in front of Mr. Mu, and the Blue Lotus Guard broke out of the ice. The 1,000 Faces Karma finger heavenly wheel pointed at the destiny. Mr. Mu pushed the 9 Suns Cauldron toward the Pure Heart sect. The closer he got, the larger his body became. The Pure Heart sect was surprised. Power of will? This was the universe's joke. It knew that no creature could cultivate it. Although this human's realm was low, he had many tricks up his sleeve. Unfortunately, it was useless. The 9 tunes of the cold tower. With a soft sound, Mr. Mu was frozen again. When the Pure Heart sect attacked, he no longer had a chance. Even the Blue Lotus Guard could only barely block it. However, the 9 Suns Cauldron still blasted toward the Pure Heart sect. The Pure Heart sect allowed the 9 Suns Cauldron to fall. This was the human's own power, so it was meaningless to them. However, the 9 Suns Cauldron was not meant to attack the Pure Heart sect, but to fuse with the cauldron. Heart force, power of will, desire as one, collided. Bang! The Pure Heart sect was pushed back for the second time, and its gaze changed. It could be pushed back once, but it could not be pushed back a second time. The destiny around it pierced through the void, and with a sudden palm strike, it sent the cauldron flying. Mr. Mu vomited blood at the same time. He had tried his best. The moment the cauldron was sent flying, the Blue Lotus Guard rushed in front of the Pure Heart sect, and the karma celestial phenomenon rapidly converged. He was going to seal the Pure Heart sect in the Red Lotus tomb. The purple destiny suddenly exploded, forcefully dispersing the karma celestial phenomenon and pushing the Blue Lotus Guard back. When the Pure Heart sect was serious, no matter what method they used, it was useless. I gave you a chance, but you attacked me. I wanted to destroy you, but you managed to push me back twice. Because of this, I'm willing to give you a second chance. Either you die, or you submit. Choose one. Mr. Mu panted heavily, feeling bitter. The Blue Lotus Guard's karma was shattered. He had tried his best, but the gap was too big. Behind him, the startled guard and the others could not even get close. Tuo Lin had also tried his best. It seems that we have to use it. Master Green Grass bitterly moved his finger. This was a signal. In the 3 universes, the huge Emperor warship prostrated. Radiant Lord ordered, prepare cognitive weapons. Cognitive weapons are being prepared. Cognitive weapons are being prepared. This was the last trump card of the human civilization. This cognitive weapon had great power, and it was also a technological weapon. It had abilities that the Cultivation civilization could not do. It might be able to cause damage to the Pure Heart sect. Outside Xiang City, the Pure Heart sect's 6 eyes were watching. If they were unwilling to submit, then they could only be destroyed. However, this human civilization had too much. It had to get it. This civilization belonged to it. With this thought, it prepared to attack. Suddenly, it turned its head to the right. There was nothing? But at that moment, it had clearly felt something. Its intuition could not be wrong. Something must have appeared. At that moment, in Xiang City, the above heaven sect, below the sky staircase, the cauldron flew up and rushed out of Xiang City. This scene stunned the above heaven sect cultivators. The cauldron had been there for many years and had not moved. Why did it suddenly move? At the same time, a shocking cry soared into the sky. Similarly, in the Heaven Origin universe, the cheap fish leaped up. Shichi was dumbfounded. Was this cheap fish crazy? Why was it making such a loud noise now? Wait, why was it making such a loud noise? In the quiet Xiang City, the cheap fish rushed out in a much smaller form. Beside it, the cauldron swept past. It did not rush directly toward the Pure Heart sect. Instead, it rushed toward Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu sensed something and pushed the cauldron in front of him. The Pure Heart sect saw it. Another cauldron? Where did it come from? Just as they were thinking about it, the despicable fish shrieked and clawed at the 9 tunes. The solidified 9 tunes were forcefully hooked by the claws and then snapped. The Pure Heart sect's eyes narrowed. How was this possible? Blue Lotus Protector and the others were shocked as well, but they knew that this was the power of a projection from the Glittering Jewel sect. Was this the power of chaos? Luin had already told them about this when he fused his dye's 6 pips into a cultivator's body. Although they hadn't held much hope, there was indeed such a possibility. Now that they had actually been able to locate the projection, it felt like a dream. Luin rejoiced. He had spent so much time hoping that chaos would find the despicable fish's aura and locate the 3 universes, but he had never been able to find it. There had always been a deviation, and this deviation was due to the great distance. Fortunately, he had sensed his own aura, which came from his own statue, which had come from Xiang City and Tuolin. If not for Tuolin's statue drawing out heart force, he would not have been able to locate the 3 universes. Now, he had finally located them. He had not hesitated to project himself into the 9-yang cauldron, as he had considered Mr. Mu's armament suppression turbid cauldron. However, after fusing with it, he realized that something was wrong. How could this cauldron contain so much heart force? What had happened before? There was no time to think. Senior Chaos was too ruthless, and he immediately charged over. This was the Pure Heart sect. Even Senior Chaos's main body might not be able to defeat them. Chaos fused with the despicable fish's body, breaking the 9 tunes as it clawed at the Pure Heart sect. The Pure Heart Patriarch waved his hand, causing the chi flow of heaven to crush down, but primal chaos slapped it away. Then, the 5 claws transformed into countless afterimages that slammed down toward the Pure Heart Patriarch, unleashing the 5th form of the heaven-engulfing claws. The Pure Heart sect raised a hand, and ripples appeared that solidified. With a bang, the 5 forms of the Sky Claw pressed down on the ripples. Buzz! There was a soft hum as the 9 tunes froze Chaos's body. Chaos's 5 claws spread out, forcibly shattering the ice. The Pure Heart sect hurriedly retreated, their 6 eyes staring at Chaos. This was an absolute expert. Chaos's projection on a rock had allowed Blood Peach Blossom and the others to unleash such power. Although they could not use their full power, they still had 70% of their main body's power, which was more than enough to make the Pure Heart sect. At this moment, the cauldron flew past Chaos and crashed into the Pure Heart sect. The Pure Heart sect's withered arm swung out and slapped the cauldron. It thought that the cauldron would be sent flying like before, but this time, it felt as if something was amiss. The cauldron gave it the feeling of a mayfly trying to shake a tree. It subconsciously dodged. The cauldron smashed through the afterimage, shaking where it stood. Then, the illusory image expanded infinitely. The power of hope and the will merged into one. Behind the Pure Heart sect, Chaos Solitude appeared again and swept out with its claws. It didn't take the blow head-on, and instead dodged the cauldron. Over and over again, the Pure Heart sect didn't make a single move. Even the Pure Heart sect was having a hard time dealing with them. It wanted to see the human civilization clearly. This civilization was too strange. The best way was to retreat. Retreat first, then attack again and again. This was its personality. But if they retreated now, that Yuche from Xiang City would definitely die. It didn't matter if he died, but they couldn't open Xiang City without help. Just as he thought of this, a wail of anguish came from Xiang City. The power of the projected cauldron slowly rotated as he looked at a corner of Xiang City. There, Tuolin blinked as he looked at Yu Che, who was madly charging at him. He did not know what to do. Qingli and Shangyu, Mr. Mu, and the others were also watching. They knew that Yu Che had attacked Tuolin, but no one stopped him. This was because Yu Che could not possibly kill Tuolin. It could even be said that this was an opportunity for Tuolin. Why can you comprehend it? Why is it you? Yu Che bellowed. It did not understand where Xianxia had gotten the guts to gamble with the future of the entire fifth stronghold for the heart's-only destiny technique. Was it worth it? It did not understand how Tuolin had managed to comprehend the heart's-only destiny technique. It also did not understand that the heart's-only destiny technique that it had been pursuing all its life was just a tool to connect to the power of the heart. Xianxia, you lied to me and everyone else. It vented all its hatred for Xianxia on Tuolin. It wanted to kill Tuolin and sever the heart's-only destiny technique so that the humans would lose this invincible technique. What a joke. An invincible technique? This was not an invincible technique at all. Luin watched silently. Yu Che was very sad. It had been brought into human civilization at a young age, and its purest side had been left behind in the fifth stronghold. Its longing for human civilization and respect for Xianxia had made it forget that it was an alien. It longed to be recognized by human civilization and to enter Xiang City so that it could receive the same treatment as everyone in the fifth stronghold. There was nothing wrong with that. What was wrong was the place it had chosen. The fifth stronghold was clearly an elimination ground for all of human civilization. Whether it was the strongest defense, turbid treasure Xiang City, or the heart's-only destiny technique that connected to the power of the heart, they were all for the sake of all of human civilization. Xianxia had also gambled with the future of the fifth stronghold just to give birth to someone who could comprehend the heart's-only destiny technique. But he had lost the bet. In that era, there was no one else other than him. Be it his own juniors or Yu Che, they were all trying to comprehend the heart's-only destiny technique, but none of them managed to succeed. His juniors were jealous, impetuous, and dismissive. They were filled with evil emotions, including Yu Che. If any of them could walk out of these emotions, they would be able to walk towards the opposite of purity and truth. They would become the only choice for their hearts. The heart's-only destiny technique did not require any cultivation. All it required was the purest of hearts. Yu Che saw this clearly, and he also saw his own sorrow. He had hated it all his life. To the heart's-only destiny technique in Xiang City, it was ultimately a failure. But to Xianxia, it had not been abandoned. Xianxia had never given up on it or discriminated against it. Otherwise, it would not have experienced such evil. It was treated the same as everyone in the fifth stronghold. Yu Che went crazy. It was wrong to hate it. It was all wrong. Everything was just a setup. It was all wrong. Why? Did Xianxia ask them? Were they willing to do this? Why did they have to endure all this? It recalled the teachings of Xianxia back then. The innocent smiles of those children and the joy of being instigated by Xianxia to go to other strongholds to prank them appeared in his mind. At that time, they were really happy and did not have any worries. As long as they were happy, it was fine. Xianxia, this is what you want, right? You want us to remember this, right? But how do you do it? Yu Che roared and used his heart force to slam into Tuolin as though he had gone crazy. However, Tuolin did not move at all. He was surrounded by heart force and connected to countless people. It was not something Yu Che could shake at this moment. The person Yu Che wanted to kill was not Tuolin but Xianxia. He was the one who was used as a pawn in that era but was still cared for, and looked forward to. He would rather not know the truth. He would rather believe that everything was Xianxia's discrimination against the other races. Xianxia, what right do you have to decide my life? Yu Che roared in extreme sorrow. Luin had a look of pity in his eyes. It was precisely because he had been looked forward to that he felt hatred. But it was also because of this that he felt such great sorrow. Especially since Yuche had betrayed the fifth stronghold and even wanted to wipe out human civilization. How sorrowful was that? The Pure Heart sect did not know what was going on. Seeing Yuche go crazy, it shouted, "Yuche, come with me." Yuche ignored it and continued to use his heart force to attack Tuolin. Tuolin looked at it. "Do you want to rest for a while?" Yuche was stunned. It stopped attacking and stared at Tuolin in a daze. Tuolin looked at it with eyes as bright as the surface of a lake. When Yuche saw itself, it looked like a lunatic. It looked at itself and Tuolin before asking a question: what would you do if someone were jealous of you, wronged you, or ostracized you? Tuolin smiled. "It doesn't matter. I have a master." Yuche's body trembled. He looked at Tuolin and laughed bitterly. This was not an answer, but it was better than one. So that was how it was. This was the master of the heart of one and only. This was the person Xianxia had been waiting for all this time, the person who was willing to gamble with the fifth stronghold. "Xianxia, you'll be very happy if you see this person, right? We've disappointed you. Yuche, come with me." The Pure Heart sect took a step forward. It wanted to take Yuche away to make preparations for dealing with human civilization in the future. Lu Yin's projected cauldron hurriedly stood in front of it. Han Ji also made a move. Did the six-eyed monster think it was just a decoration? The Pure Heart sect's six eyes suddenly widened, and a purple light flashed across them like an illusion. It passed through the cauldron and Han Ji and instantly entered Xiang City. Lu Yin was shocked. The 5 destinies and 6 qis? This was not good. The Pure Heart sect took another step forward and headed towards Yuche. Yuche closed his eyes. "Kid, that's not how you should use your heart force." After saying that, he charged towards Tuolin before the Pure Heart sect could get close. This was not an attack. Instead, it turned its body into heart force and spread it out to fuse with Tuolin's surrounding heart force. This was equivalent to allowing itself to be controlled by Tuolin. Tuolin was at a loss. "Help your master well. If you see Xianxia one day, tell him for me." After a pause, Yuche roared, "Xianxia, you old bastard." Boom. Tuolin's brain was impacted. He subconsciously raised his hands and struck out with both palms. The Pure Heart sect's pupils constricted as an inexplicable sense of danger brought about a chill. It subconsciously dodged and kept retreating as it looked at Tuolin in shock. What the hell? What kind of move was that? It cultivated the 5 destinies and 6 qis, so it could ignore all external forces brought about by qis. But this kid's palm strike had actually made it feel a sense of danger. This feeling was the same as when it was in the cauldron. How could this be? Lu Yin, Han Ji, and Qinglian Yu were stunned. They did not expect this to happen. Tuolin was even more confused. He did not even know what he had used. Lu Yin stared deeply at Tuolin. He had purposely allowed Yuche to attack Tuolin so that the latter could obtain an opportunity, but he had not expected it to be such a great one. Yuche had forcibly dispersed himself and bestowed everything that he had cultivated upon Tuolin. Heart force was different from other types of energy. The world was born from the heart, and skills were developed from the heart. Wherever the heart went, that was the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was oneself. Yuche had turned everything that he had into a desperate heart force technique and bestowed it upon Tuolin. At that moment, no one could stop him. This was Yuche's heavenly Tao. Tuolin had profited greatly. Not only that, but he had also cultivated the heart affinity technique, which allowed him to connect with the heart force of countless people and erupt with the power of a civilization. He could even use this to activate Xiang City's defenses. At this moment, Tuolin had become an indispensable fighting force for humanity, even though he was still very weak and needed to cultivate. However, no one knew what would happen once he unleashed his full power. Just like now, he had scared off the Pure Heart sect. With his current power level, he was far from being a threat to the Pure Heart sect. The only reason he had been able to do so was because of the heart's affinity technique and Yuche's final gift. But no matter what, the Pure Heart sect had retreated. Chaos charged towards the Pure Heart sect for another round. The Pure Heart sect looked at Tuolin and wanted to capture him, but Luin had already charged over and would not give them the chance. Chaos had attacked without any regard for the consequences, but he was also facing the reckless human civilization. Tuolin looked at the Pure Heart sect warily and closed his eyes. Xianxia was shaken. The Pure Heart sect was unwilling to accept this, but in the face of the entire human civilization, they had no choice but to retreat. Luin and the others could not stop them, as it was already quite impressive that they had been able to force them to retreat. The Pure Heart sect had not been serious at all, and since it had been able to plant someone into the Tao of Time, it was a scheming creature. It definitely had other plans for the human civilization. This was good, as those who wanted to destroy the human civilization at all costs would be troublesome. Only a creature like the Pure Heart sect could communicate with them. His heart force surged into Xianxia, restoring its defenses. When they saw this, Lianlian Shangyu and the others heaved sighs of relief. They then looked at the cauldron, the cheap fish, and Tuolin. This battle had been a bit strange, but it had undoubtedly helped the human civilization improve greatly. Tuolin was a huge gain. Little Seven, you guys go back first and hurry over. The Pure Heart sect will not let this go. It won't be so simple the next time, Mr. Mu said. Luin left the projection. The cauldron floated in the air and was taken away by Mr. Mu. Chaos also left the projection, but before he left, he thought that this descendant's body was too fragile and couldn't withstand the torment. Tuolin was confused. Where is Master? Master Grass smiled at Tuolin. Your master will be here soon. Come with us, we'll bring you to wait for him. Lianlian Shangyu and alarmed Shangyu looked at Master Grass speechlessly. Why did he sound so strange? Eh? Why is this fish here? The cheap fish came back to his senses and looked around. When he saw Lianlian Shangyu and the others, he shrank back. Why am I here? He clearly remembered that a powerful enemy of the human civilization. Could it? Did it rush out? Mr. Mu sighed. Today's battle would have been impossible without you. Lord Blue Lotus praised, work hard. You need to train your body. It can still come in handy occasionally. Alarmed Gates Shangyu said. Cheap Fish was stunned. What was going on? He looked at the ancient god. The ancient god quietly said, now, even you are more useful than me. With that said, he left, leaving behind Cheap Fish in space. What had happened? Who could tell it? On the other side, Lu Yin and Silence walked out of the Glittering Jewel sect and exchanged glances. Without another word, they immediately teleported towards Xianxia. The Pure Heart sect had held back too much in this battle. The more they held back, the more they were plotting something. They had to return as soon as possible. Time continued to pass, and one day, several years later, Lu Yin teleported and saw the bright god palace. Of course, it was now a deity realm civilization, and he relaxed. Senior, we'll be there soon. Great, I can finally see the human civilization again. How nostalgic. Chaos Silence sighed. Lu Yin continued to teleport. After a period of time, he saw Xianxia, but he also saw a hazy purple color in the distance. That was fate. The Pure Heart sect really did have a backup plan. It's monitoring Xianxia. Chaos Silence gazed into the distance. What a terrifying power of providence. It's not much, but it's disgusting. Once you touch it, you'll alert it, which means you can't leave without it noticing. But why didn't this guy think of teleportation? Lu Yin smiled, as he could teleport away with Xianxia without disturbing the fate energy. The Pure Heart sect had been able to leave safely because of this backup plan, but it would also suffer a loss because of it. However, the scariest thing about the path of destiny is that it is good luck. Even if we have the ability to leave, it will still be able to find us, unless we are too far away, to the point where it exceeds the length of its destiny. Hunji nodded and said, let's see what you plan to do next. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. There really was one. The three universes were in an uproar, and Lu Yin's return allowed countless people to heave a sigh of relief. They realized that they couldn't leave Lu Yin, and when Lu Yin wasn't in the civilization, they couldn't feel at ease. Not even Qinglian Yu and the others could give them this feeling. This was something that Luin had obtained by protecting the civilization step by step. Not only had Luin returned, but the 7 treasures heavenly toads had also returned. They had also released Bai Qian and the others. They had immediately returned to Earth after coming out and stayed with Chaos Silence. Although they had experienced a period of danger, they had also learned a lot. Luin didn't catch up with them, as now wasn't the time. The 3 universes were no strangers to the 7 treasures heavenly toads. Big Brother, 4th Brother, and 5th Brother had all returned, along with Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang looked at the bustling human civilization and didn't know what to say for a moment. This was human civilization, a free civilization. Luin had the 7 treasures heavenly toads find a suitable place for them to live, and then he told Qinglian Yu and the others about what had happened. He had only given them a rough idea of what had happened. Even though they had heard some of it, it was still enough to shock them. You really know how to cause trouble, Master Greengrass sighed. Luin was speechless, as he wasn't the one causing trouble. He had to snatch Glittering Jewel Peak, and he had to establish his might as the master of the Tao of Death. Who wouldn't want to scheme against the master of the Tao of Time? However, when he thought about it this way, there were many things that he had wanted to do. This included what was about to happen next. Let's go. It's time to settle our grudges with an old friend, Luin said. Everyone knew who he was talking about, the Divine Realm. It was time to pay back the damage that the Divine Realm had done to the human civilization. But before that, Luin looked outside Xiang City, let it in first. Soon after, a blurry figure appeared. It was the invisible civilization's life form. The Pure Heart sect had exterminated the invisible civilization, stolen the seed, and then killed their way to Xiang City. The invisible life form had returned to its own civilization, only to see its own destruction. Now, it was here, and this was the first time it had shown itself. It wasn't facing Luin in its invisible state. This life form was similar to the other non-human civilizations in the universe, as it had a completely different physique. Of course, Luin didn't mind, as he had seen too many non-humans. Ikai greets the human powerhouse. All of the human powerhouses were present in the main hall. Although many of them had been injured, it wasn't to the point where they needed to go into seclusion to recover. They had to wait until Xiang City was completely safe. Luin glanced at Ikai, wait here. He then left the main hall. Everyone knew that Xiang City was about to leave the Divine Palace and the Pure Heart sect's area of influence. Luin had to deal with the Divine Realm first, but he didn't say what he would do next. Many people had enjoyed peace in the Divine Palace over the years, but this peace would eventually be broken. One generation might be at peace, but the next generation might face despair. Hiding would never solve the problem. In the universe, unless one was invincible and had a prestige that the outside world didn't dare to challenge, war was the only way for future generations to live peacefully. In a corner of Xiang City, Tua Lin looked at Luin excitedly, Master. Beside him, Yan Ryu was just as excited. Their reverence for Luin was indescribable, and it even surpassed their faith. Luin smiled and patted Tua Lin's head before patting Yan Ryu. They were very happy. You've all grown up, but your hearts haven't changed. I'm proud of you, Luin said. Tua Lin was so excited that his breathing quickened. It's good that Master acknowledges us. We were afraid that we couldn't help Master. Luin was glad that he had taken in a disciple like Tua Lin. Without him, he wouldn't have been able to control Xiang City or take that step to break through to immortality. Master, disciple, who said that only a master could teach a disciple? Right, Master, what about Yu Che? It's dead. What a pity, Tua Lin said sadly. Luin looked at him, you like it? Tua Lin replied, I know that it's an enemy of human civilization, but it's not bad. Luin smiled, sometimes, it's impossible to determine whether something is bad or not. Then should it die? Tua Lin was lost. No matter how long he lived, he would always be like this. Luin said, don't ask me. Think according to your heart. You are you, the one and only you in the universe. Tua Lin thought about it and then smiled brilliantly, I understand, Master. Help Master control Xiang City. Let's leave this place. He teleported away, and Xianxia completely disappeared from the godless region of the Bee Divine Palace. The pure heart sex backup plan was powerless in front of teleportation. However, its true backup plan was luck. No matter where Luin took Xianxia, it was confident that it would be able to find them. Luck was like an invisible string, always tied to both ends. After a period of time, Luin brought Xianxia to a place where he could see the bright divine palace. He then entered the city and faced Ikai again. "Tell me, what civilization are you from? How are you doing now?" Ikai bowed again. "We are from the Destiny civilization. We were once extremely glorious, but because we offended the Master Dao, we were on the brink of extinction. We had no choice but to hide in the void, but we were still exterminated. We begged the human civilization to help us take revenge. In return, the Destiny civilization will do everything in our power to serve the human civilization." Luin asked, "Do you know what kind of powerhouse destroyed your civilization?" Ikai respectfully replied, "Although I've never met him, I know that he's a master of the Master Dao. He's a top expert in the universe. Since you know that, why do you still want us to help you? Are you trying to get us killed?" Luin snapped. Ikai respectfully replied, "The Destiny civilization has been paying attention to the human civilization for the past few years. You have unfathomable strength that reminds us of our heyday. You will definitely be able to deal with that powerful enemy. And my repayment will definitely satisfy the human civilization." "Tell me," Luin said. Ikai continued, "The Heavens Will civilization uses the two sides of the universe as their foundation, and they view the universe differently from ordinary life forms." Luin listened quietly, and Qinglian Yu and the others did the same. As they listened, their expressions changed. Even Luin looked at Ikai in surprise. Such a thing had actually happened? Even though the universe was limitless and the power of birth was boundless, it was still hard for Luin to imagine that such knowledge and creation existed. The Heavens Will civilization believed that the universe was divided into two types, motion and stillness. Motion referred to life forms, such as humans and animals. Anything that could move instinctively was considered a life form, regardless of whether they had intelligence or not. Stillness referred to inanimate objects, such as rocks, mountains, the earth, and even planets. The universe was composed of motion and stillness. All civilizations were motion, and this was unsurprising. Thus, civilizations were limited by the premise of passivity. Even if there were life forms that cultivated with mountains, rivers, trees, and stones, they would never view them as a way to peek into the other side of the universe. To them, these were just cultivation tools that allowed them to comprehend realms and pass on power. The Heavens Will civilization was different. They studied stillness and believed that stillness was an indispensable part of the universe. Since the universe had created stillness, then there were infinite possibilities. Based on this basic understanding, after countless years of research and generations of inheritance, the Heavens Will civilization had created a legendary technique that could be understood as a way to explore the universe, the 12 transformations of Heaven's Will. The 12 transformations of Heaven's Will used stillness as a foundation to analyze and create stillness. This allowed the civilization to see the other side of the universe. They had split the universe in two. No matter how powerful the Master Dao was or how talented Luin was, they had never thought that there was another side to the universe, one that had always been overlooked, the stillness. Motion referred to a world of motion. Stillness referred to a world of stillness. The 12 transformations of Heaven's Will was the key to unlocking this side of stillness. As Ikai continued, Luin and the others looked at each other, completely stunned. No matter how strong the Heavens Will civilization was, their understanding of the universe had already surpassed theirs. With the 12 transformations of Heaven's Will as a foundation, we can study and create stillness, which gives us power. Cultivation is the active side of cultivation, and we can do it. The stillness side is our foundation. Starting from the first revolution of Heaven's Will, countless still objects can be combined together to form an offensive technique. It's similar to your sourcebox array, but compared to your sourcebox array, this is much more difficult, as there are countless still objects in the universe that need to be explored and analyzed. The universe is a stable and eternal entity. This eternity and stability come from the combination of nature and stillness. Thus, the 12 transformations of Heaven's Will destroy this stability and eternity. This concept is the foundation of our civilization's attacks. The first revolution of heavens can damage the stability and eternity of the universe to the extent of a normal planet. The second revolution is a galaxy, and so on. At our peak, we reached the 12th revolution. At this point, Ikai looked at Luin. You can kill him. He's a mainstay. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. You've already reached the level where you can kill a maintainer? Ikai nodded. Yes, we've reached our peak, but we've also caused trouble and attracted the main path. We've researched too much on the path of still objects, and there are too many implications. For example, this concealment technique is actually a side product of the 12 transformations of Heaven's will. It's not a turbid treasure, nor is it naturally formed. It's something that we've combined using still objects. The drifting flow technique is the culmination of this concealment technique. We don't know how our ancestors managed to research it, but it was taken away by our civilization when we fled. Now, we can no longer research it, as there are countless still objects in the universe, and there are countless possibilities. In theory, we'll be able to research the drifting flow technique one day, but it'll take as long as another you is born in the universe. It's so long that even an eternal realm cultivator wouldn't dare to imagine it. What attracted the main path back then was a side product of the 12 transformations of Heaven's will, the flow of time. Luin didn't understand. Flow of time? A tributary of the river of time? Ikai explained, the meaning is similar, but different. The tributaries of the river of time originally existed, but the sovereign of time used his tyrannical cultivation to occupy them. Even so, there are countless civilizations in the universe, and every civilization has a tributary of the river of time. The sovereign of time can't control all of them, and it needs to be worshipped. Luin understood. He had originally thought that the tributaries of the river of time all came from the sovereign of time. If that was the case, who could resist? No matter how strong the main path was, it couldn't transcend the universe itself. As for the flow of time, it's used to study still objects. Every still object has traces of time. For example, a rock might have existed for tens of thousands of years, or even billions of years. By studying this rock, we can extract traces of time on it. Luin subconsciously exchanged glances with Mr. Mu and the others. How could this be done? Qingli and Xianxia and the others were stunned. How could this be done? They had always thought that time was concentrated in the tributaries of the river of time, but when they thought about it carefully, they realized that it was true. Every object had time, just like how the divine palace harvested time. Living things had time to be harvested, but what about inanimate objects? The mountains, the earth, the rivers, and the rocks all had traces of time. Since there were traces of time, then there was also time. Time flowed by, but the traces would not disappear and would only be covered. In that case, these traces were time, and even if they existed in the tributaries of the river of time, they were still time. Ikai continued, we researched the flow of time, but we didn't touch the tributaries of the river of time. Instead, we dragged out the time of a still object, which was equivalent to taking out a portion of time from a tributary of the river of time. The advantage of this method was that it wouldn't disturb the main path of time. No matter what we did, even if we drained the entire tributary of the river of time, it wouldn't disturb the main path of time. It was precisely because we researched the flow of time that we attracted a destructive attack from the main path. His tone was bitter. In the beginning, our civilization didn't know why it was like this, but later on, we figured it out. If the flow of time technique became more and more advanced, then there would come a day when the main path of time would be drained. Even though that day will never come, the civilization has already explained to the Lord Tao that it is simply impossible. It is completely impossible to extract the traces of time from the entire universe, because half of the Lord's river of time still belongs to motion. However, the main path didn't listen to our explanation and destroyed our civilization. The main path of time wasn't the only one that attacked us, there were other main paths as well. We knew that they were afraid that we had researched other methods to extract the main path's power. This method was completely opposite to their cultivation, but it was difficult to disturb them and make them feel fear. Ikai smiled. We were proud to be able to make the main path feel fear, but the price we paid was terrible, and our civilization immediately weakened. We could only hide ourselves and struggle at death's door. This is the result of offending the main path. However, we were unwilling to accept this. The more the main path feared us, the more it proved that our path was correct. Since it was correct, why couldn't we continue down it? Ikai's gaze was fierce. The more they feared us, the more we had to leave. One day, we would be able to drag them down and take revenge. Luin stared at Ikai. He had originally thought that this was a slightly more powerful civilization, but he had never imagined that they would have such a hidden past. This was truly terrifying. It was no wonder why this civilization had always needed all sorts of materials. To be honest, if Luin was the ruler of time, he would have thought of a way to destroy this civilization as well. Just think about it, these people cultivated honestly and controlled many tributaries of the river of time. They used the power of time to spread throughout the universe, but Luin was secretly extracting time from them. This was no longer a slap in the face, it was a rebellion, and it was not easy to detect. In theory, it could even suppress the main path. Who would be willing to do that? And this was just the main path of time. If he created something else, the consequences would be unimaginable. The main path was not a unique power, but rather a power that covered the entire universe. It was precisely because of this that the main path could control the universe. And the more that this power could be touched by all living beings, the more likely it was that it would be secretly extracted. Just like a thief. If someone secretly extracted the power from the stars in his heart, Luin would definitely slap them to death without mercy. Then, have you developed any methods similar to the temporal flow over the years? Master Grass asked. Ikai looked up. Yes. Consciousness. Luin was stunned. Consciousness? Ikai replied, it's to extract consciousness from still objects. Luin looked at Ikai in shock. Can it be done? Ikai looked at Luin with certainty. It has been done, but the materials are always incomplete. Some materials only appear in certain environments, and once they are used up, we will need to research other materials to replace them, which is more troublesome. But whether it's the temporal flow or consciousness, they are both mature research methods. We are already researching the karmic flow, which is more difficult to experiment with than the temporal flow or the consciousness flow. This is because only those who have reached the eternal realm can come into contact with karma, and those who have not reached the eternal realm cannot understand it. But to research the karmic flow, it is not something that can be done by just a few eternal realms. How much consciousness can you extract? Luin interrupted. He did not want to listen to meaningless words. Things that had not been researched were worthless, and he was most concerned about consciousness. There was no other way. The eternal realm of knowledge was there, and as long as one had enough consciousness, it was not impossible to control it. This was the power of a ruler, and no one would not be tempted. Furthermore, consciousness had many wonderful uses. Whether it was the switching of his clone and main body or the integration of the Dai's 6 pips, they were all related to consciousness. Consciousness was essential to the life sprout. If one had enough consciousness, they could do many things. Ikai also noticed that Luin was particularly concerned about consciousness. He thought about it and said, just like the temporal flow, it is extremely rare to extract consciousness from still objects. You should understand that a stone does not have consciousness, so how can it extract consciousness? We don't understand it either. We just tried and succeeded. This is an unexplainable research result. Every object has traces of time, but their consciousness is different. If you want me to explain it, I can't. Luin said, I'm not asking for an explanation. Just tell me how much consciousness can be extracted from still objects, and... He paused and looked at Ikai, can you extract consciousness from animals? Xinglian and the others looked at Luin. Extracting consciousness from animals? It was the same as robbing them of their consciousness. It was no different from killing them. Little 7, Mr. Mu called out as he looked at Luin. Luin looked at Mr. Mu, don't worry, Master. I know what I'm talking about. Mr. Mu nodded and stopped talking. After so many years, they all knew Lu Yin's character. Methods were just tools, and only by using them could one distinguish between good and evil. Luin was not a good person, but he was definitely not a bad person. Ikai's voice rang out, in theory, yes. We study still objects not because we want to study them, but because our civilization was weak in the beginning. If we study animals, it will bring disaster. But as our civilization grew stronger, the level of things we came into contact with also increased. Similarly, we could only study still objects at that level, which eventually led to our current state. But the extraction method should be similar. As long as the animals are immobile, they will be still objects. But the amount of consciousness extracted is very small. The stronger the creature, the harder it is to extract its consciousness. It is easy to extract it from its body, but it is another possibility to preserve and use it. It is not impossible for you to use this method to obtain a majestic consciousness. But you must be prepared for a long time. Luin looked at it. How long has it been since you were destroyed and hidden by the master path? Ikai said bitterly, too long, at least before that powerful enemy was born. Because it could not recognize us, we did not know that such a master path existed. You can't possibly know all the masters of the master path. Perhaps. The invisibility object that was taken away is called the floating manifestation? Yes. What else was taken away? Nothing. Master Xianxia was puzzled. After so many years, you have not studied anything else? Didn't you say that there were many? Ikai slowly said, we did, but they were all destroyed. Master Xianxia looked away. With the lesson of the past, this civilization did not dare to leave anything behind for fear of extinction, especially with the divine palace nearby. One last question. Luin looked at Ikai with his hands behind his back. Why did you hide in the other divine palaces? Hearing this question, Ikai was shocked. You know? Luin and the others looked at each other and laughed. The ancient god's tone was cold. I knew it long ago. I just kept an eye on you to see what you were up to. You can say it now. There's nothing left, Meng Luo said. Kai looked at the smiles on everyone's faces and felt even more bitter. It turned out that everything his civilization had done was seen by others. To think that they had always thought that they could do it. It wanted revenge. Firstly, it really wanted revenge. Secondly, it was unwilling. It had clearly prepared a plan to deal with the human civilization and give them the 12 transformations of heaven's will, but in the end, it had ended up like this. It was silent. You don't want to talk about it? Ikai whispered, it's meaningless. Tell me, and I'll give you a chance to preserve the spark of your civilization. Ikai looked at Luin. Are you willing? Lu Yin's lips curled up. If I don't want to, will the Destiny civilization really perish? Ikai's body trembled as he stared at Luin in shock. Wei Rong's voice came from nearby. No civilization would be so foolish as to not leave a way out, especially a civilization that has been destroyed once. Ikai's eyes trembled. If we're willing, and spend some time, we should be able to find a way out for you. I believe that there will be a pleasant surprise, such as the products that came with your research. Wei Rong's voice continued to enter Ikai's mind. Ikai suddenly turned around and stared at Wei Rong. Wei Rong calmly looked at him. The two stared at each other, and Ikai felt an urge to kill Wei Rong. Wei Rong smiled. Don't look at me like that. Everyone here can see that. I'm just saying this for the sake of the seniors. Ikai retracted his gaze and slowly turned to Luin. Luin still had his hands behind his back, and his gaze was cold. Ikai's eyes flickered, and then he closed them as if he had accepted his fate. We originally wanted to threaten you with the 12 transformations of heaven's will and then escape, completely cutting off all ties with you. Luin was shocked. 12 transformations of heaven's will? Just based on those people of your race hidden in the divine palace? Ikai replied, they only brought materials over. Didn't you notice that they were gradually moving towards your human civilization? We found out that you're in the godless seal, which is why we kept approaching that place. We wanted to finish setting up the 12 transformations of heaven's will and force you to leave. Forcing you humans to defend and take the opportunity to escape. Don't worry, we have no intention of destroying you. We know that it's impossible, but we also don't want to be controlled by you. Although that down near heaven's will is powerful, we can still control it. At the very least, it won't be able to leave easily once it enters our civilization. But you're different. You're much stronger than it is. It wasn't easy for our civilization to survive until today. We can't be destroyed. Luin understood. You used the 12 transformations of Heaven's will to trap the Pure Heart sect, which gave you the chance to go out and ask for help. Ikai admitted it. But that was also our last chance. No matter what the Heaven's will civilization did, it was all for their own sake. Luin wanted to lead the human civilization away from the unknown and escape the control of the Tao of Chaos, just like how the Heaven's will civilization wanted to escape the control of the human civilization. It all depended on strength. However, the Heaven's will civilization had never imagined that the Pure Heart sect would suddenly appear. Luin allowed Ikai to stay behind. He wasn't sure whether or not he wanted to take revenge for the Heaven's will civilization, but he still treated this as a transaction. He had told the Eternal Realm of Knowledge's location to the primogenitor, but the primogenitor couldn't easily grasp it. The more consciousnesses he obtained, the more likely he would be able to control the Eternal Realm in the future, which was the most important thing. Now, it was time to meet up with an old friend. In the back mountains of the Above Heavens will sect, Despicable Fish and Solitary Chaos stared at each other. Xianxia was stunned. There was another Despicable Fish? Although they looked different, they still gave her the same feeling. You're really my ancestor? What do you think? You're my grandson's grandson. You sound like you're scolding me. It's your honor. Despicable Fish? Solitary Chaos raised a claw and slapped the fish's head. Isn't it your honor to be my grandson's grandson? Despicable Fish wanted to whimper and slap the claw away. It had always been the one riding others. Ha 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 ha, I, Solitary Chaos, also have a grandson's grandson. What's your name? Despicable Fish was excited. Lord Fish. You're asking for a beating. It's called Despicable Fish. It's a shipfish. Despicable Fish? Ancestor, shipfish. Solitary Chaos blinked and then looked at Xianxia. We're talking about the same name, right? Xianxia nodded vigorously. Solitary Chaos grinned. This girl is interesting. Thank you, little girl. You've always been taking care of my grandson's grandson. Despicable Fish jumped up. I'm the one taking care of this girl. She's my human pet. Not bad, right, ancestor? Solitary Chaos's gaze changed. He slapped Despicable Fish's head and scolded, Who told you to call me that? We have a protector relationship with humans. Your ancestor was awakened by humans, and humans have never mistreated me. We can't bully humans either, understand? Despicable Fish felt wronged. It had never bullied Xianxia. Xianxia nodded vigorously. She had always been bullied, and her head was flat. She couldn't get married. Solitary Chaos smiled at Xianxia. Little girl, I'm sorry. It's always bullying you. How about this, bully it in the future? Your ancestor will definitely help you. Xianxia hurriedly bowed and smiled sweetly. Thank you, senior. Good girl. Despicable Fish was stunned. Who's your grandson's grandson? Solitary Chaos still wanted to say something, but his expression changed, and he looked up. Play as you wish. When your ancestor has time, I'll teach you a thing or two. I have something to do now. He then leaped into the sky and disappeared. Despicable Fish glared fiercely at Xianxia. Damned girl, when did this fish bully you? Xianxia felt wronged. I didn't say that. You're not allowed to say it in the future either. Okay. Despicable Fish was pleased. In the starry sky of Xiang City, Lu Yin and the others, including the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad Clan and Jian Wushuang, were all looking into the distance. Ordinary Eternal Realm cultivators could see the altar, but Lu Yin and the cultivators who had been bestowed with the mirroring technique could see the distant bright divine palace. Of course, the bright divine palace was no longer here. There was only the divine realm civilization. Just like Lu Yin and the others, this divine realm civilization had not changed the bright divine palace. Instead, they had used it as a shell and stayed there peacefully. Even some of the cultivators who had once lived in the bright divine palace were still there. What's going on? Are we going to fight again? Solitary Chaos asked. Luine told Solitary Chaos about the battle between the human civilization and the Divine Realm civilization. Solitary Chaos was excited. What are we waiting for? Let's go. I love this kind of revenge drama. Master Greengrass and the others laughed. Who wouldn't like it? During the three universe calamities, Wang Wen had attracted a group of experts. Although the Divine King had not used his full strength, he had still wanted to destroy the Tianyuan universe. If Luine had not arrived in time, many people would have died. The cauldron and the red umbrella might have been snatched away by him. He had held back not for the sake of the humans, but because he did not want to increase the karmic restraints. There had to be an end to the past grudges. What should we do? Qing Lianyu asked. Luine looked into the distance. Currently, Bright Divine Palace has 2 divine envoys who have surrendered to the Divine Realm civilization. The Divine Realm civilization itself has 15 celestial deity positions. Even if they lost some in the square-inch distance, they have now made up for it. It's very suitable for increasing the number of pseudo-eternal realms. But they are also pseudo-eternal realms. Now, there should be 6 of them. They are the Divine King, the Divine Queen, 2 true eternal realms from the Divine Realm civilization, and 2 divine envoys who have surrendered. Does anyone want to deal with them? Just do it. Leave the Divine King to me. Qing Lianyu and the others looked at each other. There is no one in particular. After all, the Divine Realm civilization only sent 1 Divine King to attack us. Luine nodded. Alright, let's test it out. Glittering Jewel Heaven. The Glittering Jewel Heaven appeared and continued to expand. The giant mirror was like a calm lake, entrancing everyone. Luine did not enter. Beside him, Qinglian Shangyu and the others stepped into the mirror to project their power. This was the first time that the human civilization had used the Glittering Jewel Heaven to fight outside, and it was also the first time that they had settled their grudges after leaving that space. Chaos entered as well. Luine had called it over in hopes that it would try to project more power in the Glittering Jewel Heaven. There would be many battles in the future, many. Far away, in the former Bright God Palace, the cultivators returned through the altar and conversed with each other. It seemed no different from before. Actually, there were pros and cons for these cultivators when the divine world moved into the Bright God Palace. The good thing was that they no longer needed to worship, but the bad thing was that the divine world was setting rules and creating pseudo-eternal realms, which would affect the civilizations behind them. The divine world's absolute methods were laws. The God King used the laws of the universe to conform to the laws of the universe. He could set rules in his own body or in his own civilization, and as long as the laws were in motion, he could continue to expand until he reached the laws. Once he expanded to the point where he could merge with the space, he could achieve a different kind of eternal life. The previous divine world had given birth to 15 deities because of this. 4 of them were true eternal realms, while the other 11 were pseudo-eternal realms. This was an absolute method that was very suitable for increasing one's pseudo-eternal life. If not for this method, the divine world would not have been called a fishing civilization. How are you guys? Someone asked. It's hard to find a new civilization. I've contacted the thief. I hope there's good news. As long as we can find 3 new civilizations, we can help our own civilization escape the fate of being set by the laws. We'll also be rewarded by the God King. That guy's reward was enough for him to reach the heavens in a single bound. That's just the beginning. The rewards won't be as good after that. But it's still better than before. Back then, we had to continuously worship, and it was difficult to stop and cultivate. But now, as long as we don't care about our own civilization, we can cultivate as much as we want. Why did the altar move? Is it broken? No, it moved. It's like it twisted. Are you kidding? How can the altar move? Move? Damn, it really moved. From a distance, the altar rumbled and jumped up, dashing toward the divine palace. At the same time, all sorts of strange things seemed to have a mind of their own as they rushed towards the divine palace and shattered the door in the blink of an eye. Inside the God Palace, an eternal life realm expert from the God World civilization shouted. Countless light dots formed into various forms and collided with each other. Some were blocked, while others were not. What was that? The two divine envoys that originally belonged to the bright god palace rushed out together. One faced the spear, while the other faced it. Eh? A wine glass? Just as he was thinking about it, the wine cup spun and trapped the divine emissary inside. Then, it flung him away. The divine emissary was completely dumbfounded. He didn't understand why he was sent flying by a wine cup. The spear was even more ferocious. It pierced through the divine envoy and nailed him to the wall of the divine palace. Blood flowed along the wall, revealing its sharpness. The god empress walked out of the divine palace and saw all sorts of strange things. There were altars, wine cups, spears, and swords. What was going on? It released specks of light that fell one by one, bombarding those strange things. Most of the items were knocked down. Only an altar, a spear, and a rock were still standing. The wine cup shattered as well. It was too weak to withstand the power of Jiawen. What are you? The god empress stared at these things. All the eternal life realms and pseudo-eternal life realms of the god world civilization came out and surrounded these things. The altar didn't talk nonsense and directly collided with the god empress. The spear and the rock blasted toward the god empress, while the other things attacked the surrounding creatures. A strange chaotic battle broke out. The god world civilization was confused from beginning to end. They didn't understand what was going on at all. How did these things become spirits? The battle didn't last long. The god king walked out and destroyed all these things with his absolute combat power. But then, something else appeared and attacked the god king. It was a statue, the Jiao sequence statue that was once engraved on the gate of the divine palace. It projected the power of chaos to fight the god king. The god king shouted, "Jiao sequence, you're not dead? Are you the one behind this?" There was no response. The altar fought the god king. The power of chaos projection was quite terrifying. Although it was far from chaos' actual combat power, the god king wasn't the pure heart sect. He was only at the peak of two universal laws and was only slightly more powerful than Jiao sequence. Just when the god world civilization thought that only the statue was left, another projection appeared. Wood, floor, and even a piece of cloth rushed into the bright god palace and fought with the god world civilization. Outside the divine palace, the cultivator stared blankly. What was going on? Far away, Lu Yin had his hands behind his back as he watched Qinglian Shengyu and the others continuously project their power. The more accustomed they were to glittering jewel heaven, the stronger their combat power would be. One day, they would reach the level of the 9 tribulations heaven. This was a weapon of civilization war. It had once belonged to Lu Tongtian, but now it belonged to him. It would always belong to the human civilization. The god world civilization couldn't escape. Before the grudges were completely resolved, they were the best targets to experiment within glittering jewel heaven. At the same time, the pure heart sect came again in the godless realm. It looked at the empty space in front of it. It didn't expect the human civilization to escape. They could actually escape without affecting its arrangements. There was indeed a big problem with the human civilization. But could they escape? It took a deep breath and looked around. Then, it chose a direction and rushed in. The direction it was heading was the bright god palace. Time continued to pass, and the bright god palace was broken into pieces. The more broken it was, the more things it projected. Of course, there were many things to begin with. Even a pair of pants could project their power. It just depended on what was most suitable for each person to project their power on. The statue of chaos projection was shattered by the god king because of its material. It turned around and projected onto a door, which slammed into the god king. The god king could tell that this was an addition of some kind of power. But what kind of power was it? He asked countless times, but no one answered. The pseudo-immortal level subordinates were constantly injured and could no longer fight. The same was true for the immortal level subordinates. Even the god queen was heavily injured and had no choice but to use the curtain as a blade. She used light spots to form a curtain of the starry sky and then turned it into a blade. This move spread to all the powerful enemies. Other than the door of chaos projection, the rest were shattered. But then, more projections appeared. The god queen was heavily injured and could no longer fight. In the end, only the God King was left. Far away, beside Lu Yin, Qingli and Xianxia and the others stopped projecting and instead discussed their experiences using glittering jewel skies. I can only use 30% of my power, but that's already not bad. The more projections I use, the stronger my power will be. I can use 50% of my power. It's a pity that I can't project the power of external objects. You want to project your cauldron's power? It's also a stabilized treasure. This is a stabilized treasure? Lu Yin said, it's considered a stabilized treasure. It once belonged to the third wall's master, Lu Tongtian. Lu Tongtian? Everyone was shocked. Lu Yin had told them many things that had happened, but there were some things that he hadn't had the time to talk about. I'll tell you in detail after this battle. Chaos walked out of the mirror. I'm not fighting anymore. Lu Yin looked at Chaos with a smile. Senior, you're not interested? Chaos said, it feels awkward. We'll talk about it later. Lu Yin nodded and looked at the bright god palace. Then, it's my turn. Let's end this grudge. With that, he teleported away. Within the bright god palace, the God King's light rotated and looked into space, but he didn't appear again. What was that? Let's go. He didn't hesitate to leave the palace. It was too strange. But the next moment, Lu Yin teleported in front of him with a smile. Long time no see, God King. The God King stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. Lu Yin? The God Queen was stunned. Lu Yin? Impossible. How could this human appear here? The other beings from the divine realm were also stunned. Although most of them hadn't participated in the war against the humans, they still knew a thing or two. Although they hadn't reached the point where they would fight to the death with the humans, they were close. Why would a human appear here? The God King stared at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin said, you don't seem happy to see an old friend. The God King was stunned. Did you do that? Lu Yin smiled. It's a little surprise. We've been apart for a long time, so I should bring a gift, shouldn't I? The God King's voice was low and hoarse. What do you want? Lu Yin looked at him. What's your relationship with Wang Wen? Before this, he hadn't been in a hurry to attack the divine realm because he was afraid of Wang Wen. If Wang Wen could leave a backup plan on Executioner, then he could do so in the divine realm as well. But things were different now. Hun Ji had returned, and his power level wasn't low. Even if Wang Wen had left a backup plan, it wasn't impossible to deal with him. Wang Wen was strong, but he wasn't at the level of a ruler. Unless a ruler attacked, or if too many powerful enemies appeared at once, the human civilization wouldn't need to be too afraid. He also needed to deal with the Pure Heart sect, but not now. If the Pure Heart sect was truly alone, then Lu Yin really wanted to deal with them. However, the Pure Heart sect's main path of destiny was behind them. They had also placed others in the path of time, which was clearly a problem. Just like how the Pure Heart sect wanted to see through the human civilization before attacking, Lu Yin also wanted to see through the Pure Heart sect. Otherwise, it would be easy for a blind man to plot against them. A deal. Our deal with Wang Wen is just a deal. Whether it's to escape from that area or to attack the human civilization, it's all just a deal, the God King said. Lu Yin asked, just a deal? Correct. You can't summon Wang Wen? Ever since we left that area, we no longer have anything to do with Wang Wen. Lu Yin's gaze swept past the God King, looking at the God Queen and the other divine realm creatures. Actually, if you had a way to summon Wang Wen, I might not have attacked you. After all, I'm afraid of Wang Wen, Lu Yin said. The God King said, if you were really afraid of Wang Wen, you wouldn't have left a backup plan on us. Lu Yin, how do you want to settle our past grievances? Lu Yin said, I'll fight you. If you win, we'll call it even. If you lose, your civilization will be wiped out. The God King said in a low voice, is there no third option? Lu Yin shook his head, I have to take responsibility for my past actions. If I was late, I would have been doomed. You were able to escape back then, but now that you've been found, it's fate. The God King said helplessly, fine, let's fight to the death. After he finished speaking, specks of light shot towards Lu Yin. This was not Lu Yin's first time fighting a God King, and he casually waved his hand in the face of so many specks of light. An enormous force overturned the heavens and scattered the specks of light. The God King was shocked. It did not expect Lu Yin's combat power to increase so much in just a short period of time. The specks of light in his body rotated continuously as his aura skyrocketed, rising from the peak of 2 universal laws. The laws of laws could be applied to a civilization to increase the pseudo-eternal realm, and when applied to oneself, it could change one's own laws. The God King could change the laws once, but it was a method to increase one's realm and combat power. It could not raise one's realm, but it had already been used against chaos. Otherwise, it would not have been able to block the power of chaos projection. It could change the laws a second time, from 2 universal laws to 3 universal laws. In an instant, a terrifying aura shot into the stars. Far away, Chaos looked on. The God King's current combat power was enough to fight him. Although he could not defeat him, he had definitely reached the level of 3 universal laws. A biological clock appeared above Lu Yin's head. This biological clock had appeared above countless people in the Tianyuan universe before, allowing the controlled person to do something at a fixed time. Now, it was a biological clock condensed from 3 universal laws. Even Lu Yin found it difficult to deal with. But it was just a little tricky. Lu Yin casually threw out tributaries of the river of time, hitting the biological clock. The biological clock used time to fix actions, and as long as time was disrupted, it would be ineffective. The God King did not expect his biological clock to be suppressed by time. Previously, when he was dealing with the time sequence, he had used his biological clock to suppress that sequence's time. Now, it was the other way around. This human clearly couldn't compare to that sequence when it came to the use of time. The reason why he could suppress him was because of the number of tributaries of the river of time. He threw out hundreds of tributaries of the river of time all at once. This was simply inconceivable. If that chrono-echelon cultivator could throw out so much at once, he definitely wouldn't have won so quickly. The God King could not figure it out. This human had come from the same area as him, so how could he have so many tributaries of the river of time? Lu Yin teleported in front of the God King and reached out to grab him. Suddenly, his movements paused as his arm visibly distorted. His bones, muscles, blood, skin, everything was changing. What was this? Changing his arm? No, it was to change the nature of one's body. Lu Yin suddenly looked up and stared at the God King. This is the world that you cannot see. The God King growled, Lu Yin, there is no absolute enmity between us. Why don't we just let it go? You can't beat me. Lu Yin's tone deepened. Even if there is no enmity between us, you are still a resource. Before the God King could understand, Lu Yin's arm shriveled up. When things reached an extreme, they could only move in the opposite direction. The world that the God King could not see was constantly trying to change his body, and the only response was that his body was constantly recovering. When things reached an extreme, they could only move in the opposite direction. Lu Yin clenched his fist and punched out. Starry Fist. The majestic starry fist blasted towards the God King. The God King immediately dodged, but he instantly reappeared in his original spot. Lu Yin had obtained Crow's Blink. After all, there were many green dots, but he had never used it since obtaining it. As far as the eye could see, it allowed a living being to teleport to a specific location. It was almost like cheating, just like Crow's immobilization. However, Crow's immobilization's restriction was that the user had to look at the opponent, while Crow's Blink limited the distance that the opponent could teleport to. The most important thing was to control the distance. If the opponent was prepared, then this move would not be very useful. For example, the God King had been teleported to his original position without any preparation, and he had forcefully endured the Starry Fist's attack. The Starry Fist was extremely powerful, and a single punch had shattered half of the God King's body. At the end of the day, although the God King had used a trick to reach a power level that was compatible with 3 of the universe's laws, he was still at the peak of 2. He was lucky that he had not been killed by Lu Yin's Starry Fist. The God King was shocked, as he had sensed that Lu Yin's power level had increased, but he had not expected it to increase by this much. This human truly had the power to contend with 3 of the universe's laws. This was not something that the God King could compare to. The God King gathered the surrounding dots of light, condensing them into a cone that pierced towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin's body recovered, and the world that the God King could not see continued to try to change it. However, it could not break through the limit of things reaching an extreme. The God King could not compare to the white unknown. Whoosh! There was a soft sound as Lu Yin flitted past the God King, scattering the dots of light where he had been standing. The God King quietly floated in the sky as specks of light fell off his body. The meaning of this was simple to the God King's civilization: he was walking towards death. The God Queen and the rest of the cultivators from the God King's civilization stared blankly. How could a dignified God King be defeated so miserably? Lu Yin turned around, and the naming platform hell appeared. He then tossed the God King inside to increase the Tao of Karma. Ever since he had left that area of space, he had only faced off against powerhouses from the main Tao. He had even faced off against someone as strong as the White Unknown. This was something that he had not even considered possible in that area of space. It could only be said that Lu Yin's power level and understanding had increased too quickly, and the God King could not keep up. It was as if he had just come into contact with the main Tao. Even his skeleton clone would be able to defeat this God King, let alone his main body. In reality, the God King had indeed just come into contact with the main Tao, as he could not teleport to so many places. Staying in one place for a long time was normal, but Lu Yin's actions were abnormal. The God King pulled out the battlefield, and Lu Yin first used the powerhouses from the God King's civilization to increase the Tao of Karma. Then, he killed them and removed the karmic restraints. Even though he already had the ability to reduce the karmic restraints, since he could reduce them by killing his enemies, there was no need for him to go through the trouble of doing so. Karma was not linear, and it was best for him to act as little as possible. It was just like what they had agreed upon at the beginning. However, before he killed the God King, he suddenly stopped and fell into deep thought. No one knew what he was thinking, except for Wei Rong. Wei Rong stood at the back mountain of the Above Heaven sect, his swords hanging upside down. Lu Yin suddenly appeared. "Greetings, Master Lu." Lu Yin looked at Wei Rong. "You were looking for me?" Wei Rong respectfully replied, "Your subordinate has thought of a possibility. Although the possibility is not high, I still wish to say it. I hope that I can make it in time." Lu Yin frowned. "Wang Wen's backup plan?" Wei Rong seriously replied, "Generally speaking, Wang Wen would not leave any backup plans behind, as even Wang Wen did not believe that our human civilization could escape from that area. He believed that he had everything under control, but if I were Wang Wen, I would definitely leave some leeway. This leeway is not obvious, but it has to be effective." "The God Empress," Lu Yin blurted out. Wei Rong nodded. Lu Yin had the human civilization's powerhouses remove the karmic restraints one by one. Now, only the God King and the God Empress were still alive. Whether he killed the God King or the God Empress first, it did not affect him at all. It could only be considered a coincidence that the God Empress had not been killed yet. "Master Lu, the God Empress is not dead yet, right?" "No." Wei Rong relaxed. "Although the possibility is not high, we still have to be on guard. Although Wang Wen is strong, it is unlikely that he would leave a backup plan for the God King. After all, the God King is still an expert, but the God Empress is different." Lu Yin understood. "Your reminder is timely." He then left. Actually, the possibility of Wang Wen leaving a backup plan in the God realm was extremely low, but they were still facing Wang Wen. Thus, even if the God Empress was not killed, the God King would definitely die. This was because the God King was the one who had attacked the human civilization. And killing the God King would not be done here. Lu Yin used the invisibility seed to conceal himself, and then he continuously teleported with the God Empress to return to the godless sealed region. He wanted to kill the God Empress here to prevent Wang Wen from leaving any backup plans on the God Empress body. This place was still quite far away from the human civilization. Who knew, he might even be able to bring something to the Pure Heart sect. Of course, if Wang Wen knew that the human civilization had escaped from that area, then there was nothing he could do. He would have been exposed sooner or later. The Master Dao would definitely know, as Lu Yin had taken Xianxia City away right in front of the Master Dao's echelon. Thinking about it, Wang Wen might have known as well. In outer space, where the three universes were, the God King's body was dim. He looked around. Why do you want to kill me here? Lu Ying calmly replied, to prevent Wang Wen from leaving any backup plans on you. He was very direct. The God King smiled bitterly. Is it because you humans are cautious that you humans have been able to survive until now? Perhaps. But you are also destined to be destroyed. The God King's tone changed. Lu Ying looked at him. Is this a curse before death? The God King was sorrowful. Civilization is destined to be destroyed, because civilization is not eternal. It's only a matter of time. I walked out of that area, and learned of the existence of the Lord Tao. However, even the Lord Tao, which controls the universe, must be destroyed. In the infinite possibilities of time, every possibility will eventually be destroyed. This is something that cannot be changed. Lu Yin's fingers twitched as if he had thought of something. Is this your understanding of the universe? The particles around the God King's body continued to spin faster and faster. Civilization is destined to be destroyed. What you fear will inevitably happen. Lu Yin, you humans cannot escape this law, but perhaps before that happens, you might be able to bring the human civilization to its peak. Lu Yin made his move and dealt with the God King once and for all. The God King did not want to die, but he knew that he could not escape. From the first time he had attacked the human civilization, his fate had been sealed. He could understand that civilization's fate was destruction, and he no longer had any obsession with the destruction of the divine realm. Actually, the higher one's cultivation, the less they feared death. This was because everyone could think of this. Lu Yin had even thought of the possibility that all life forms would be transformed into another form of life after death. Death was not an eternal end. But so what if he could understand this? Even if life could continue, it would no longer be him. His consciousness had truly died and would never appear again. After eradicating the divine realm civilization, Lu Yin let out a sigh of relief. He had to deal with his enemies one by one. The essence of war was to obtain a better life and peace. Thinking this way was truly hypocritical. He would not convince himself that way. From his perspective, revenge was revenge, and destruction was destruction. This was the truth. I belong to the human race, so I will do my best to protect them and destroy all enemies. This is my war. Next, Lu Yin turned to look in the direction of Moonshine Palace. The Pure Heart sect should be in that direction, as the karmic luck that had surrounded the three universes had disappeared. This meant that the Pure Heart sect had returned, and with their karmic luck, they might have found the correct direction. Lu Yin would not use the human civilization to clash with the Pure Heart sect, as the more hidden the better. However, he could still try his luck. He wanted to see how strong the Pure Heart sect was. He wanted to see how strong they were. Lu Yin began to search in that direction. He roughly estimated the Pure Heart sect's speed and then continuously teleported. Eventually, he discovered the Pure Heart sect. The moment Lu Yin saw them, the Pure Heart sect suddenly stopped and looked back. Someone had noticed them, but that person was too far away for the Pure Heart sect to see. This caused the Pure Heart sect to feel uneasy. To a certain extent, foresight represented strength. Who was watching them? The Pure Heart sect subconsciously turned invisible. Lu Yin raised a brow. Invisibility? It was the floating current technique. This fellow had stolen something good, so Lu Yin decided to see if he could snatch it back. He teleported to the Pure Heart sect's previous location and punched out. Since he could not see the Pure Heart sect, he would just attack the surroundings. The Starry Sky Fist was unparalleled in its tyrannical nature. With a single punch, it tore apart the surrounding universes. The Pure Heart sect was shocked. Who was it? It had not seen them. Faced with the Starry Sky Fist's area of effect attack, the Pure Heart sect subconsciously unleashed its heavenly fate. Purple karmic luck appeared from the void and instantly covered the entire cosmos. It swept past the Pure Heart sect and collided with the overturned universe. Boom! The universe was torn apart as the collision of power and karmic luck split the entire universe in two. The Pure Heart sect's 6 eyes continuously swiveled around, trying to find Lu Yin. Suddenly, a chill enveloped them. An invisible attack and creature. It was Lu Yin's invisibility. The Pure Heart sect hurriedly retreated. It managed to avoid the first needle of the Yama gate, but it was unable to avoid the never forget technique in the world. This palm didn't bring about a threat, but only a sense of unease. The Pure Heart sect believed that they could withstand this palm, but what never forgets in the world used was not destructive power, but a single thought, a thought that would forever remain in a certain moment. With that thought, Lu Yin unleashed his heavenly Tao of karma. Countless karma spirals pierced through the void, and one of them pierced through the Pure Heart sect. Lu Yin saw the Pure Heart sect's past. The Pure Heart sect reacted extremely quickly and sensed the power of karma. You master the Tao of karma? It raised its withered branch-like arm and gently waved it. Ripples spread out. Cold Tower's 9 tunes. A soft sound rang out. It was bone-chilling. Lu Yin's surging vitality surged into the sea like the clouds of the 9 heavens, resisting the chill. Another soft sound rang out. The 9 songs had just begun. Previously, in the face of the human civilization, the 9 tunes of the Cold Tower had been interrupted several times and had not truly been used. Accidents occurred one after another. This time, the Pure Heart sect was determined to play all 9 songs. His voice grew colder and colder. Lu Yin stood tall in the void. Karma, linear. As the 9 tunes rose, more and more linear karma gathered. The stronger the Pure Heart sect became, the more linear karma there would be, and the more linear karma Lu Yin could gather would also increase. In theory, the Pure Heart sect's attacks would never be able to surpass the convergence of linear karma, as that karma had originated from the Pure Heart sect itself. However, Lu Yin's realm was much lower than the Pure Heart sect's, so it was impossible for him to gather all of the linear karma. As time went on, it became increasingly difficult for the convergence of linear karma to suppress the Pure Heart sect. It was time. Lu Yin raised a hand and spread his fingers. An explosion. Boom. The 9 tunes broke, and the Pure Heart sect was forced back. How was this possible? The Pure Heart sect had clearly sensed that this enemy's realm was lower than its own, so how had the 9 tunes of the Cold Tower been broken? You're a human, the Pure Heart sect shouted. Lu Yin did not respond. He raised a hand and slashed out with his triple firmament sword intent. Multiple firmament sword intents rained down on the Pure Heart sect. The Pure Heart sect raised a claw and swept out, shattering the sword rain. You're definitely a human. The human civilization actually has an expert like you. But you're not my opponent. Bring your human civilization along with you, and I can promise not to destroy you. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and his heavenly Tao of karma suddenly shrank. Strands of karma spiraled towards the Pure Heart sect, and the sword rain continued to fall. The Pure Heart sect dodged the karma spirals, and the purple aura around her deepened. Her destiny condensed and soared into the sky, blasting away the sword rain and karma. Her withered claw flicked a finger, and a ripple was pulled out from her fingertip and swept into the distance. Wherever the ripple passed, the void would be pierced. It was incomparably sharp. Lu Yin hurriedly teleported away. The Pure Heart sect could roughly determine his location, just as he could roughly determine the Pure Heart sect's location. The two experts could not see each other, but their battle was incomparably intense. Strands of ripples pierced through the void. The 9 tunes of Frigid Abode were not just music, but also sharpness. Suddenly, the Pure Heart sect's position changed, and she reappeared not too far away. She was stunned. How could this be? Before she could react, a sword stabbed into her body. It was the Tao sword. Lu Yin had used Crow's Blink to launch a sneak attack on the Pure Heart sect, using his invincible innate gift to attack the Pure Heart sect. The Pure Heart sect was shocked, and just as she was about to do something, she suddenly turned around. It was inconceivable. She could not control her own body? The worldly lock descended, fusing with the green motes of light and wrapping around the Pure Heart sect. The Pure Heart sect roared, and purple light filled the sky. Her body twisted slightly, and she used a strange footwork to completely avoid the worldly lock. Lu Yin immediately punched out, using the starry fist. The gray space in front of the Pure Heart sect was like an abyss that pierced through the void. Lu Yin punched out, but after that punch, it completely scattered. Lu Yin's pupils constricted. This was another sequence's temporal technique. The Pure Heart sect had actually learned this technique? The Tao Sword erupted. The Tao Sword was a technique that severed karma. It could sever a living being's karma and strip them of their experiences, memories, abilities, opportunities, and so on. Lu Yin wanted to use the Tao Sword to sever the Pure Heart sect's 100 years of karma and see if he could snatch away the floating current technique. However, he had been too naive. The Tao Sword was stuck in the Pure Heart sect's body, and no matter how he tried to control it, it could not erupt. The Pure Heart sect had used their karma to suppress their karma, which was the same as using their good luck to suppress their past. As long as their luck was good enough, nothing bad would happen to them, and they would be able to regain what they had lost. This was karma. Lu Yin's karma heavenly Tao forcefully suppressed the Tao Sword, condensing one Tao Sword after another. He did not believe that the Pure Heart sect could suppress one Tao Sword, but could they suppress a second, a third, or even dozens? In the past, a single Tao Sword had nearly emptied the karma heavenly Tao of that era. Now, the karma heavenly Tao was incomparably boundless, so boundless that Lu Yin did not even know how exaggerated it was. Condensing dozens of Tao Swords at once was like an ordinary person facing a mountain of blades and a rain of swords. The terrifying chill was enough to suffocate someone. The light above the Pure Heart sect's head continued to stack, and her 6 eyes spun wildly. Ripples spread out beneath her feet. The frozen tower's 9 tunes were still there, but they were no longer icy. Instead, they were filled with a purple light. She fused her karma into the frozen tower's 9 tunes and raised her arms. Go! The frozen tower's 9 tunes flew out, blocking the dozens of Tao Swords. The Tao Swords and the frozen tower's 9 tunes clashed. Karma and karma competed for brilliance, causing the universe's starry sky to tremble and be destroyed. Lu Yin and the Pure Heart sect both retreated. The Pure Heart sect had not expected Lu Yin's karma to be so boundless. It was simply inconceivable, and it felt like it was facing off against 2 sequence beyonders of the Tao of karma. Lu Yin had also not expected that his karma heavenly Tao would not be able to suppress the Pure Heart sect. Wait, what's going on? At this moment, neither side could clearly see the other's strength. This had resulted in a situation where both sides were wearing each other down. Lu Yin was unwilling to accept this, as he had used many methods. But then, he suddenly thought of something, and his body continuously withered and recovered. The Pure Heart sect was similarly unwilling to accept this. Lu Yin's cultivation realm was clearly lower than theirs, so why was he using up so much of their karma? The purple pouch shriveled up slightly. They had lost too much in this battle, and they had to take revenge. The Pure Heart sect's 9 tunes beckoned at the void. This was a technique that would become stronger when facing a strong opponent, and it was also one of the most commonly used techniques of the Tao of Karma. The more karma one summoned, the stronger one's battle power would be. In the distance, purple replaced the darkness, and the deep stars were draped in a purple veil. However, in Lu Yin's eyes, another sky appeared. He continued to absorb the power of the karma heavenly Tao. In their previous exchange, the Pure Heart sect's 5 destinies and 6 chis seemed to ignore all external forces cultivated by karma, and they did not ignore the body. The few powerhouses that he had fought who focused on the Tao of karma had all ignored the body, which was why he had almost forgotten about it. The body just so happened to be Lu Yin's forte. The karma pressed down, and all that entered his eyes was purple. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. When things reach extremes, they compress strength to the extreme. He took a step forward, raised his fist, and punched out. Right in front of him. Neither side retreated. He wanted to let his opponent know that he was standing here. Boom! Under the power of the karma, the frigid tower's 9 ripples shot out. Lu Yin punched out. Civilization as the stars, the star chart as the spectrum, and the power of belief as the foundation. The karma was torn apart. The ripples were torn apart. After all, the Pure Heart sect hadn't had enough time to prepare, and they were facing Lu Yin's starry fist, which had been compressed to the extreme. This punch arrived right in front of the Pure Heart sect. The Pure Heart sect's 6 eyes stared straight ahead, and a smile suddenly appeared in its eyes. Lu Yin's heart sank. Not good, it's doing this on purpose. It's deliberately trying to create a situation where it's about to fight to the death. At that moment, a purplish-black shadow walked out from behind the Pure Heart sect. It was filled with unease and furtiveness, and it met Lu Yin's punch head-on. "Human, you know too little about my Tao of Karma. I am the Pure Heart sect." A low voice traveled to Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin punched the purplish-black shadow, shattering it to pieces. The Pure Heart sect's withered arm met his face, and the purplish-black shadow coiled around his arm like a viper. Lu Yin teleported away. The Pure Heart sect's attack had missed, and they were shocked. Why had he suddenly disappeared again? Lu Yin had clearly been on guard. In the distance, Lu Yin's green light expelled the purplish-black. This was misfortune. Apart from good luck, there was also misfortune. But what was that purplish-black shadow? In the distance, the clash between the Tao sword and the destiny continued. The Pure Heart sect barked, "Human, if you attack again, I will contact the unknown and expose your existence." The three universes' clash with the Pure Heart sect had resulted in the appearance of many suppression artifacts. These suppression artifacts were all related to the ninth array, and the unknown was dealing with the ninth array. Thus, the Pure Heart sect knew exactly what Lu Yin and the others were most worried about. Lu Yin patted his clothes and asked calmly, "Do you know what happened to Xianxia?" This was the first time the Pure Heart sect had heard Lu Yin speak, and she was confused. "What do you mean?" "Xianxia, the Tao of Maine lost a large number of powerhouses," Lu Yin slowly explained. He then looked up. "You're part of that as well, right?" The Pure Heart sect's eyes narrowed. "What did you say?" Lu Yin smiled. That's right, this was what he had seen when he had used the Tao sword to clash with the 9 songs of cold fortune. The clash between karma and destiny had allowed him to see part of the Pure Heart sect's past, and he had even seen the conversation with the blind man on the boat. He did not know what had happened back then. However, that did not stop him from saying this. After all, the Pure Heart sect was definitely related to the blind man. He had not expected this when he had seen this scene. The blind man, Xianxia, and the Pure Heart sect were actually related to each other. This was a huge secret. The Tao of Main Consciousness and Main Destiny, and the Pure Heart sect had even placed someone else into the Tao of Time. But if this was a secret, then how did the storyteller know about it? What role did he play? "It's fine if you don't understand, but you can't deny that you placed someone else into the Tao of Time," Lu Yin said. The Pure Heart sect sneered. "Do you think that you can falsely accuse me just because you say something that no one can understand? It's a fact that you humans have appeared, and there's no need to prove it. As long as you tell the unknown, they will naturally hunt you down." Lu Yin's tone was cold. "Do as you wish. Or, I can have the blind man talk to you." The Pure Heart sect barked, "What blind man?" Lu Yin did not care. "Let's go. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you." He then teleported away. With a wave of her hand, the Pure Heart sect's chi swept through the void and left. Bastard, how could this be? This human actually knew about his relationship with Blind. The most despicable person was that he actually exposed his relationship with Blind, forcing him to rush here to silence him. Otherwise, he would be in the remnant sea too. It looked at the void. How much did this human know? He had to make things clear. With Blind. Just as it was about to leave, it suddenly felt a chill run down its back. It hurriedly dodged to the side, but its body instantly changed position. It was the same move again. The human still hadn't left. "Here's something good for you." Lu Yin slammed his palm towards the Pure Heart sect. The Pure Heart sect instinctively tried to defend themselves. There was a thump as Lu Yin took a step back and disappeared. This time, he really left. He had no choice but to leave. After all, he had given the Pure Heart sect a karmic mark. It was the karma mark that he had used to kill Xianxia that allowed 7 to be captured and controlled. This time, he had come with the intention of testing the Pure Heart sect. Therefore, he had brought along General Qi to give the Pure Heart sect a pleasant surprise. Now that he had achieved his goal, he decided to leave. The Pure Heart sect wanted to chase after Lu Yin, but Lu Yin had teleported away, and it was impossible for them to catch up to him. In the next moment, a karmic mark flashed, and the Pure Heart sect saw it. Their heart sank. Was that the mark of a karmic pursuit? Why was it with them? That human had done it. How had he done it? He had actually given them the mark. The Pure Heart sect could never have imagined that something like this would happen. A karmic mark represented the killing of a ruler. There was only one way to remove a karmic mark, the Master Dao acted. Just like how Luin had used the bone sin to remove the mark, that was a power bestowed by the Death Sovereign. However, the other Master Daos had not done so. Unless there was a war between the Master Daos, then killing a ruler would give them the method to remove the mark. Otherwise, they would be hunted down by the entire Master Dao. The Master Dao was no exception. The Pure Heart sect stared at the karmic mark and felt an indescribable sense of absurdity. A human who was being hunted down by the entire Master Dao had actually given them a karmic mark. What in the world? But no matter what the Pure Heart sect thought, they had indeed obtained the mark. They could only avoid being hunted down. Far away, Luin teleported and looked up at the sky. Was this what it felt like to chase after a karmic mark? No wonder so many powerhouses from the Master Dao were chasing after him. This feeling seemed to be telling him to go after him. If he succeeded, he would be rewarded by the Master Dao. And how generous the rewards would be. This was the feeling. How many of the Master Dao's life forms could resist such temptation? Pure Heart sect, take your time. Luin gloated. As a Master Dao cultivator, he naturally would not be hunted down to death, but this karmic mark was enough to make the Pure Heart sect pay a huge price. As for whether or not it would expose the humans, that would depend on how it was related to blind. Outside Bright God Palace, within Xianxia City, Luin returned and teleported away with the city. Now that the Divine Realm civilization had been dealt with, there was no reason for him to stay here. However, before he left, he still used Bright God Palace's knowledge of the surrounding civilizations to absorb a wave of green light. Above the sky, Xianxia brewed tea for Luin. Soon after, Master Greengrass arrived. "Senior, do you have any thoughts on the human race's current situation?" Luin asked. Master Greengrass was one of the few wise men in history. Luin did not know what Mr. Freedom was like, but Master Greengrass was definitely the most intelligent man in history. Just Ancestor Hui alone had schemed for thousands of years, helping the Fifth Mainland take revenge and scheming against the Eternals. Meanwhile, Mi Jinyu had schemed against Red Hero and the Unknown. They were all using small means to win big. Even though Master Greengrass rarely interfered with the human race's affairs due to his cultivation, Luin still asked him for advice. If Master Greengrass had Lu Yin's cultivation and knowledge, he would definitely have a clearer understanding of the future of the human race. Xianxia brewed tea for Master Greengrass. Master Greengrass took a sip and then slowly put it down. Xianxia left. In the current universe, the Master Dao covers everything and is unstoppable. The only way for our civilization to survive is to not enter the Master Dao's eyes. But now, with the increase in knowledge and resources required, as well as the Master Dao's influence on the Master Dao. With the influence of the first Dao, as well as part of the power of the ninth base formation, it is impossible to develop smoothly. Luin nodded, as this was also something that troubled him. He hoped that the human race could develop steadily for a period of time, even if it took 100,000 or 1,000,000 years. However, things kept happening. Some things were passive, but others had to be done. It was as if fate was pushing you forward. Master Greengrass looked at Luin. Internally, you control everything and are the spiritual sustenance of the human race. Externally, you are invincible and fearless. Actually, you are already doing very well. Why do you have to think so much? Luin took a sip of tea and did not answer. Master Greengrass continued, then let me put it another way. Why don't you learn to compromise with yourself? Luin was puzzled. Compromise with myself? Master Greengrass smiled. You are the one who asked me about the direction of the human race, but I said this. It is not unrelated. In my opinion, or in everyone's opinion, you, Luin, are the future of the human race. The path you walk is the path of the human race. The situation you control is the situation of the human race. The reason why you asked me this question is nothing more than wanting to bring the human race out. You want to reach the peak in perfect every step, but how is that possible? Lu Yin's gaze was heavy. Yes, how was that possible? Indeed, as Master Greengrass said, he cared too much. The pressure of carrying the civilization forward and not making a single mistake was too heavy. He also wanted to play the world without worries and did not want to think so much. But how could he do it? It was impossible. Your tiredness lies in the overall situation. What you see in your eyes is the main path, and you are facing strong people who will always surpass you. You want to surpass every civilization, every strong person, and reach the peak. Perhaps it is not for yourself, but for others. This kind of civilization will no longer have any worries. But with such a heavy burden, what should you do? Lu Yin was helpless. I just want to ask Senior, what should I do? Master Greengrass said, put it down and you will have the end. Put it down? How can I put it down? How did you step into the eternal life realm? Lu Yin's gaze was shocked. Step into the eternal life realm? At that time, he wanted to put it down and thought that he had put it down. But when he walked into the distance and saw more, the heavy burden appeared again. It was not that he did not want to put it down, but how could he put it down? He was used to carrying the civilization forward. Looking at Lu Yin's tired eyes, Master Greengrass sighed. It was not that he had never encountered such a situation. Qing Lian was the same. As the strongest eternal life realm, he carried the civilization. He obviously had great talent, but he suppressed himself so that he could not become a threat. If he did not want to, how could he do it? If he did not do it, how could the human race survive? He could say that he had put it down, but if Lu Yin put it down, who would bear it? Master Greengrass opened his mouth but could not say anything. Lu Yin's tired eyes made his heart ache. He left the back of the mountain. Lu Yin sat quietly. Longxi came behind him, put her hand on his back, and gently massaged his shoulders. The deep darkness quietly replaced the sky. The stars moved, and time seemed to have ceased to exist. Mr. Mu came and sat opposite Lu Yin. He did not speak. Longxi went to make tea for Mr. Mu, but Mr. Mu stopped her. Lu Yin took a sip of tea. Master, I feel countless eyes staring at us now. There is hostility everywhere. The war will never end. Mr. Mu said, then let's fight. Lu Yin looked at him. Mr. Mu met Lu Yin's gaze and smiled. Fight for yourself, for your civilization, for your greed, for your pity, and for everything that you have. Civilization is heavy, and you carry it on your back. Civilization is pushing you. Lu Yin nodded. Lu Yin pondered for a moment and smiled. I am not lost, nor am I retreating. Master Greengrass thinks that I am tired and wants me to relax for a while. To be honest, I am used to it. Mr. Mu sighed. Just walk the path you want to walk. You don't have to worry about anything. Civilization exists because of you, so you can do whatever you want. Lu Yin was speechless. I was just thinking about what to do, and Master Xianxia consoled me. Then is there any use? Mr. Mu asked. Lu Yin could not help but laugh. He had to admit that he had relaxed a little. Let's think about it another way. If you don't have civilization and only have yourself, what will happen? Mr. Mu suddenly said something that shocked Lu Yin. He had never considered such a possibility. He had long since been bound to civilization, and he was used to it. However, such a possibility really existed. What would happen if human civilization disappeared and he had to face the master path alone? He would be surrounded by endless loneliness. Compared to this loneliness, carrying civilization on his back made him feel much happier. Although, he had never complained. In the end, there was no point in thinking too much. His level was too low, and he was far from being able to scheme against the master path. Thus, he had to increase his strength. Looking at himself, there were a few things he could do to improve his strength. Among them, he was most concerned about the green dye, which was also the most likely to help him deal with the main path. Until now, no one else had been able to see it. He could not understand what kind of power it was. He had thought about it many times. Was it the mother tree's vitality? The mother tree's consciousness? There was no real answer to the Mother Tree's question. However, this power often had miraculous effects. With the current situation in the universe, the master path of death had temporarily reconciled with the other paths because of the two battles between Juqing and Canhai. Luyin took this opportunity to strengthen the green dot and accumulate a foundation. At the same time, human civilization needed time to increase its strength and recuperate. Luyin left with Xianxia, but the Pure Heart sect was not having a good time. It had just chased away a candidate from the path of time that had been chasing after it, but that candidate had been frightened by the Pure Heart sect just as he was about to attack. The Pure Heart sect did not pursue the matter, as there would be many such incidents in the future. That human was too hateful, and they had to meet up with Blind Man. However, in their current situation, Blind Man might not dare to meet up with them. The situation was becoming more and more difficult to understand, and that humans seemed to know a lot about what they were doing. 30 years passed, and one day, Luyin walked out of the cosmic civilization and returned to Xianxia. Behind him, the Mother Tree had been reduced to ashes. No matter how big the Mother Tree was, it was nothing more than a branch of the Mother Tree. Perhaps he was just comforting himself, but this thought made him feel even more at ease as he took the green dot away. This green light should be the vitality of the Mother Tree. As the Mother Tree turned into ashes, the civilization behind him fell into panic and unease. However, they would soon discover that Luyin had left something behind in the Mother Tree's original location. It was something that he had left behind to help the civilization's development. Space civilizations could be destroyed or born at any time. Many creatures were already numb to it, but he found that the more he absorbed the green light spots, the weaker this numbness became. He thought he could kill and take, just like those immortal realm experts. However, the weaker the civilization, the harder it was for him to do so. This was fake compassion. He didn't think of himself as a kind person, but he still felt uncomfortable when he saw the helpless eyes of those weak creatures. It could be considered a trade. Although it had only been 30 years, he had obtained a lot of green light spots because of his understanding of the civilizations in the Bright God Palace. Now, the green light spots had been combined by Luyin into a big tree in the heart of the universe. That's right, he had combined the green light spots into a tree. In the past, the green light spots were hazy and scattered. Although they were sparse now, they had a shape. He could add them to make the tree stronger, or he could combine them into another tree. He continued to search for civilizations. Everyone who practiced the mirroring technique stood around Xianxia. Every time they teleported to a place, they would use the technique to check. Although the efficiency was very low, they would occasionally find an altar, which meant that they had found a civilization that could communicate with each other. This way, they could obtain a lot of green light spots. Lu Yin's method of searching was to survey the entire universe. The direction he teleported in was the extension of the Mother Tree's branches instead of searching like a headless fly. The further he went, the more effective his method of searching for the Mother Tree became. One day, the desolate ancestor found Luyin and asked to leave. Luyin was surprised. Leave? Where to? The desolate ancestor said, travel, I guess. Luyin immediately refused. Senior, this is a vast universe. It's not the fifth mainland, nor is it the Tianyuan universe. Once we leave Xianxia, we might not meet again in this lifetime. I understand your determination to become stronger, but... The desolate ancestor interrupted. You forgot that I fixed the karmic natal chart. It's the master path of karma. Who in the universe dares to attack the master path of karma? There are definitely some, but we're not that unlucky. As for meeting again, it's very simple. We just need to arrange a place. Luyin hesitated. The desolate ancestor smiled. Don't worry about our safety. Maybe the next time we meet, I'll be an immortal. Luyin couldn't refuse the desolate ancestor. The desolate ancestor was a senior with his own determination and thoughts. No matter how high Lu Yin's cultivation was, he couldn't stop him. Everyone had their own destiny, and he had no right to interfere. Even if the others wanted to leave, he couldn't stop them, let alone the desolate ancestor. In the end, Luyin agreed, but it was difficult to arrange a place to meet. They didn't have a clear map of the square-inch distance. Even if Gui Xing and the desolate ancestor left Xiang City, they wouldn't be able to find a place he knew. Senior, you can leave if you want, but let me think about how to meet again, Luin said. The desolate ancestor agreed. There was no reason for him to disagree. He was going out to cultivate, not completely leaving human civilization. He wasn't looking for death. After the desolate ancestor left, Luin pondered for a long time before teleporting away. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Ikai. Ikai was fiddling with materials and arranging the 12 revolutions of Heaven's will. Lu Yin's sudden appearance shocked him. Greetings, Master Lu. He was now learning from the others. Luin looked at Ikai. You can extract consciousness from still objects. Can you do the opposite and give consciousness to still objects? Ikai was stunned and looked at Luin. Why does Master Lu think so? Just tell me if it's possible or not. Yes, of course it's possible. In our civilization, some of our kind are researching this method. They hope to extract the power of still objects and give it to animals or other still objects to create destructive power and achieve the goal of civilization war. Luin raised an eyebrow. What does your civilization think of this method? Ikai said, it's acceptable, but not common. Luin understood that the 12 transformations of heavenly will was the orthodox method for a civilization. They wanted to use the 12 transformations of heavenly will as the core to increase the civilization's overall strength. Everything else, whether it was the flow of time, or the flow of consciousness, were all secondary. Only some creatures were researching this method. It was just like how human civilization was divided into a cultivation civilization and a technological civilization. Ikai was shocked when Luin suddenly mentioned this. Perhaps his first reaction was that Luin had found the tinder of the civilization. Can you give my consciousness to still objects? As long as I'm willing, I can activate my consciousness no matter how far away it is, Luin asked. Ikai was troubled. No matter how far away it is? It has to be far enough. It's best if there's no distance limit. That's impossible. Without a distance limit, even the main path can't do it. In theory, as long as you have enough consciousness, you can reach a level where you can ignore distance. But other than the Lord of Consciousness, no other creature can do it. It's not to the extent where the Lord of Consciousness can cover the entire area. Luin thought for a moment and said, let's put it this way. If an eternal realm wants to leave Xiang City, my goal is to give him a part of my consciousness. When he wants to join us or is in danger, he can activate his consciousness and let me see it for a moment. In that moment, I can bring him back. Ikai was stunned. He didn't understand what Luin was talking about. Bring back what? Even if you can see it, how can you bring it back from far away? It didn't know about teleportation. As long as Luin could see 2 directions at the same time, no matter how far they were, he could reach them in an instant. Giving Ancestor Ku's consciousness was equivalent to leaving an avatar with Ancestor Ku, and he could bring Ancestor Ku back at any time. Luin thought this was the safest method. After talking for a long time, Ikai finally understood and knew about teleportation. He then said, I can't do it. Lord Lu, the biggest hurdle to achieve this is the material. This is also a hurdle set up by the 12 revolutions of Heaven's will. Using the 12 revolutions of Heaven's will to analyze the material and reassemble it to achieve the desired effect. This is something we have been researching. If we want to achieve this possibility, we'll have to start another research project. We'll specialize in researching material that can preserve consciousness forever. We'll use the 12 transformations of heavenly will to analyze it with countless possibilities. There's a saying in the Destiny civilization, everything in the universe is possible. That's absolutely true. As long as we have time, we can even research a material that can instantly kill a ruler. However, no one knows how long that will take. It's possible that our civilization will have produced a ruler by then. So. Luin interrupted, so what you lack is something that can preserve consciousness forever. Yes. Consciousness streams can extract the consciousness of still objects and animals. The extracted consciousness can be absorbed and cultivated, but it's limited to animals. It can't be passively attached to them forever. We can't permanently stuff the extracted consciousness back in. It's just like how you can't enlighten a rock and give birth to sentience. It really was possible. Lu Tongtian's Grand Tongtian art could bestow life and non-life. This was a method that could be cultivated to the extreme, and it wasn't something the Destiny civilization could imagine. Of course, this didn't mean that it would surpass the Destiny civilization. It just meant that the path they took was different. No matter how miraculous the Grand Tongtian art was, it had nothing to do with Luin. Luin raised his hand and a stone appeared in front of Ikai. Look at this. Ikai took the stone and looked at it. You can attach your consciousness to it? This is called a pathfinding stone, Luin explained. It's a special stone with a consciousness attached to it. It's very hard, and even a tribulation expert would find it difficult to break it. Take a look and see if it works. Ikai was excited and began to study it. Luin was in no rush. A few days later, Ikai found Luin. If you can attach your consciousness to the stone, your idea will definitely work. Luin relaxed. So it can be done? Ikai was certain, yes. In the past, the stone's consciousness would be consumed the further it was thrown. That's because the consciousness attached to it is moving, and anything that moves will consume energy. However, the consciousness I extracted from the 12 transformations of heavenly will. Consciousness is still, and when it's attached to the stone, it won't move even if it's thrown out. There's no consumption, or rather, the consumption is so small that it's negligible. In this way, the consciousness will be preserved forever. Luin looked at the stone. Then let's begin. Extract some of my consciousness and attach it to the stone. Yes, Master Lu, there's something I need to remind you of. Ikai's voice was solemn. In our civilization's understanding, everything in the universe can be connected, whether it's time, consciousness, karma, or destiny. There's an influence. It doesn't matter if the influence is large or small. Luin stared at Ikai. So you're saying that the more I split my consciousness, the more likely it will be used by others to affect me? Ikai nodded. The possibility is low, but we're facing the master path, and no one knows what kind of power the master path has. Perhaps we can use Master Lu's scattered consciousness to affect Master Lu. Luin had thought of this a long time ago. When he'd first contacted his main body, he'd thought that since the further the distance, the longer the consciousness would remain stagnant, the more likely it would exist in an interactive space that he couldn't see. Without a similar space, how could he see two consciousnesses and two scenes at the same time? It was like a conversation, where sound was transmitted through air or water. No matter how efficient the transmission was, there was bound to be a medium. This meant that the consciousness had a medium as well. Just because he couldn't see it didn't mean that the master path's powerhouses couldn't. If there came a day when he saw such a medium and wanted to attack him, he wouldn't need to look for himself, he could just look for his consciousness. This was a disadvantage. Therefore, even if he wanted to split out his consciousness, the less the better. He tried his best to minimize the impact on himself. Thank you for the reminder. I understand now, Luin replied. After that, he sent his consciousness into the 12 transformations of heavenly will and used it to transform his consciousness into a stream of static energy that was given to the Pathfinder stone. He then tested it out and had Lu Wan teleport to a distant location. He teleported to Lu Xuan and brought him back. He looked at the Pathfinder stone in his hand and sighed. Anything could happen in the universe. If the combination of the Divine Will civilization and the Pathfinder stone could give birth to a stream of consciousness, then what about other civilizations? Every civilization had its own characteristics and abilities. If anyone could see all the civilizations in the universe, then they would have unlimited possibilities. Unfortunately, no one was capable of such a feat, not even the sovereign. Soon after, Luin solemnly handed the pathfinding stone to Kuzu. Withered Ancestor took it and sighed. It feels like a disciple leaving the mountain. Luin laughed. Senior, you've protected us many times. This time, it's my turn. Kuzu smiled. I'm happy to be protected. Xiaoqi, I'll leave the human civilization to you. Luin bowed deeply to Kuzu. I hope you'll return with eternal life. Kuzu was much more cheerful than before. He laughed and turned to leave. Soon, Kuzu and Guixing left Xiang City. As he watched them leave, Luin took a deep breath and teleported away with Xiangqing. Kuzu looked back in the starry sky. Xiang City was gone, and he didn't know when they would meet again. what would it be like then? At the side, Guixing's expression was ugly. He glanced at Ancestor Ku, feeling rather displeased. This guy didn't know that Luin had forced something into his body before they left. Guixing had to protect this guy. It was disgusting, but he couldn't say it out loud. If not for that, he would have thrown this guy away. There was no other way now. Let's go. What are you looking at? Guixing was impatient. Kuzu looked away and gazed into the starry sky. Let's go. On the other side, Luin suddenly remembered the 9 tribulations heavens bear. He had kept it in Mount Supreme and had forgotten about it. He took out the 9 tribulations heavens bear and looked at it. 3 out of the 4 masters of Glittering Jewel Heaven had died. Without Glittering Jewel Heaven, the 9 tribulations heavens bear wouldn't exist for long. It might not die, but the fate given by Lu Tongtian might be gone. Fortunately, Glittering Jewel Heaven was still in Lu Yin's hands. Luin made a deal with it. It would teach a person the cultivation of the mortal world in exchange for letting it live in Glittering Jewel Heaven. The 9 tribulations heavens bear agreed. Its original form was a white mink. Luin remembered the scene in the Blood Peach Blossom's memory. Under the peach blossom tree, Lu Tongtian sat cross-legged while the white mink ran. That white mink was the 9 tribulations heavens bear. Compared to the Blood Peach Blossom and the rest, it had feelings for Lu Tongtian. The Blood Peach Blossom was a tree. Before it was given a fate, it didn't have any feelings. It didn't hate or sacrifice. It belonged to the mutated life dominator race. It was already dead, so it was equivalent to being saved by a fate. Its gratitude towards Lu Tongtian was replaced by years of hatred. Needless to say, the 10,000 feet mountain was a weapon. Only the white mink was a life. It was equivalent to Lu Tongtian's pet. No matter how much it hated Lu Tongtian over the years, it would submit to the human civilization in order to save its life. As a life, its desire to live was not something that the Blood Peach Blossom and the rest could compare to. As for the fact that it had once watched the lost clan being exterminated, it couldn't be used as a reason not to take revenge. It could only be said that it would repay the debt in the latter half of its life. After all, its mission was to protect the lost clan. After obtaining the 9 tribulations heavens bear submission, the human civilization's battle prowess skyrocketed. In terms of strength, the 9 tribulations heavens bear even surpassed Boss Toad. Boss Toad couldn't compare to the 9 tribulations heavens bear in terms of realm or age. And the one who had taught the 9 tribulations heavens bear was the crazy director. The crazy director had always been here in Astral 10 of the Tianyuan universe. Luin brought the 9 tribulations heavens bear here and left not long after. As for what the crazy director could learn from the 9 tribulations heavens bear, it was none of his business. He could only do his best to increase the opportunities for the human civilization to become stronger. Any human eternal life realm expert was precious. Currently, the most popular person in the human civilization was Chaos. This creature who had survived since the 9 tribulations era and had a very good impression of human civilization was like a living history book that everyone wanted to turn to. Senior Chaos, may I ask what the social structure of the second stronghold was like back then? Chaos glanced at the young man who asked the question. He was wearing glasses and looked very refined. Are you from the second stronghold? The young man said respectfully, no. Then why are you asking this? To learn. Chaos. He really could not answer this question. What was the social structure of the second stronghold? Senior Chaos, were there a lot of geniuses in that era? A young man asked excitedly. This young man was Wei Rong's descendant. Chaos was satisfied. Now that sounded like a question. Yes, there were a lot of geniuses. Every stronghold had its own top geniuses, but due to the unique characteristics of the strongholds, some geniuses were drowned out while others were able to shine. Why were they drowned out? How should I put it? Every stronghold had different responsibilities, and the base master had different aspirations for human civilization. As a result, some people's thoughts were changed. For example, the 5th stronghold had given birth to many geniuses, but the base master, he was forced to become a miser. Miser? And the 7th stronghold was filled with treacherous people. You can't even call them elites. What about the third stronghold? What's the situation in the third stronghold? This was an old man from the Lost Tribe. He had witnessed the Lost Tribe fight against the Eternals in the Tianyuan universe and witnessed the death of Grand Elder Shangu. He could be said to be the oldest surviving member of the Lost Tribe. Of course, he was only relatively old and could not be compared to Chaos at all. The Lost Tribe had a cultivation technique that could also be considered a trap technique. It was known as the Third Stronghold. At that time, the Lost Tribe did not know that the Third Stronghold was one of the 9 bases and only thought it had a strange name. Later on, they learned they might have inherited the Third Stronghold from the 9 bases. This old man was very curious about what his ancestor was like. Chaos said, "The Third Stronghold's base master is Lu Tongtian. The leader of human civilization, Lu Yin, is a descendant of Lu Tongtian." The old man was shocked. The base master is from the Lu family? The others were also stunned. They had never associated the Lost Tribe's third stronghold with the Lu family, but they did not expect the Lu family's patriarch to be the third stronghold's base master. Chaos corrected him. To be precise, it was Lu Tongtian who fought his way out of the third stronghold. It's not wrong to say that the third stronghold belongs to the Lu family. I've already told Lu Yin about that. What's the dancing light stream? The old man asked again. Every stronghold had its own cardinal turbid treasure, and everyone wanted to know about their own cardinal turbid treasure. Lu Yin stood in the starry sky and looked around. As long as he wanted to listen, there was nothing in the 3 universes that could hide from him. He had also been listening to Chaos talk about the 9th stronghold. Some things could not be asked immediately because there was no clue at all. Many things were hidden in daily life. Chaos could not possibly reveal his entire life to Lu Yin. He could not even do that because it was too long. Chaos thought for a moment. The dancing light stream is the third stronghold's cardinal turbid treasure. However, compared to the other cardinal turbid treasures, this cardinal turbid treasure is half a product of nature and half a product of man. By nature, it means that the turbid treasure is indeed a turbid treasure. Don't ask me where the turbid treasure came from. I can't explain it. Just like the cauldron and red umbrella you all have now, I don't know where they came from either. The dancing light stream was originally a deck of cards that needed to be filled in. Lu Tongtian obtained it and filled it with power to create the complete dancing light stream. I can't go into any more detail than that since it's meaningless anyway. That card seems to have been shattered during the battle of the 9th stronghold. Everyone sighed when they heard the flying light being shattered. Flowing light dancing in the air. Just from the sound of it, one could tell that it was powerful. Not far away, Patriarch Lu Yuan, Lu Tianyi, and the others heard it. Lu Tongtian? A true patriarch. Lu Yin had already told them that the person known as Commander Jiu Lei had created the Great Heavenly Technique. Perhaps the general appointment platform had been passed down from this patriarch. May I ask, Senior Hunji? People kept asking, and Hunji enjoyed this feeling of being omniscient. Ever since Hunji returned, he realized that his days had changed. Not for the better, but for the worse. Back then, he had relied on Lu Yin's support to run amok and dared to show disrespect to anyone. Now that he was under the patriarch's control, he had to be polite. Shichi, that girl, had clearly jumped up. This was different from what he had imagined when the patriarch returned. Patriarch, please get out of here. Soon, 100 years passed. During these 100 years, Lu Yin focused on searching for the mother tree of civilization and helping Yi Kai collect materials for the 12 transformations of Heaven's will. As for the Pure Heart sect, he had long forgotten about them. No matter how capable they were, they could not catch up to him. During this time, he had also encountered a powerhouse who could freeze karma, but he had avoided them. He did not want to know what was going on in the outside world. For cultivators, 1,000 years or even 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The matter of the Death Lord calling him to the mother tree could be delayed for 10,000 years. He needed to be more confident. Another 100 years passed. On this day, Lu Yin and the others saw a shocking scene. A huge silver fox was lying in the starry sky. Its size was shocking. Lu Yin had never seen such a huge creature. If it was stuffed into the Tianyuan universe, It could fill the entire universe, but it would not be enough. Silver light flowed around its body, and it looked very comfortable. Its entire head was curled up inside its body, but one could tell that it was a fox at a glance. It was as if one would know that it looked like that when they saw it, or rather, it had to look like that. In front of the silver fox was a cosmic civilization. Its mother tree was huge, comparable to the immortal Plume civilization's mother tree. Luin saw it and was rather envious. However, the silver fox was like a bucket of cold water, dispelling his thoughts. Such a big silver fox should be very strong. Let's leave first. I think it's best if we don't provoke Silver Fox, reminded Patriarch Lu Yuan. He had the light mirror art, so he immediately saw Silver Fox and the civilization behind him. Soon after, Chaos arrived and looked at Silver Fox from afar. Eh? Aren't they the two foxes? Senior, have you seen him before? Luin asked. Chaos nodded. I've seen them once a long time ago. They're a pair of silver foxes, a male and a female. They're not weak at all. It's said that they're the biggest creatures in the universe. However, at that time, I only saw them and did not come into contact with them. These two foxes have strange temperaments and are very aggressive towards other creatures. They are only attached to each other and cannot tolerate other creatures in their eyes. I just didn't expect Silver Fox to be so civilized. Looks like that civilization isn't small. Luin looked at the Silver Fox's civilization. He was attracted by the huge silver fox and the mother tree in front of him and did not look at the civilization seriously. Now that he looked at it, his eyes widened. What's going on? Patriarch Lu Yuan hurriedly looked over, and his expression changed. Chaos couldn't see that far, but he could see Silver Fox clearly. It was simply too big, and Silver Fox was already the limit of his vision. It was already far enough from Xianxia City, but that civilization was even further away. Furthermore, the creatures in that civilization were small in size. Being able to see the universe of the civilization did not mean that they could see the civilization clearly. What's wrong? Lu Yin's expression was grave. Senior, you stay here. I'll go take a look. Be careful, Patriarch Lu Yuan warned. He then met Chaos's gaze and said in a low voice, that civilization is rotten. What do you mean? The entire civilization is filled with disgusting bugs. There's nothing else besides bugs and turbid plants. There are no silver foxes of the same race? Chaos asked. Patriarch Lu Yuan looked over again and said in a low voice, there are, but their bodies have been hollowed out by bugs. Only their skeletons are left. Many skeletons. Chaos was shocked and looked into the distance. There was actually such a thing? If that civilization was like that, then what about this silver fox? On the other side of Silver Fox, Luin teleported over and looked up. The silver fox that had curled its head into its body was clearly a skeleton draped in Silver Fox's skin. Its entire body had been hollowed out, and only the white bones supported the fox skin. It emitted a soft silver light and looked extremely horrifying. Luin looked at the silver fox that was only left with white bones and then turned to look at the Silver Fox civilization. He saw countless identical skeletons but countless times smaller. The entire civilization was rotten. Suddenly, he remembered that in the huge city, the storyteller had given him a list of wandering camps. There seemed to be a silver fox in it. Yes, no wonder it felt so familiar at first glance. He had not seen it before but heard of it. There was a silver fox in the wandering camp, but it only had the two words Silver Fox. This was the name in the storyteller's list and there was no other introduction. Chaos said that he had seen a male and a female. Then, this silver fox might be one of them. The other huge silver fox was in the wandering camp. Luin looked at this silver fox deeply and turned to enter the universe in front of him. As far as the eye could see, there were disgusting bugs everywhere. They were not powerful, but there were so many of them that it was terrifying. There were also some decaying plants in the space of the civilization that emitted a strong stench. The entire civilization was ruined. He looked at the mother tree. Under the huge mother tree, countless bugs were gnawing away at its roots. Only when he got closer could he see that the mother tree had clearly withered. It was covered in a silver radiance and seemed to be full of vitality, but it would collapse in a short period of time. Such a huge mother tree had been gnawed away for who knew how long. Luin scanned the area with his consciousness, but there was no silver fox. The entire civilization's intelligent life had been destroyed. He did not know how to describe this feeling. He had destroyed civilizations before, and the human civilization's expeditions had brought about the destruction of other universes. But compared to this, there was an indescribable discomfort. He teleported to the side of the mother tree and placed his hand on it, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The mother tree trembled and turned to dust. Countless green specks of light merged into Lu Yin's body. Even though the mother tree's roots had been gnawed away, there were still many green specks of light. This made Lu Yin suspect that these specks of light were not the mother tree's vitality. Otherwise, how could it still have so much vitality? The mother tree disappeared, and a huge silver radiance flowed down like a waterfall. It scattered downwards and formed a silver river. It looked beautiful at first glance, but no one would have guessed that there were bugs beneath the silver river. Lu Yin teleported back to Xiang City and ordered the Huijin civilization to drift and bury the universe. Even though they were just bugs and would not increase any karmic restraints, Lu Yin did not want to make a move. Wandering was the perfect choice to bury the silver universe. Not long after, Wandering activated and was released. The universe's starry sky tilted in one direction. To the bugs in that universe, it was the end of the world. But did they truly experience the fear of the end of the world? The universe disappeared, and the tributaries of the river of time were swept away. Only the white skeleton draped in fox skin remained, and Wandering was difficult to shake. This silver fox must have been extremely powerful when it was alive. Lu Yin raised his hand, and a huge force vibrated, sending it on its way. Since it was already dead, there was no need for it to suffer such humiliation. This move must have come from the sovereigns, as the other silver fox was in the Wandering camp. As the huge silver fox's corpse dispersed, the silver radiance that flowed from the silver fox's corpse suddenly condensed and formed a small and nimble silver fox. It stepped on the void and wandered freely in the universe, looking very happy. Countless people in Xiang City saw this scene. The small silver fox danced about, full of innocence. Vaguely, it was as if the giant silver fox had appeared inside. The silver fox sighed. "Don't forget the depths and dance alone in the starry sky," Grandmaster Grass sighed emotionally. The small silver fox that wandered through the starry sky finally dispersed. Countless people were unable to look away. They all knew that the small silver fox might have been the child of the large silver fox, and that it had died in the starry sky just like its mother. That silver light was the last bit of tenderness the silver fox had given to its child. Lu Yin stood in the starry sky for a long time, silent. No one knew what he was thinking. If the silver fox in the Wandering camp saw this scene, what would it think? It would probably go crazy. Time continued to pass. After seeing the silver fox's corpse, Lu Yin fell silent. He suddenly realized that there were some things that could be done not just for himself or his civilization, but also for other living beings. Even though other living beings might view his civilization as an enemy. People might die from the environment, but the environment still had to be protected. It was this kind of contradiction. A few decades later, he saw a battle. 3 temporal echelon candidates were attacking a temporal echelon candidate. That candidate was ranked 9th on the temporal echelon, named Wall, and was not weak. By the time Lu Yin and the others saw it, the battle was already nearing its end. But as long as it was not over, it was not too late. Lu Yin personally took action and captured all the Eternal Realm cultivators on both sides of the battle. He also took away their tributaries from the River of Time. First, he would add a wave of causal heavenly Tao. Whether or not the temporal echelon was a candidate, they were all enemies. Through this Wall Divine Palace, Lu Yin understood the civilizations within its range, which increased his number of green dots. In this way, time continued to pass. Lu Yin had already gotten used to constantly teleporting and searching for the mother tree. Of course, he also helped Ikai collect materials during this time. Looking back at the starry sky, it had been more than 2,000 years since the battle with the Pure Heart sect. Many people had gone into seclusion. Lu Yin was collecting what he wanted, and the civilizations he came into contact with along the way gave others inspiration. For example, Xianxia had said before he went into seclusion that he would definitely break through to the eternal realm. As human civilization grew stronger, the difficulty of breaking through to the eternal realm also decreased. For the sovereigns, breaking through to the eternal realm was not difficult. The main reason was that they had too many resources and too much knowledge. Over the past few years, Lu Yin's greatest harvest was that he had increased the number of green dots in the starry sky in his heart from 1 tree to 100. There were 100 trees formed by green dots. Although the dots were sparse, they still had the shape of a tree. This meant that there were 100 times more green dots in his body than there were 2,000 years ago. Looking at the entire area, the mother tree's branches that spread throughout the universe were still very small. Of course, if it was limited to a certain location, it would be obvious that it was bald. For example, when he absorbed all the mother trees of civilization in the Bi Divine Palace, Lindao Divine Palace, and Command Divine Palace, the branches in the 3 divine palaces were obviously bald. However, it was just a branch. How many branches did a tree have? The path was still long. Bang bang bang. The sounds of collisions came from space. Many people in Xiang City were alarmed and looked over. Lu Yin and Chaos crossed paths under the starry sky and continued to fight. Even Hun Ji was confused. How did you cultivate? How can you be so strong? Unbelievable. Even during the 9th base era, there weren't many humans who could reach your strength. Lu Yin smiled. So there are some? Chaos rolled his eyes. Don't think too highly of yourself. Cultivation is endless, and you'll never be the strongest. At least from what I know, there were several people who could surpass you in strength during the 9th base era. For example, the guy you're most familiar with, Pan. You can tell from his name that he's very strong. Lu Yin agreed. His name sounded like he could take a beating. How did this Pan war god cultivate? Chaos thought for a moment. He took a beating. He took a beating that was close to crazy. Of course, he was also very talented. The more he took a beating, the stronger he got. It was a miracle in that era. This guy cultivated all kinds of powers, but his comprehension ability was so good that even Mr. Carefree couldn't find fault with it. It could be said that if he was given enough time, he could destroy the Lord's path. Lu Yin was entranced. Really? Chaos said, of course. That guy was recognized as the war god of 9th base. It wasn't just a title given by the enemy, but also acknowledged by himself. Those who admired him worshipped him crazily, while those who hated him wanted to bury him in the toilet. Why is that? What would you think if you found out one day that the disciple you taught so carefully was in disguise? Lu Yin was speechless. Chaos said, in order to cultivate all kinds of powers, this guy has done everything he can to sneak into the various strongholds and steal their techniques. He's disgusted a lot of people. So, how should I put it? Before the Battle of 9 Bases, he was synonymous with moral corruption. But the War of 9 Bases. It did not continue. During the Battle of 9 Bases, Pan Zizi had guarded one side and killed many people. He thought that he was facing the masters of the fishing civilization, but there were masters of the path of death hidden among them. Perhaps there were other masters of the path of death. The battle god had fought until the very last moment, and he hadn't retreated even half a step. Even their mounts were unwilling to bear the burden of the enemy, never to rise again. Maybe if we could turn back time, Jiu Lei and the others would fight for him to cultivate. Chaos sighed. On the other side, Lu Yin raised his hand and formed a worldly lock with his consciousness. Senior, don't move. Let me test the power of this worldly lock. Chaos was speechless. To think that you can say that. Fine, do whatever you want. However, this heaven and earth lock is useless. Back then, there was an old fellow in the main consciousness who tried to lock me down, but I managed to break free. Your consciousness is far inferior. It did not move at all. The worldly lock bound Chaos, and then it was dumbfounded. Why couldn't it break free? It continued to exert strength. Lu Yin frowned. Chaos was much stronger than him, and even surpassed the white unknown. It could break free from the worldly lock with brute strength. Alone. Then, he would add more green dots. He kept adding more to the worldly lock. Chaos also kept increasing its strength, even using battle techniques and innate gifts. Using the worldly lock to bind chaos at his peak was equivalent to binding the white unknown at its peak. Luin wanted to see how many green dots it would take to bind chaos. The result was out. It was more than the amount needed for a tree. This result was beyond Lu Yin's expectations. He had fought the white unknown before, and back then, he had only used a few green dots to bind it. Now, there were many more. Of course, the result was different. Back then, he had only temporarily bound the white unknown. At that time, the white unknown had already fought and was no longer in its peak state. It could still move. If he wanted to immobilize such a powerhouse, he would need a lot more green dots. Luin used the green dots that could bind chaos as a unit to form a new tree of green dots. Excluding the ones that had been consumed, he had condensed more than 70 trees. There were less than 100 left. But this was the best way. He could use the green dots that could bind a powerhouse with 3 universal laws as a unit, so he would know when he fought. Little guy, what's going on? There's something wrong with your worldly lock. Chaos was still bound. Luin looked at Chaos. Senior, please cooperate with me. See how long you can bind me so that I'll know how to deal with those masters in the future. Chaos opened its mouth and wanted to refute, but it was too full of itself to say anything now. In the end, Luin took it to a place where no one could see it. This could be considered as saving Chaos's face. At the same time, he could also calculate the time and see how long a single tree's green dots could last to bind a powerhouse like Chaos. At a certain location, a figure stood in outer space, seemingly waiting for something. Not long after, the void distorted, and a figure appeared. We've finally caught up. I don't know how you did it, but we've prepared for so long to chase after you. We shouldn't return empty-handed, right? As the voice faded, another figure walked out and surrounded the figure that had previously stood in the starry sky. The figure looked up and its 6 eyes looked to the sides. The 2 cultivators from the primary Tao had been feeling quite pleased with themselves, but as soon as they saw who it was, their expressions changed drastically. Sect leader Xianxia, they exclaimed. The figure standing in outer space was the Xianxia sect. It looked away. Scram. The 2 figures hurriedly left, not daring to look back. How dare they chase after a Master Tao? They had not expected that the being chased by the Master Tao was actually a Master Tao. Was this a betrayal? A bunch of reckless trash, the Xianxia sect cursed. Ever since Luin had placed a karmic mark on it, it had been constantly being chased. Even though it did not need to do anything and could use its aura to scare off these fellows, the rulers would occasionally appear, so it could only avoid them. A black awning ship approached from afar. The blind man sat on the ship and smiled at it. Long time no see, Xianxia sect. I heard that you've been quite high profile recently. The Xianxia sect stepped onto the ship and sat across from the blind man with a gloomy expression. What's up with that human civilization? The blind man shook his head and picked up a bamboo pole. With a casual wave, the void split open and blood splattered across the darkness. Disobedient brat. The Master Tao isn't someone you can spy on. The Xianxia sect's gaze turned even darker. These idiots don't even think about what kind of existence is worthy of being chased by the Master Tao. How annoying. The blind man put down the pole and poured a cup of tea for the Xianxia sect. There's no need to be so angry. Some people risk their lives on the path of cultivation, while others rely on opportunities. I can only say that that brat wanted to rely on luck, but its luck wasn't long enough. The Xianxia sect said, cut the crap. What's up with that human civilization? And that brat, how dare he expose me? What's he trying to do? The blind man said helplessly, I can't control what he wants to do. After all, we're not of one mind. As for that human civilization, it's a bit complicated. Complicated? It involves a lot of things. If you fought with a brat before, you should know that he's not someone to be trifled with. The pure heart sect's mind immediately thought of the invisible existence that had tossed the karmic mark to it. Is that little guy you're talking about able to turn invisible? The blind man smiled. You've fought with him? The Xianxia's eyes flashed. He's not easy to deal with. You should set aside your grudge for now. We'll use them to bait the Master Dao and pry open a bigger crack. Then what about my karmic mark? It's not that we can't get rid of it, but doing so will affect the overall situation. You should hide for now. The Xianxian sect got up and left the ship. I'll take care of that human civilization in the end. Sure. Where did you learn that laugh from? It's disgusting. With that, the Xianxian sect left. The blind man watched it leave and muttered to himself, disgusting? I think it's pretty good. For cultivators, the passage of time was not that obvious. Luin had gradually come to understand this feeling. It had been so many years since he had left the godless sealed realm, but it still felt like yesterday. Master Grass came over and suggested that the powerful eternal realms take the lead and split up the various teams to search for things that would be useful to human civilization. For example, Luin needed the mother tree the most, as well as materials for the 12 cycles of Heaven's will. Since Luin already had the Pathfinder Stone, he could rescue them if they encountered any danger. Actually, the Pathfinder Stone's greatest use is to converge. Cultivators fight against the heavens, and no matter who it is, there's no reason for them to not die. It's the same for you and me, so life and death are normal. You don't have to bear the burden of others' lives. In the universe, converging is the greatest value. This was what Master Grass had said, as he was used to seeing life and death. Luin understood this principle, so he repeated Ikai's previous warning. Master Grass thought for a moment. Compared to the vague unknown dangers, the present improvement might be more important. Luin nodded. I think so too, so. He raised his hand, revealing several Pathfinder stones. It's already been done, and the candidates have already been chosen. Although 2,000 years was not a long time, it paled in comparison to the mother tree that spanned the entire universe. The green dots collected over the years seemed like a lot, but even 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times more of them were insignificant when compared to the mother tree. However, if 2,000 years were increased to 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times more. Even if one was still alive, their numbness to time and their feelings for the future would change. Luin could not guarantee that he would never change. The best thing to do was to shorten the time. End of chapter. Once a team was sent out, the time would be halved. Once another team was sent out, the time would continue to be shortened. What was shortened was his time with the entire human civilization, but the increase in efficiency was very obvious. That was why he had to make the necessary choice. Was he concerned about the danger after his consciousness was separated, or was he concerned about his current improvement? Luin chose the latter. The candidates were very simple. Senior Jiawen, Alarmed Gate Xianxia, and Boss Toad. Jiawen and Boss Toad were both existences that were compatible with the laws of the universe. As for Xianxia, he had used his Nirvana tree technique to fuse with the cultivation spirit, so he also had the combat strength to match the laws of the universe. Each team was divided into Eternal Life Realm experts who could teleport. The disciples of the Lu clan also had the Pathfinder Stone, so it could be said that it was almost foolproof. That is, unless he encountered a true top-notch expert. Just as Master Qingqiao had said, there was nothing he could do if he couldn't win the fight for his life. Life and death were problems that no one could avoid, and it was inevitable. The Eternal Realm experts in each team were Ba Rong, Old Fourth the Toad, and Jian Wushuang. One human and one alien. This would ensure that they would be able to react flexibly if they encountered other civilizations in space, and it would be better for the alien race to appear when they encountered the Lord. Both Jiawen and Ba Rong were familiar with him. Alarmed Gate Xianxia also knew Toad number 4. Boss Toad and Jian Wushuang had worked together in the Jade universe, so they were no strangers. Fortunately, there were quite a few juniors in the Lu clan who had awakened teleportation over the years. Not to mention 3, there were enough to form 10 teams. Their mission was to use teleportation to find a civilization and determine its location before handing it over to Luin. Luin would then determine the target and teleport to increase efficiency. Decades later, the effects of the separation of teams were seen. During this time, Luin had absorbed some of the mother trees, and as the teams activated their pathfinding stones one after another, Luin was able to determine their locations and determine their targets, which was almost 4 times more effective than before. If he could only absorb 20 mother trees in the past, he could absorb 80 mother trees now. This kind of efficiency made him want to assign more teams. However, it wasn't that they didn't encounter any battles. Jingmen Shangyu's team ran into a space civilization. The space civilization used a unique method to explore their surroundings. They ran into Jingmen Shangyu's team and got into a fight. That civilization had 3 eternal realm cultivators, which was similar to the 9th heaven universe in the past. However, there was no such strong cultivator as Qing Lianyu. In the end, Qing Lianyu and the others dealt with him. This was just a chance encounter. As time went on, there would be more and more such battles. Who knows, he might run into an expert. This was especially true for those who had fixed their karmic natal charts. They would actively search for experts. Under the dark starry sky, the darkness was as solid as obsidian, as if it could not be broken no matter what. The divine palace in the distance was like the stripes on obsidian, mysterious and solemn. The altar shook, and several figures appeared. It was Jiao Wen and his group. After they left Xiang City, they made use of Lu Gua, a disciple of the Lu family who had awakened the ability to teleport, to travel in a certain direction. During this time, they had met up with Luin once and helped him obtain some mother trees. Not long after that, they encountered an altar, and they knew that they had encountered another divine palace. The divine palace was neither too much nor too little. 27 divine palaces spread out over a square inch. There were already 4 divine palaces in their direction. The divine palace they encountered now had obviously deviated from the previous direction. If one were to calculate according to the Tao of time, then they would be in the position controlled by another master. How is it? How do you feel? This was Jiao Wen's voice. He was asking Ba Rong. Although Ba Rong didn't cultivate the power of time, he was still extremely sensitive to the dangers of the outside world. This came from his past experiences. That was why Jiao Wen was asking about it. It had nothing to do with strength. Ba Rong looked deeply at the distant divine palace. I don't feel anything. Do you feel the pressure of time? No. Then it's an ordinary temporal echelon cultivator, Jiao Wen said. Ba Rong was timid, and he whispered, even an ordinary temporal echelon cultivator isn't something we can deal with. Jiao Wen laughed. I'm not stupid. How can I deal with a divine palace on my own? That would be suicide. Let's call Master Lu over. Little fruit, let's go. Let's go further away. Don't use the altar. Lu Gua was helpless. Ever since he had joined Jiao Wen's group, he had been given the nickname Little Fruit. Had these fellows discussed this beforehand? Even in his family, others called him Little Fruit. Just as he was about to leave, Jiao Wen suddenly called out, wait. They looked into the distance, somewhat dumbfounded. Was that a human? They saw a human woman, a very beautiful woman. She was like a fairy floating under the mysterious night sky as she headed towards an altar. Although this woman's face was covered by a veil, it couldn't hide her absolute beauty. Her eyes were as deep as the Milky Way, but they were so brilliant that they could illuminate the starry sky. Along the way, all the creatures that saw this woman bowed respectfully. It was clear that this woman had an extremely high status in the divine palace. Jiao Wen and Ba Rong exchanged glances. They hadn't expected to meet a human here. She's from the wandering camp, right? Can a human with such temperament appear in the wandering camp? The blind man who schemed against Master Lu also came from the wandering camp. Don't underestimate that place. To a certain extent, that place is a smaller version of the square inch, Jiao Wen said as he stared at the woman in the distance. Lu Gua asked in a low voice, Senior, what should we do? Jiao Wen's eyes flickered. Catch her. Ba Rong's tail curled. Won't we alert the enemy? Lu Gua glanced at Ba Rong. He wouldn't alert the enemy, but he had already alerted the fish. It was clearly an eternal life, but why was it even more timid than him? Ba Rong couldn't care less about Lu Gua's gaze. It only wanted to meet up with Luin first. Little fruit, catch her, Jiao Wen said in a low voice. Lu Gua took Jiao Wen and Ba Rong and teleported. When they reappeared, they were already in front of the human woman. Just as the human woman was about to step onto the altar, 3 figures suddenly appeared in front of her. There were 2 humans and 1 fish. She was obviously stunned. Before she could react, Jiawen grabbed her shoulder and teleported again. More than 200 years away from the Divine Palace, in the spacious meteorite belt, a few figures suddenly appeared. It was Jiawen. When they arrived, Jiawen let go. He felt that this woman's cultivation was only in accordance with the laws of the universe. Compared to him, she was too weak. Lugua hid behind Jiawen. Ba Rong hid behind Lugua. Its fishtail was already rippling. It wouldn't be careless in front of anyone. Carelessness would lead to a quick death. The woman was calm. After being brought here, she didn't show any fear or uneasiness. Instead, she looked at Jiawen calmly and bowed slowly. Her temperament was gentle and elegant. Junior Xiaoxian greets senior. Jiawen sized up the woman and said, "Sorry for suddenly bringing you here, but we want to know the situation of the Divine Palace." Xiaoxian smiled and said, "Senior, just ask me what you want to know. I'll tell you everything I know." "Why were you there?" Ba Rong interjected and asked carefully. Xiaoxian smiled, but her words were bitter. "I'm in the camp. I can't decide whether to sell or buy." Jiawen sighed. She was indeed from the camp. Master Lu had said that there were 2 kinds of understanding of human civilization in the universe. One was from the Wan family, and the other was from the camp. If there was a 3rd kind, it would be destruction. That was why the Pure Heart sect was so surprised when they saw human civilization. Especially after confirming that they were from the 9th base, they felt even more confident. Jiawen's voice was gentle. "Little girl, don't be afraid. We won't hurt you. We just want to know more about the Divine Palace. Tell us." Xiaoxian nodded and slowly explained the situation of the Divine Palace in a gentle voice. After hearing Xiaoxian's explanation, Jiawen and the others were obviously surprised. "All the oracles of the Divine Palace went to the battlefield?" Xiaoxian said, "Yes. They suddenly discovered an existence close to the fishing civilization. Other than the sequence and me, the rest of the oracles were dispatched. But there were only 6 of them." "The sequence of the Divine Palace is called Xingshanwang?" "Yes. It's in the Divine Palace now?" Xiaoxian nodded. Jiawen looked at the Divine Palace in the distance. It was easier to deal with, but Xingshanwang was not someone he could fight against. The sequence of the Divine Palace was a peak master who was compatible with 2 laws of the universe. He was no match for it one-on-one. He had to call Master Lu. "You want to kill Xingshanwang?" Xiaoxian asked. Jiawen laughed. "You think too much. The sequence of the Divine Palace is not someone we can deal with." Xiaoxian's eyes lit up. "We can deal with it now." "What do you mean?" Jiawen did not understand. Xiaoxian looked into the distance and seemed to hesitate, but she still said, "Xingshanwang is injured, and it's a near-death injury. Because he encountered the path of death." Jiawen and Ba Rong were surprised. "Encountered the path of death?" Xiaoxian nodded. "The path of death attacked the Divine Palace and severely injured the sequence. Nearly half of the oracles were also killed. Otherwise, we would not have cared about the strength of a fishing civilization. So, if we want to kill Xingshanwang now, it's easy to do." Jiawen was tempted. Ba Rong hurriedly said, "Don't be rash. After all, it's the sequence. That time technique is not a joke." Xiaoxian blinked. "Time technique?" "Its time technique is a chaotic imprint. It uses time to mark the scene of a certain state. Time is the line, space is the zither, pulling and messing up. It seems very powerful, but if it has control over space and its own body, it has absolute control over space and will not be affected. Now that it's injured, the power of the time technique has been greatly reduced." Lugua frowned. "If Xingshanwang is injured, why are you the only one left?" Xiaoxian was helpless. "I'm not the only one who knows about this. That civilization also knows. Otherwise, why do you think they're fighting against that civilization now? Actually, that civilization took the opportunity to attack the Divine Palace. As she spoke, she pointed in a direction. There. You can go and take a look. If they really went, they could not be careless when they encountered anyone in the universe, even if they were of the same race. Moreover, they had teleportation, so they were not afraid of wasting time. In that direction, they saw the war between the civilization and the divine palace. They saw the battlefield that had been pulled out and heard about Xianxia's injuries. They had to believe it. I still think that we shouldn't be rash, Ba Rong said, but his tone was not so certain. Jiawen looked at Xiaoxian. You really want us to kill Xianxia? Xiaoxian nodded. I want freedom. As long as Xianxia is alive, I won't be free. If he dies, I can escape and avoid this divine palace forever, because only he can find me. If not for my lack of ability, I would have done it myself. Even the current Xianxia needs to be someone with 2 universal laws to kill him. I can't do that. Jiawen decided to kill Xianxia. If he really couldn't do it, he could teleport away or call for Luyin. After all, Luyin could come over instantly, so it didn't matter. Moreover, even if Xianxia was at his peak, it wouldn't be easy to defeat him. Escaping was still possible. The Pathfinder Stone allowed human civilization to improve greatly in terms of space travel. There weren't many drawbacks. As someone with 2 universal laws, Jiawen had never counted on others. There was no need to trouble others for things that he could do himself. Luyin was the master of human civilization, but human civilization was not his vassal. Everyone had their own will. The battle began. Jiawen charged into the divine palace and fought Xianxia. Ba Rong protected Lu Gui in the distance and was prepared to call for Luyin at any time. In the divine palace, Jiawen used the limitless umbrella prison to envelop Xianxia. Xianxia couldn't break it at all. Just as Xiaoxian said, he was heavily injured. Xianxia kept threatening him, but he couldn't shake Jiawen's determination. Red umbrella and red sword pierced through Xianxia's body. The moon in the wine and the sky in the pot completely suppressed Xianxia. Xianxia roared, I'm a time echelon cultivator. You dare to kill me? Human, you're inviting disaster for yourselves. The limitless umbrella prison became smaller and smaller. Jiawen kept breaking Xianxia's body, and Xianxia roared as he crashed into a corner of the divine palace. As the corner shattered, there was nothing inside. Impossible, this was clearly the time treasury, several hundred tributaries of the great river of time existing. That was the killing move it prepared, so why did it disappear? No matter how Xianxia struggled, he was beaten down by Jiawen. He was completely defeated. In the distance, Ba Rong and Lu Gui heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that they won. That Xiaoxian was right. Xianxia was indeed heavily injured. The next step was simple. Jiawen wanted to ask about the civilizations in the divine palace and search for resources. This would take some time. During this time, the oracles who had participated in the war wouldn't be able to return. The only problem was that the time vault. Jiawen also noticed it. When Xianxia fought against him, he clearly had to use a tributary of the river of time. Where's Xiaoxian? Jiawen suddenly remembered and asked. Ba Rong and Lu Gui exchanged glances and shook their heads, indicating that they didn't see anything. Jiawen looked at Xianxia. At that moment, Xianxia was on the verge of death, and Xianxia wanted to give him to Luyin to increase his Tao of Karma. Let me ask you, what's the situation with Xiaoxian? They realized that something was wrong. Ever since the battle with Qingyuan, Xiaoxian had disappeared. Logically speaking, this should not be the case. Even if he wanted freedom, there was no need for him to leave immediately. Moreover, Jiawen was also a human. This little immortal should have met up with the human civilization behind Jiawen instead of leaving alone. No matter how he looked at it, there was something wrong. However, Xianxia was indeed subdued by them. What Xiaoxian? Xianxia was confused. Jiawen stared at it. A human woman. Mamo Oyama said in a deep voice, never seen him before. Jiawen frowned. When the oracles under you fought with other civilizations, didn't you leave an oracles to protect you in the God Palace? Did your injuries come from the Tao of Death? Ba Rong asked. Xianxia panted heavily. My injuries came from the Tao of Death. If the Tao of Death hadn't suddenly stopped, I might have died. As for this god palace, there was an oracle's, but that guy wasn't here. Not a human? I told you, I didn't see any humans. Jiao Wen and Ba Rong exchanged glances. Did they see a ghost? Something's wrong with him. Lu Gua suddenly shouted and stared at Xianxia. Jiao Wen stared at him. Xianxia's gaze was sinister as he glanced at Lu Gua, but he didn't move. Lu Gua said, his eyes were filled with pride just now. Something's wrong. That's not the gaze of a dying creature. He has a backup plan. Leave immediately. Jiao Wen didn't hesitate. Xianxia growled, and a powerful vitality erupted from his body, pushing him in a direction. He wanted to escape. Jiao Wen opened the limitless umbrella prison. Escape? Impossible. Xianxia tried his best to avoid Jiao Wen. Ba Rong also attacked. This guy is stalling for time. Lu Gua was uneasy. He held the pathfinding stone tightly in his hand. In the distance, a ray of light with a hint of darkness swept past and smashed onto the Sanluo umbrella prison, causing it to shake a little. Jiao Wen, Ba Rong, and Lu Gua all turned to look. A figure stood in the void and stared at them coldly. Xianxia saw the figure and said excitedly, "Father." It was Yu Ting, the third sequence of time and also Xianxia's father. Xianxia was waiting for him. Jiao Wen saw it, and his expression was solemn. What a powerful pressure. Although it couldn't compare to 3 universe laws, it was definitely a peak powerhouse who had 2 universe laws. This feeling was even stronger than the death universe abyss palm of the 3 universe calamities. Was stalling for time waiting for this? Outside the limitless umbrella prison, Yu Ting stared at Jiao Wen. Only Jiao Wen was worthy of his attack. What do you want to do? Do you know that you are dealing with the sequence of time? Is he the son of Yu Ting, the third sequence of time? Xianxia panted heavily, and his eyes were filled with viciousness. Ba Rong trembled and ran to Lu Gua's side. No matter how he looked at it, that side was safer because of the pathfinding stone and teleportation. Jiao Wen looked up at Yu Ting. The third sequence of time? You are really a big shot. Yu Ting stared at Jiao Wen in surprise. Human? Where are you from? The Wang family? Or a wandering camp? Jiao Wen didn't answer. He looked at Lu Gua and nodded. Yu Ting's eyes widened, and he suddenly attacked. Beside him, several rays of gray light blasted towards the limitless umbrella prison. He saw Jiao Wen's action and knew that the other party was prepared. Was he trying to stall for time? Impossible. But he didn't know that Jiao Wen didn't need to stall for time. An instant was enough. Lu Gua crushed the pathfinding stone. After an unknown distance, Lu Ying looked up and teleported away. Xianxia Palace, the limitless umbrella prison swayed. Yu Ting's attack still couldn't destroy it. Just as he was about to attack for the second time, Lu Ying appeared beside Lu Gua and slowly looked up at Yu Ting. Yu Ting also saw Lu Ying, who suddenly appeared. Lu Ying was very famous in the universe, but not many had seen him before. Those who had seen him were either his skeleton avatars or his invisible state. If Yu Ting knew that this person who had suddenly appeared was the one who had caused a bloody massacre in the giant city and participated in the battle at Canhai, causing the main path to lose 1/3 of its powerhouses, he would have left immediately without a care for Xianxia. This was because Lu Ying had fought several existences that were compatible with the 3 laws of the universe. He had defeated Zhu Guang, who was the 25th sequence on the surface, but was actually the strongest sequence on the path of time. Yu Ting was ranked 3rd, but it didn't mean that his strength was at this level. The limitless umbrella prison separated the inside and outside of the palace. Lu Ying and Yu Ting looked at each other and looked at each other. Yu Ting was Xianxia's backup, and Lu Ying was Jiao Wen's backup. It depended on who was stronger. But obviously, Yu Ting didn't plan to attack impulsively. Human, let go of Xianxia, and this battle can stop. Lu Ying was surprised. Xianxia? He looked at Jiao Wen and asked. Jiao Wen said, "We found this palace and found out from a human girl called Xianxia that Xianxia was a sequence in the palace, but he was seriously injured." So I attacked, right there. Luin looked into the distance and saw Xianxia. Then, he looked outside the limitless umbrella prison. You are the third sequence of time, Yu Ting. Yu Ting's voice was low. That's right. Luin was amused. What a coincidence. He had heard that Xianxia was Yu Ting's son back in the giant city. That storyteller hadn't been lying. After beating up the young, the old had come. Xianxia, I don't plan on letting him go, Luin said slowly, his words causing the air to turn cold. Yu Ting's face sank. Before he could speak, Luin continued, I don't plan on letting you go either. Yu Ting smiled, his anger reaching its peak. He was originally furious because Xianxia had been seriously injured, but because he was afraid of Luin and the others, he had planned on holding back. This was a humiliation for the third sequence of time, but now, this human actually dared to do it. He still didn't want to let him go. What right do you have? Yu Ting's voice was cold as he stared at Luin. However, Luin disappeared. Jiao Wen's pupils shrank, and his countless battle experience made him subconsciously avoid the spot. A palm shot out from the void, and Yu Ting dodged. However, this palm seemed to have accurately calculated Yu Ting's dodging path. Although it didn't hit Yu Ting, the direction was correct. And this palm was the world's unforgettable merit. Yu Ting's eyes were confused, and his thoughts stopped. Luin stepped out of the void and followed up with a palm strike. This palm strike hit Yu Ting squarely. A terrifying power accompanied by vitality pressed down on Yu Ting's body, leaving a clear palm print on his body. Yu Ting spat out blood, but he didn't retreat. The more he retreated, the more he would be suppressed. He stared at Luin in front of him, and under his gaze, the starry sky distorted. Shackles suddenly appeared and wrapped around Luin's body. These shackles appeared without warning, and they didn't require time or space. It was as if they had always been there. It was as if the shackles had always existed. And these shackles were gray. Luin struggled to break free, and the shackles broke. Time distorted, and chaos appeared. Yu Ting held his blade and slashed down from above. The blade fell, and Luin broke free from the shackles, his body disappearing. Yu Ting's blade slashed through the air, and the edge slashed towards the limitless umbrella prison. The red umbrella shook, and cracks appeared. Jiao Wen's face paled. This blade had almost broken through his limitless umbrella prison. What a terrifying edge. One had to know that to break through the limitless umbrella prison's seal, one had to have 10 times the power of the limitless umbrella prison. This was very difficult to achieve. This meant that Yu Ting's blade was close to 10 times the destructive power of Jiao Wen's limitless umbrella prison. Even though Jiao Wen's realm was inferior to Yu Ting's, he hadn't expected the gap to be so large. After missing, Yu Ting retracted his blade and charged at Xianxia. His goal was not to defeat Luin, but to save his son. However, Luin appeared in front of Xianxia one step ahead. Yu Ting was shocked. Luin faced him. Don't worry. I won't use your son to threaten you. I'm just letting you know that if you don't deal with me, you won't be able to escape. Yu Ting's gaze turned from anger to calmness. Although this was just the beginning, he knew that Luin was a strong opponent. He was an existence whose realm was lower than his, but who was comparable to him. We don't have a blood feud, so there's no need to kill, Yu Ting said. Luin smiled. There are only 2 kinds of humans who can do things within a square inch, right? Yu Ting's expression changed. Luin attacked and teleported in front of him. He raised his fist and punched out. Starry fist. The ferocious punch caused Yu Ting's scalp to explode. Luin had been fighting against existences who were compatible with 3 of the universe's laws recently, and he had almost forgotten that he was oppressed by those who were compatible with 2 of the universe's laws. Starry Fist was useless against those old monsters, but it could be considered a killing move against creatures like Yu Ting. Yu Ting's gaze focused, and he retreated step by step. He could not take this punch. The Starry Fist blasted out, creating a deep, dark hole in the universe as it headed straight for Yu Ting. But suddenly, the fist trembled, and Yu Ting grew incomparably large in his eyes. She replaced the universe, the sky, and the sky. How could this be? Boom. The starry fist brushed past Yu Ting, and Yu Ting took the opportunity to slash out with his blade. Instead of retreating, he advanced with bloodshot eyes. Luin opened his hand. Karma was the heavenly Tao, and karma was not linear. The blade descended, but it was blocked by karma. Yu Ting was shocked again. Karma? Luin grabbed the blade and exerted force with his fingers, causing the blade to twist and shatter. The shattered pieces reflected rays of light. Yu Ting was shocked, and tributaries of the river of time appeared around him. More and more appeared until he threw out 100. Their gazes focused, and shackles filled the sky. Luin teleported and disappeared. Yu Ting's body twisted, and the shackles fixed his surroundings. Luin appeared, but there were still shackles between him and Yu Ting. At this moment, tributaries of the river of time were still being released. Luin frowned. Although he was confident that he could deal with Yu Ting, it was a loss. After all, these tributaries of the river of time belonged to him. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia raised his finger. Dao sword. A sword pierced through. He tore open the shackles of time. Yu Ting's hair stood on end. The shackles of time suddenly gathered to block the Dao sword. But in the next instant, his body moved horizontally, and the crow teleported. Luin appeared in front of Yu Ting and beckoned with his finger. The path sword flew in the opposite direction and pierced into Yu Ting's body. Yu Ting didn't understand what was going on. Why did she move? It was clearly sealed by the shackles of time, so what was going on? It wanted to attack Luin, and it stared straight ahead. However, what he saw was Lu Yin's third eye, crow immobilization. Countless irregular black lines enveloped Yu Ting. Yu Ting couldn't move. The Dao sword exploded within its body. The impact of karma heavily injured Yu Ting in an instant, causing its aura to weaken. Luin raised his hand and approached Yu Ting's head. Within the limitless parasol prison, Xianxia watched in disbelief. His father was actually unable to fight back. As a third-rank true god, he could not even injure his opponent. What kind of existence was that human? What kind of strange power did he have? From the beginning, it didn't know that Yu Ting was its father. It had been training in the universe alone, growing through slaughter. It had destroyed many powerful enemies and destroyed many civilizations. It had taken a lot of effort to reach this step. It was only when it knew that Yu Ting, the third-rank true god, was its father that it was completely relieved and cultivated step by step until today. It could traverse the starry sky. If father and son worked together, who would they be afraid of? But it didn't expect to be defeated here. Yu Ting stared at Lu Yin's slowly approaching palm. In its body, the tributary of the river of time surged out and knocked it out of the range of crow immobilization. It released the tributary of the river of time again, but it didn't dare to look at Luin. Instead, it merged the gray shackles of time into a huge shackle and threw it forward. Its target wasn't Luin, but the limitless parasol prison. It was no match for it, so it could only escape. Bang! The huge shackle stopped and slowly fell. In front of Yu Ting, Luin looked at it calmly. Don't waste my resources anymore. After saying that, he kicked Yu Ting in the direction of Xianxia. Jiawen put away the limitless parasol prison at the right time. Yu Ting crashed not far from Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Yu Ting smashed into the ground with a dull expression and didn't move. In the starry sky, Lu Yin's eyes were as cold as ice, terrifying it. Death followed him like a shadow. Luin landed in front of him. Xianxia looked at him blankly. Not far away, Yu Ting climbed out of the ground and didn't attack again. It was meaningless. Against this person, it had no chance of winning. Its severely injured body could be taken away at any time. Barong was excited. Master Lu was still the best. Jiawen sighed in relief. Lu Guo looked at Luin with eyes full of admiration. Luin was the idol of everyone in the Lu family. We father and son have lost. We are willing to work for you, respected human. Yu Ting's attitude softened. It was flexible. Xianxia also said in a dry voice, we will definitely be useful to you. Luin raised his hand. In his palm, karma spiraled and jumped, then hit Yu Ting and Xianxia. He could ruthlessly kill those ordinary eternal realm cultivators. Their lives could be taken away at any time in his eyes because there was no such thing as absolute good in the Eternal Realm. No Eternal Realm cultivator dared to say that they were good, including Lu Yin himself. From the standpoint of civilization, even if he died, he would have no complaints. But in the past, he regarded Eternal Realm cultivators as resources because they could increase the heavenly Tao of karma and remove the restraints of karma. Now, there was no need to kill Eternal Realm cultivators to remove the restraints of karma. Increasing the heavenly Tao of karma didn't require the lives of Eternal Realm cultivators, so he could change his way of thinking. Of course, if he faced someone like Zhu Guang, he would still kill them. Now, he could use his senses to decide whether to take the other's life. He didn't know if it was an improvement or a regression. His personal emotions had improved, but the survival of the entire civilization had regressed. The karma spirals continued to penetrate Yu Ting and Qing Shanwang, allowing Lu Yin to see part of their past. As he had confirmed, the father and son were not good people. They had destroyed countless civilizations, but the only thing that didn't trigger Lu Yin's killing intent was that they had never attacked humans. Perhaps it was because they had never encountered humans. Like humans, they had emotions. At least they had family. To be honest, you are useless to me, Lu Yin said. His voice was very calm, like the deep universe filled with darkness. Qing Shanwang was terrified. Yu Ting's gaze was heavy. I can help you collect tributaries of the River of Time and help you find out about the Lord. I even went to the main trunk of the mother tree. Although I can't tell the outside world, if you can enter one day, I will definitely be able to help. Behind Lu Yin, the general appointment platform appeared. Go in. Yu Ting looked at the general appointment platform hell and hesitated for a moment before entering. At the same time, she gestured for Qing Shanwang to enter as well. Qing Shanwang didn't hesitate. At his level, he knew what to do. If he didn't listen, he would definitely die. He couldn't expect Lu Yin to let them go. To put it simply, there were only two types of humans, and Lu Yin and the others clearly belonged to the third type. This secret would not be exposed. Seeing the heavenly Tao of karma increase, Lu Yin asked Jiao Wen and the others what had happened. What Xiaoxian? Where is she? Jiao Wen said, she disappeared. I don't know where she went. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Xiaoxian? This name reminded him of someone. Draw. Her appearance. Jiao Wen drew in the void and drew the appearance of Xiaoxian that they had seen. Although Xiaoxian was wearing a thin veil, it obviously couldn't block Jiao Wen's vision. What he drew was Xiaoxian's full appearance. Looking at the beautiful face in the void, Lu Yin didn't know what to think. His gaze was filled with complex emotions. By Xian'er. That's right, it was by Xian'er. It was actually her. He had thought that he might meet by Xian'er in the future, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. He had once thought that he had killed by Xian'er. This woman had died in his arms. Later, he found out that she wasn't dead. However, Bai Xian'er had replaced Zhao Ran and was dragged into the River of Time. From then on, their grudge was written off. Actually, whether it was scheming against the Lu family or against him, the mastermind behind the scenes was Wei Nu. Bai Xian'er was Wei Nu's clone. With Wei Nu's death, the grudge was over. Lu Yin had guessed that Bai Xian'er had replaced Zhao Ran and entered the River of Time to avoid Wang Wen. Wei Nu knew that Wang Wen was the mastermind behind everything. Bai Xian'er also knew. Wei Nu had been killed, and Bai Xian'er knew that she couldn't avoid it. Thus, she took the opportunity to escape. She could only escape if she was dragged into the River of Time. Now, they met again. Jiao Wen, Ba Rong, and Lu Lai didn't know Bai Xian'er, but Bai Xian'er didn't ask about their origins? What did she say? Lu Yin asked. Jiao Wen and the others told Lu Yin about their encounter with Bai Xian'er and what they had said. From these words, Lu Yin could tell that Bai Xian'er didn't care about Jiao Wen and the others' origins. She also didn't want to meet up with the human civilization. She had her own goals. Qing Shanwang said that his time vault is gone. Could it have been taken by that little immortal? Ba Rong whispered. Lu Yin didn't speak and waited quietly. After a while, Qing Shanwang walked out of the general appointment platform hell. Lu Yin asked him to identify the person. Qing Shanwang confirmed that he didn't know Bai Xian'er. There were no humans in his palace. Before this battle, there were hundreds of tributaries of the River of Time in my time vault, but they suddenly disappeared. If you didn't take them, then it might have been this human girl, Xianxia said coldly. Not long after, Yu Ting also came out and saw Xianxia's painting in the void. It's her? Lu Yin suddenly looked at Yu Ting with a sharp gaze. You know her? Yu Ting said, I met her once. She left a deep impression. Where? At Master Qiyu's place. Xianxia was shocked. She's a subordinate of Master Qiyu's? Yu Ting said in a low voice, I understand now. So her target is you. Seeing Lu Yin and the others looking at him, he continued, when I went to Master Qiyu's place, I accidentally saw this human girl. I asked Master Qiyu about it. Master Qiyu said that this human girl wanted to be his disciple. He gave her a test of 3,000 tributaries of the River of Time. 3,000 tributaries? Ba Rong was speechless. This was too much. One only needed 100 tributaries to become a member of the Time Vault. Yu Ting said, because she's a human. Humans are very special. And then? Lu Yin asked. Yu Ting said, to get so many tributaries of the River of Time, the only way is to target the time sequence. Snatching or stealing is the only way. I already guessed that she would definitely make her move against someone in the temporal sequence, at the very least someone in the reserve sequence. Only, I never expected that she would actually set her sights on this place. When it spoke up to hear, its voice became gloomy, full of hatred. If this woman hadn't pushed Jiawen to attack Xianxia, the outcome might not have been like this. Jiawen said slowly, don't worry. If this woman hadn't pushed us to attack, I would have asked Master Lu to come. The outcome would have been the same, or even worse. The only change would have been the two of you working together. They would have still lost. Yu Ting was helpless. This was an irrefutable fact. Even if the father and son worked together, it would still be useless. Master Lu knows this woman? Jiawen was curious. Lu Yin nodded. She's called by Xianxia. We had a long dispute, but our grudges have been resolved. Jiawen was surprised. Then she's from the 3 universes? Why is she here? Lu Yin said, there are some things that I will only know when I see her. Being dragged into the River of Time and still being able to come out was not simple. Although he already knew that Wang Wen was the mastermind, he still wanted to see Xianxia. She had also broken through to the Eternal Realm. Where is Qiyu? Lu Yin asked. Yu Ting told Lu Yin the location. Lu Yin looked at Xianxia. Who is the death Dao that attacked you? It calls itself the Dead Sea Nether Pressure. The Dead Sea Nether Pressure? Lu Yin guessed it. How should he put it? There were currently 5 existences standing in the Dead Sea. Not counting himself, there was Ji, Dark Immortal Prison Bone, Dead Sea Nether Pressure, and Zhongwen. Besides the Dead Sea Nether Pressure, any of the others would kill it. Even if the Death Dao and the other Dao temporarily reconciled, it would be useless. Ji would definitely kill it, just like Lu Yin. Dark Immortal Prison Bone didn't care about its life. Back in the Death Universe, even Lu Yin's skeleton clone was almost killed. There was no need to talk about Zhongwen. His dignity wouldn't allow him to live if he met the Time Dao. To him, the most important thing was to make a contribution and let the Death Dao protect him. Only the Death Sea's underworld pressure was obedient and didn't need to do anything. The Master of Death had reconciled with the other masters, so it was normal for it to let Xianxia go. Xianxia's luck was pretty good. Lu Yin casually waved his hand, stripping Xianxia of his remaining ability to resist. Xianxia coughed up blood, but he didn't dare to move. He then attacked Yu Ting again. Yu Ting was the same. His goal was to make them lose the ability to resist so that he could keep them alive. After storing Xianxia into Mount Supreme, Lu Yin had Yu Ting lead the way to find Qiyu. Of course, he would first return to Xiang City and meet up with Han Ji. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to defeat the main sequence on his own. Those from the Master Path would take care of as many as they could, and the Master Sequence was no exception. More importantly, the location of the other sequences could be found through the Master Sequence. With the glittering jewel heaven, as long as he found the enemy, he could attack. Even if he failed, nothing would happen. Someone from Xiang City crushed a Pathfinder stone, and Luin teleported back with his group. Yu Ting was shocked. Teleportation, this was definitely teleportation. There were many legends in the universe, and one of them was teleportation. This was a talent that didn't even belong to the main Dao. She didn't expect it to appear on this human. When Hun Ji heard that they were going to fight the master sequence, the way he looked at Luin changed. Why are you either fighting or on the way to a fight? How long have you rested? Are you going to fight the master sequence again? Luin didn't have a choice. The enemy is the main Dao. If possible, I don't want to fight. Hun Ji sighed. Although the days in Canhai with Hua Yi were lonely, it was peaceful. With your situation, I feel like something will happen sooner or later. Do you know that the master sequence isn't easy to deal with? Numbers can't decide everything. We might not be able to win even if we work together, let alone kill it. I know about Chiyu. It wasn't famous during the War of Nine Bases, but now that it's a master sequence, it must have its talent and opportunity. Its strength shouldn't be below Hua Yi's. Do you really want to fight? Luin was certain. Weakening the master sequence is strengthening ourselves. Hun Ji said, okay, if you want to fight, then let's fight. Although I'm not sure I can defeat it, it can't win against me. That's my confidence. Luin had never underestimated Hun Ji. Although Hun Ji was being chased by Hua Yi and was besieged in Canhai, he had to take into account how many masters were there. If it was someone else, they would have died long ago. There was a reason why Hun Ji could survive from the War of Nine Bases until now. He felt that even if he died, Hun Ji wouldn't die. Following Yu Ting's directions, Luin kept teleporting and trying to understand Chiyu through Yu Ting. The more he understood, the more likely he was to win. For the past 2,000 years, he had been in silence. This was a rare moment of peace on his path of cultivation, but it couldn't last long. He was itching to fight. Only by fighting could he have the nourishment for a breakthrough. Every epiphany didn't really rely on talent. It seemed like an epiphany was unexpected, but the accumulation of battle after battle was essential. After a while, Xiang City stopped in the void. Luin looked into the distance and saw a dark shadow. It was hazy and couldn't be seen clearly. He could only see the shadow from where he was, but he was still quite far away from where he was. However, the shadow ignored space and forcibly occupied part of Lu Yin's line of sight, which shocked him greatly. Generally speaking, only the larger the object, the further away it could be seen. However, the shadow wasn't large, but it could penetrate the void and be seen from this distance. It brought about an invisible pressure. From what I know, Chiyu's master rarely uses the art of time. I don't know what it is, but I know that it's good with the sword. 7-inch heart, 9mm sword, that's how it describes it. It said that its swordsmanship specializes in attacking creatures 7 inches of certain depth. Luin frowned. 7 inches? The so-called 7 inches wasn't a distance, but a concept of certain depth. Snakes had 7 inches, which was their fatal point. Humans had 7 inches as well. Other than that, we don't know much. Master sequence rarely makes a move, Yu Ting said. Hun Ji sighed. It's not that they rarely make a move, it's that once they do, there will be no survivors. No sequence beyonder would reveal their power. Let's see it clearly first, Luin said. After speaking, he entered the glittering jewel heaven and projected his power. It was safe to project his power at Chiyu's location and try his best to probe Chiyu's power. He couldn't rush to fight Chiyu unless he broke through to the point of conforming to 2 or even 3 laws of the universe. It was just like when he fought Yu Ting. Because even an expert like Yu Ting was no longer worthy of his attention. The starry sky was dark, but it couldn't compare to the shadow that covered the starry sky. The darkness was devouring people's hearts. It was as if it was darker than the dead universe. Under the darkness, there were cities and lands, but they had long decayed. There were also cultivators who walked unsteadily. Every cultivator was connected to the darkness and the shadow above the starry sky. It was a black shadow without a face. It was like a pitch-black swamp floating in the starry sky. On the ground, a stone rolled towards the figures in front of it. These figures were of different sizes, and they walked on the ground as if they didn't have any intelligence. From the sky, they looked like ants. Among these figures, there were eternal realm cultivators. Dong. A figure fell, but it quickly stood up. The darkness that was connected to the starry sky seemed to be devouring something from its body, forming a round, flowing object that moved towards the starry sky. The black shadow that covered the sky was Chiyu. It didn't have a face. It was just a black swamp phenomenon. What was more eye-catching was that under the black shadow, there was a sword-shaped object that hung above the sky. The stone kept rolling, faster and faster. He was looking for Xianxia. These figures walking on the ground were clearly hollowed out, even if they were eternal realm cultivators. Perhaps it was because the movement was too big. The darkness fell from the starry sky and moved towards the stone. Luin didn't dodge and allowed the darkness to descend. He wanted to see what this darkness was. When the darkness touched the stone, Luin felt as if he was being swallowed by a strange creature. After a while, the stone shattered. The darkness slowly shrank towards the starry sky. In the distance, Luin walked out of glittering jewel heaven and frowned. What was that thing? He told Luin what he saw. Chaos looked at Yuting. Yuting said, I really don't know what that is. I've seen Master Chiyu a few times outside. I've never encountered that darkness before. I'll try too. Chaos entered glittering jewel heaven. Soon after, he returned. He also couldn't understand what the darkness was. It was like a living creature, but it wasn't like the power of death. Since you can't understand it, I'll try a few more times. Luin entered glittering jewel heaven again. This time, he projected into a creature that was connected to the darkness. This creature had the cultivation level of Kuai, which was quite good. As the projection power entered the creature's body, Luin controlled its movements. How should he put it? This creature didn't feel like a cultivator, but more like a lifeless shell. But this shell clearly had life. Luin could raise his hand and turn his neck. He began to touch the darkness with his own power. He could feel it more clearly with the body of a cultivator. Time passed slowly. Perhaps because it was projected into the body of a cultivator, Chiyu didn't notice it. He continued to look down at the starry sky, becoming the biggest darkness above the heads of countless creatures. After an unknown period of time, the projection ended. Luin walked out of glittering jewel heaven. Facing Chaos's gaze, he said solemnly, that's time. Chaos was surprised, time? Luin nodded and looked into the distance. Time, for creatures, can be happy or painful. Just like you and me, we will feel lonely, lost, or proud for a certain period of time. No matter how our emotions change, time will always exist. It exists. And this power of darkness is the time that all creatures don't want to think about. It collects this time and turns it into its own nourishment. That's why that darkness has both the mysteriousness of time and the destructive power of decay, and Chiyu won't be easy to deal with. Chaos exclaimed, he's actually using emotions to buy time. What an ingenious idea. I told you that every sequence overlord isn't easy to deal with. After all, it's impossible to cultivate to the level of 3 universal laws without talent and opportunity. What do you plan to do now? Luin frowned. He was also thinking about what to do. Retreat? Not really. But it didn't seem like a fight to the death either. He wasn't confident that he could defeat Chiyu. After all, Chiyu was too mysterious, and the power he cultivated was strange. No matter what, let's try it first, Luin said. He hadn't found Xianxia yet and didn't know where she was. He entered the glittering jewel sect with Chaos and projected his power. In the distance, on the dark ground, rotten and broken blades shot up into the sky and slashed towards Chiyu. At the same time, a rusty sword pierced through the void and headed straight for Chiyu. On the ground, numerous gazes were raised, looking at the creatures connected to the darkness in astonishment. These creatures were still rational, but they couldn't control their bodies. The darkness boiled, and 2 dark purple lights fell like 2 giant eyes that stared at the rusty sword and broken blade. Then, darkness covered the sky and descended. The rusty sword and broken blade slashed out together. They cut through the darkness and headed for the giant dark figure. The closer they got, the more decayed they became. Like two shrinking meteors, they shuttled through the dark sky and finally disappeared. Just after the broken blade and the rusted sword disappeared, a figure suddenly rose into the sky and rushed into the darkness. It was Chaos who was controlling the figure. The darkness that was originally connected to the figure was torn apart, and a huge force broke through the void and spread towards Qiyu. High up in the sky, the darkness suddenly descended. Qiyu seemed to be angry, and the darkness lashed out like whips towards the figure. The figure grabbed the darkness and exerted force. High up in the sky, the two dark purple eyes were clearly shocked. Qiyu was very clear about this figure's combat power. It was already difficult for someone at the level of Dooku Air to break free from his control. Could it be that he was pretending before? But even if he was pretending, he shouldn't have this kind of power. On the other side, another figure rushed out, stepping on the void with flames burning on its hooves. The entire space twisted and spun, forming ropes that flung towards the darkness. You dare resist me? Qiyu's angry voice was sharp, as if there were two voices overlapping. It was very uncomfortable to listen to. Darkness and power intertwined, space and time consumed. It was playing out under the dark starry sky. No one thought that there would be a creature that dared to resist Qiyu. Among them, many creatures actually belonged to Crimson Rain. They were Crimson Rain's oracles when he was a sequence. However, as Qiyu broke through to the master sequence, there was no longer a need for offerings. Thus, he no longer needed them. Instead, he used them as nourishment to strengthen his darkness. They would never be able to get rid of Qiyu unless they died. Now, the sudden battle made them excited. Regardless of whether they could resist Qiyu or not, at least they had a chance to commit suicide. Death was still better than being controlled by Qiyu and becoming nourishment for time. Soon, the two figures were killed. However, in the next moment, two more figures soared into the sky and continued to challenge Qiyu. Qiyu was dumbfounded. What was going on? He was very familiar with these creatures and had controlled them for countless years. How did they suddenly become so powerful? No, not them. There must be a creature controlling them. Who was it? Who would dare to challenge him? Apart from the ruler, who else in the universe could toy with him like this? Qiyu was furious. The darkness suddenly spread out in all directions and expanded infinitely. In an instant, it spread out beyond the speed of an eternal life realm cultivator. It continued to expand as it searched for the mastermind. Far away, Lu Yin and Chaos walked out of glittering jewel heaven and looked at the approaching darkness. Qiyu's range of influence was quite wide. It doesn't want us to slowly test it out. Let's attack, Chaos said. Lu Yin nodded. Thank you, Senior. As long as you don't increase the karmic bind. I won't. With that, Lu Yin teleported away with Chaos. Under the dark starry sky, a loud roar resounded in the void and dispelled the darkness. An invincible force accompanied by a terrifying destructive force pressed down on Qiyu. Two dark purple lights rose and stared ahead. Chaos? If humans were special in the universe, then Chaos was even more special. It was one of the few powerhouses who had participated in the war against the Master Sequence and survived. Especially with the influence of the Remnant Sea incident, all creatures related to the Remnant Sea were being watched. However, none of them had appeared until now. If one appeared, it would be targeted. No one knew what had happened to the Remnant Sea. They only knew that the Master Sequence had lost 1/3 of its power there. Now that Chaos had appeared, it had been staying in the Remnant Sea. It might know what had happened to Kanhai. But why did Chaos attack him? Before Qiyu could think further, an invisible danger exploded. It suddenly shrunk the darkness and the dark purple light stared in one direction. There, the void shattered and spread layer by layer. It passed through the darkness and stripped it of the void, turning it into nothingness. A powerhouse. Qiyu stared in that direction. Who is it? The turbulent darkness shattered and the invisible force kept approaching. Lu Yin directly used Starry Fist in stealth mode. It broke through the darkness and hit Qiyu. In the huge darkness, a sword-shaped darkness was suddenly unsheathed and an unparalleled pressure slashed across. Boom! Starry Fist hit the sword directly. This sword had no edge, only the pressure of time and decay. It was as if time had abandoned him and banished him to the darkness. However, this darkness was still broken by Starry Fist. Starry Fist was a battle technique that could be used against a master sequence. Although it was not as obvious as suppressing Yu Ting, it was definitely a battle technique that could be used. The dark sword kept twisting, and layers of black light came out of the sword and swept towards Luin. At this time, Chaos whipped out its tail and broke the dark sword from top to bottom. Its huge body rolled and pressed towards Qiyu, ignoring the darkness that covered the sky. Luin also teleported to Qiyu's other side. His consciousness turned into the worldly lock and headed towards the darkness. He wanted to find Qiyu's main body. The darkness was constantly flipped, and Chaos crushed it while the worldly lock churned. In the endless darkness, broken blades of darkness fell and pierced the ground. The stars were sucked in and the creatures connected to the darkness were all sucked into the starry sky. These creatures were excited that they could finally escape. However, they were still connected to the darkness. The darkness held them tightly, and even Chaos and Luin could not cut it off. The distortion of time and the descent of decay completely covered Chaos. After Luin retreated, the worldly lock merged with the green light. It was not afraid of the decay of time, and Chaos resisted the decay of time. This was a time attack that conformed with the laws of the three universes. It seemed like it was just decay, but in reality, even someone with Yu Ting's strength would be reduced to ashes if thrown into the darkness. It was not surprising that Chaos could resist it, but it did not seem to care at all. Not only did Luin notice this, but Qiyu also noticed it. It had long heard that Chaos was very strong, but it had always been hunted down by Huai. This caused its understanding of Chaos's strength to remain below Huai's. However, it seemed that this was not the case. This Chaos's defense was terrifying. The darkness was broken apart, and Chaos tumbled madly. Luin did not see it use any battle techniques, but it simply tumbled and tore a hole in the darkness, revealing a black moon inside. The black moon hung above the darkness. Two dark purple lights also came out of the black moon. One stared at Chaos, and the other at Luin. It was the black moon. Luin shook the worldly lock and threw it at the black moon to bind it. Chaos also slapped at the black moon with its claws. "You're all courting death." Qiyu's loud voice reverberated through space, turning into a strong repulsive force that restrained Chaos for a moment. The worldly lock was pushed away by an invisible force. Luin frowned, and the God-sealing catalog appeared behind him as Ming Yen walked out. "Yen'er, control your consciousness and lock the black moon." Ming Yen looked at the black moon, and her majestic consciousness continued to strengthen the worldly lock. At the same time, she threw out countless triple firmament sword intents from the God-sealing catalog. The triple firmament sword intents slashed at the darkness. They broke through the darkness and created gaps. Fifth form of Sky Claw. Chaos swept its claws at the black moon. At this moment, the worldly lock stopped and gave way to Chaos. Thump. The sword's hum intertwined with the darkness to form a unique sound. The darkness streaked across. A bloody scar appeared on Chaos' claws, and blood splattered across space. It was very eye-catching in the darkness. Chaos felt the pain and immediately retracted its claws. The darkness condensed into a sword once again, and it broke through Chaos's defenses before slashing at it again. 7-inch heart, 9mm sword. At this moment, Chaos felt his hair stand on end, and his entire body felt like it was about to explode. Impossible. This Qiyu could actually make him feel such danger. That Huai and even the powerhouses in Kanhai who had surrounded him could not do so. However, the sword was unable to slash down. The worldly lock gave up on the black moon and instead wrapped around the black sword. The worldly lock had green dots fused into it, and if it consumed an entire tree's worth of green dots, even Chaos's strength would not be able to break free. The black sword was forcibly held in place and could not move. There was a hiss, and Tell Heaven's figure soared from the commanding platform's hell. His feather god spear pierced towards the black moon, and even the darkness could not stop it. The feather god spear was the Immortal Plume tribe's killer move. Tell Heaven was also compatible with the three laws of the universe. Even though he had been summoned by Luin while heavily injured, the feather god spear's characteristics were not something that Qiyu could ignore. A second black sword condensed, and it was also condensed from the darkness of time. The sword slashed at the feather god spear. Bang! The feather god spear shattered. The sword continued to slash at Tell Heaven. Tell Heaven teleported and disappeared, and Qiyu was stunned. This was a movement that was neither time nor space. Could it be teleportation? Tell Heaven continuously teleported and disappeared as he approached the black moon. The darkness of time always existed around the black moon. Otherwise, he would have teleported there. However, he was getting closer and closer. On the other side, chaos raised its claws again and swept past the black sword that was bound by the worldly lock. Its claws pressed down on the darkness from above. The black moon was not the main body, the darkness was. Endless darkness condensed into a third sword and slashed at chaos. This time, chaos was extremely fast and dodged. He couldn't take Qiyu's sword head-on. Lu Yin threw out worldly lock again and bound the second and third swords. Every sword consumed a large amount of darkness, so he didn't believe that Qiyu could condense many. The three swords were bound. Tell Sky screamed and stabbed the feather god spear at the black moon again. All of a sudden, the three black swords that had been tied up suddenly shattered and gathered at the center in an instant. Even the darkness that covered the sky and the sun also gathered at the center. Even the darkness around the black moon gathered at the center. The feather god spear stabbed into the black moon without any resistance. Lu Yin, Chaos, and Ming Yan all stared at the black moon. The feather god spear melted on the black moon. They didn't notice it before, but now they saw a red light on the black moon. As the feather god spear melted, the red light expanded. At the center of all the darkness, a 1-meter-tall monster of pure darkness appeared. It had no body, no blood, only the condensation of darkness. The only thing that looked like a living creature was the dark purple light that moved from the black moon to its body, making it look like it had an extra pair of eyes. Only this pair of eyes made it look like a living creature. Lu Yin and the others didn't move at this moment, staring at the creature. This was Qiyu's main body. What had been fighting them just now was just Qiyu's external power. But what was up with the black moon? The dark purple light on the black monster's body rotated. It wasn't fixed in one direction, but its entire body could rotate. One stared at Chaos and the other at Lu Yin. What are you doing? Ming Yan looked at the black monster and felt a suffocating pressure. Although the darkness had shrunk, it seemed to have spread to the entire universe. The calmer the voice was, the greater the pressure it brought. Chaos stared at Qiyu. You're the main body? The dark purple light rotated. Do we have a grudge, Chaos? No. Then why are you attacking me? Because you're from the Master Path. I agree with a reasonable explanation, but as a Master Path, killing you is justified. Qiyu's other dark purple light rotated and stared at Lu Yin. You made me unable to see. What a mysterious power. A dark purple radiance rose up, and it stared at Tell Heaven and Ming Yan. Humans? Lu Yin did not hide anything from Ming Yan, as this battle was destined to come to a conclusion. Just as Qiyu had said, there was no enmity between them, but it was reasonable. Teleportation, chaos, silence, it seems like you came from the 9-stack square-inch space. The unknowns deceived the Master Path, and the Master Path believed that the humans there had been destroyed. Then, this invisible person is also a human, right? There's no need to hide anymore. Lu Yin revealed his true body, as concealment was of little use to him in this battle. The dark purple light stared at Lu Yin. How did you find this place? Lu Yin's tone was heavy. Ask in a different way, one that you can't refuse, or that we can't refuse. The dark purple light continued to revolve. Yes. After it finished speaking, the black moon suddenly appeared above its head. In front of it, darkness condensed into a sword tip. Its body suddenly disappeared as if it was being torn apart. A sword slashed towards heaven. No one had expected that Qiyu's first strike would be Tell the Heavens. Ming Yan wanted to teleport away, but it was too late. Teleportation was not omnipotent, especially when it was controlled by Ming Yan. This sword tore apart Tell the Heavens, which was equivalent to tearing apart Lu Yin's consciousness. His face paled. He immediately appeared beside Ming Yan and pushed her into the God Sealing Catalog. She could not help him in this battle. The dark sword slashed towards him, and the terror caused Lu Yin's scalp to go numb. He felt as if his life was no longer in his control. This was the 7-inch heart, 9mm sword. Lu Yin stared at the sword tip, the dark shadow behind it, and even further away, chaos silence was approaching. He saw that the sword tip was surrounded by gray, not all of it due to time decay. He also saw the second dark sword condensing behind Qiyu's back. It even had time to guard against chaos silence. It was really confident. The sword missed. Qiyu was stunned. Not good, it was teleportation as well. The second dark sword was drawn and slashed. It did not see the enemy, and this sword was for defense, not attack. Lu Yin appeared, just outside the sword's range. He raised his palm, never forget technique. The dark sword spun, forming an impenetrable defense. It blocked the palm. Lu Yin casually threw out Yama's first needle. Thump. Thump. Qiyu was rather wary of the world lock, and its previous 3 dark swords had been trapped. This was the first time it had encountered a world lock that could bind its own sword. This was indeed the world lock, a battle technique of the Lord's consciousness. But how could it do this? Qiyu retreated, constantly distancing himself from the world lock. The world lock was like a monster, constantly chasing after Qiyu. Chaos came over and swung its tail at Qiyu. A huge force whipped Qiyu's body, but the attack passed through Qiyu and hit nothing. Chaos silence was stunned. Lu Yin was shocked as well. Why had it missed? Was that not the main body? But if it was not the main body, why had Qiyu avoided the world lock? Was it for the sword? The dark sword slashed at chaos silence, but it retreated as well. This is not a battle technique. It's an invisible world. Lu Yin raised his brows. So that was it. The so-called 7-inch heart and 9mm sword were not battle techniques at all, but rather an invisible world. It was just that this invisible world could clearly be seen, and once one saw it, they would not think in the direction of the laws. This was using the reverse thinking of living creatures. But even if one could see what it would not be easy to break it. Qiyu's only fear was the world lock. In fact, chaos silence was also afraid, as anyone who had been bound by the world lock would be afraid. Lu Yin teleported away. The world lock would not be able to catch up to Qiyu, so he would do it himself. Qiyu was clearly waiting for Lu Yin to chase after him. The moment Lu Yin appeared, its body suddenly expanded and enveloped Lu Yin, trying to use the darkness lock. Teleportation required contact with the universe, or else it would not be possible. When the hive had attacked the 9 heavens universe, Lu Yin had a way to break it, and Qiyu had even more. But Lu Yin did not plan on escaping. Only by restricting each other could they fight. Otherwise, there would never be a clear winner between the two of them. Since the darkness lock was activated, then he would use normal time to resist it. He did not have much, but he had many tributaries of the river of time, so he did not need to use any of his other powers. Seeing the tributaries of the river of time surrounding him and resisting his darkness lock, Qiyu knew that things were not good and quickly retreated, but it was still too late. The world lock pierced through the tributaries of the river of time and bound Qiyu. It was useful. Lu Yin could clearly feel the resistance. Chaos silence was helpless against Qiyu's body, but it could still break through the green light, even if he did not understand the principle behind it. However, the next moment, the black moon sank. The world lock bound the black moon, and the darkness lock dispersed. At the same time, the darkness lock that had sealed Lu Yin also dispersed. Lu Yin was stunned. What was going on? Could the black moon be a replacement for him? Could it switch between himself and the black moon? Lu Yin thought of something. Chaos silence also thought of this. No wonder my previous attacks were useless. It can definitely switch between the darkness lock and the black moon. In the distance, Qiyu's pure black body appeared. Crimson Tower, Star Duel. The red light above the black moon that had been bound by the world lock suddenly expanded like a phantom, instantly enveloping the heavens and forming a giant red pavilion. Countless illusory images appeared in the red pavilion. They flickered continuously as if they were playing a video. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he instinctively teleported away, but he could not leave. He and Chaos Silence were both enveloped within the Crimson Tower, which was in a different place from the universe. The Crimson Tower has memorized all the attacks that have caused harm to the Black Moon over the endless years. You can slowly enjoy it. By the way, memories are also time. This was Chiyu's understanding of time as the master of the Tao of Time. It was also its strongest killer move. From the beginning, Chiyu had been willing to let the Black Moon be attacked until it was bound by the world lock. Everything was within its plan. A battle was not only about absolute power, but also rhythm. It could be said that Chiyu had dominated this battle from the beginning. This was because Lu Yin and Chaos Silence did not know anything about it. Countless attacks descended. Any attack that could cause harm to the Black Moon was extremely powerful because Chiyu had been protecting the Black Moon from the beginning. Without absolute power, no attack could pass through Chiyu's protection. Lu Yin and Chaos Silence were caught in the endless attacks. These attacks varied in strength, but no matter how weak they were still Eternal Realm attacks. Chaos Silence's giant body kept shrinking. This is troublesome. I feel an absolute powerhouse's attack brewing, and there's more than one. Is there any way to break out? Lu Yin's expression was heavy. He had experienced the feeling of being controlled by someone else. This Chiyu had dark methods that matched its appearance. However, Chiyu had underestimated him. Lu Yin looked up, and Crow blinked. In the distance, Chiyu had already calmed down. None of the creatures who had entered the Red Tower Star duel had been able to walk out safely. The strongest one was his old enemy who had fused with 3 of the universe's laws. He had walked out with heavy injuries after completely enduring the attacks of the Red Chamber of Stars. At this moment, the Red Chamber of Stars contained the power of this old enemy. At the same time, it also contained the power of other powerhouses that had 3 laws of the universe. These 2 would not be able to walk out easily. However, it immediately appeared in front of Lu Yin. Chiyu was stunned. What was going on? What did you do? Lu Yin smiled. Let's block it together. You. Chiyu was furious. He had been dragged in. Lu Yin had been tricked. Due to the unknown, the rhythm had been controlled from the beginning. Chiyu had been too confident in himself and the Red Chamber of Stars. The Ten-Eyed Crow's innate talent was called the pinnacle of innate talents. It was different from teleportation. Some innate talents only needed to be seen to be used. Hence, some innate talents had great limitations. Crow's instant body also had great limitations. For example, distance. As long as the enemy had the will to resist, the distance would be very short. However, Chiyu did not know about Crow's instant body talent, let alone resist. Especially when Lu Yin and Chiyu were caught in the Red Chamber of Stars, it was the most relaxed time. In the end, it became the current situation. The 3 of them fought together. Countless attacks fell like raindrops. Lu Yin had used things will move in the opposite direction. Chaos had a strong defense. Chiyu used Time of Darkness. It didn't expect to be dragged into the Scarlet Tower. What was going on? How much power did this human have? A fleeting sense of crisis appeared. Chiyu's dark purple light shrunk as it looked at the sky. Not good, it's Old Monster Tong's ultimate move. What old monster Tong? An old monster that conforms to 3 universal laws. Let us out. Do you want to die with us? Chaos shouted. Chiyu was helpless. If it could get out, it would have dispelled the Scarlet Tower long ago. The Scarlet Tower was its ultimate move. Once it was used, all the attacks would be released. Otherwise, it would be impossible to get out. Old Monster Tong's ultimate move landed. Lu Yin felt like he was being washed by an endless storm. His body recovered from the dryness and then dried up again. The ultimate move of an expert that conformed to 3 universal laws wasn't easy to deal with. At the same time, he used Yama's 5th needle to heal himself. He took some time to look at Chaos. Chaos was in a miserable state. There were countless wounds on his body, but he was full of energy. It was just like when he was besieged in the Remnant Sea. As for Chiyu, his pure black body constantly rippled from the attacks. Its body was shrinking. Time of Darkness was being consumed. Black Moon was still bound by Lu Yin's worldly lock. His ultimate goal was to get rid of Chiyu. How could he let Chiyu reunite with Black Moon? After a round of attacks, neither of them felt good. Chaos panted. This is a big loss. Luin felt that he had already accumulated enough strength to go in the opposite direction when things reached an extreme. Let Black Moon go. We'll find a way to get out. Otherwise, we'll all die. Chiyu said in a low and impatient voice. Luin stared at it and didn't say anything. Chiyu was anxious. There are still several waves of attacks conforming to 3 universal laws. We can't handle it. Can you dispel the Scarlet Tower if you reunite with Black Moon? Luin asked. Chiyu said, I can't, but I can use my strongest power to resist it with you. Then forget it. Just bear with it. Luin said. Chaos glanced at Luin. Well, I think it's okay. Luin raised his hand and pierced Yama's 5th needle. Chaos did not dodge, as it knew that Luin would not harm it. As the 5th needle of the Yama gate pierced through his body, his injuries improved significantly. The 5th needle of Yama sect? Chaos Silence looked at Luin. Senior, you understand? Duh. This is a combat technique from the 7th stronghold, so how could I not know about it? I didn't expect you to know even this. Is there anything you don't know? A lot. Take your time to learn. Just like a plate. Do you really want to die here? Chiyu roared when he saw Luin chatting with Chaos. Chaos grinned. Not really, but you might die here. Just as Chiyu was about to roar, another crisis appeared. It was also an attack that conformed to the 3 laws of the universe. Luin glanced at Chiyu coldly. You're ruthless, gathering so many absolute powerhouses to attack. Chiyu wasn't in the mood to talk to Luin. The attack descended. Luin, Chaos Silence, and Scarlet Rain endured another barrage of attacks. Some of the attacks were extremely strange, and it was difficult for them to take them head-on, but they still managed to survive. With the Yama's 5th needle, Luin and Hunji were in a much better condition. The 5th needle of the Yama gate was not omnipotent. It could only heal Chaos Silence a little. This injury was mainly due to Chaos Silence's own defense. Chiyu's defense was far inferior to Chaos Silence and Lu Yin's, and his time of darkness was reduced by more than half. His entire body was reduced by half. Of course, Luin did not want Chiyu to die so quickly. However, the starry duel of red mansions was not enough to kill him. Above his head, a familiar power appeared. The Feather God Spear. It came from heaven. The Feather God Spear was easy to dodge. However, what appeared next was not so easy. Heaven and Earth Lock. Luin. Chaos. The Heaven and Earth Lock bound Black Moon, so it would naturally appear here. Luin did not expect that he would one day have to face an attack from the Heaven and Earth Lock that had fused with green light spots. Little guy, am I going to get tied up again? Chaos Silence was helpless. He had already been tied up by Luin once to calculate how long it would take for the Heaven and Earth Lock to bind a powerhouse who conformed to the 3 laws of the universe. Luin sighed. I might not be able to escape either. Chiyu heaved a sigh of relief. He knew the Heaven and Earth Lock would only bind him and not harm him. The appearance of the Heaven and Earth Lock meant that the attacks in the starry duel of red mansions had reached their end. The Heaven and Earth Lock descended. They tried their best to avoid it, but found that it was easy to avoid it. Especially when Chaos Silence's claw swept past, the Heaven and Earth Lock actually broke. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Did it not fuse with the green light spots? This red mansions could not reproduce the power of the green light spots. Suddenly, the red mansions disappeared. Chiyu calculated the time and rushed out directly. Meanwhile, Black Moon shattered. The Heaven and Earth Lock headed towards Chiyu. Luin stared at Chiyu. You can't escape. Around Chiyu's body, the darkness suddenly expanded and covered the sky just like before. Luin reacted quickly and merged with the current universe's will. A huge outline covered the entire universe in the blink of an eye. The next universe grabbed at Chiyu. The current Chiyu had been greatly weakened after the previous battle. Chaos Silence's body also expanded. With a roar, he rushed towards Chiyu to tear the darkness apart. Suddenly, the dark time shrunk and expanded just like before. It was as if the two suddenly appeared in opposite directions. Lu Yin and Chaos Silence could not react in time. The dark purple light merged into one and turned into a sword. It connected with the dark time and suddenly shot into the distance. Lu Yin's expression changed. This was not good. The two light beams were not Qiyu's eyes at all. They were swords, real swords. Qiyu had swords. They were not condensed from the dark time but real swords. They had been watching all this time. Who would have thought that the two dark purple light beams that looked like eyes were actually swords? Chaos Silence cursed, "This guy is really sinister." Lu Yin teleported and shot into the distance with the sword dragging the darkness. No matter what tricks Qiyu had, he could not escape from teleportation. In this battle, Lu Yin and Chaos Silence had been controlled from the beginning to the end. Although Qiyu did not have the power to crush everything, he had an extremely sinister battle mentality and had everything under control. From the black moon at the beginning to the dark purple light beam just now. Everything was just a facade. Lu Yin had thought highly of Qiyu, but he was still careless. Chaos Silence was also rich in battle experience, but he could not face Qiyu. Their only chance of victory was Lu Yin's various tricks. No matter how strong Qiyu was, he could handle it with ease. If not, they could not win this battle at all. Qiyu's strength might not be stronger than Xingzhue and Hua Yi. But his control of the battle rhythm and tricks were unparalleled. Lu Yin teleported in front of Qiyu. A step too late? How could this be? He had seen the speed of the sword bringing Qiyu away. He should have appeared right in front of the sword, but why was he a step too late? He teleported again, this time in front of Qiyu, but the sword's position was beyond his expectations. He thought he would have time to stop it, but the sword was already in front of him. How could this be? Its speed was increasing, and it was incomparably fast. When Lu Yin teleported for the third time, the sword had already disappeared. The void was empty, and there were only the cracks created by the sword's passing and the grey ripples. Qiyu had escaped. Lu Yin looked into the distance. How could this be? He had teleported 3 times, but Qiyu had escaped right under his nose. How did it do it? He could not even see it with the mirroring technique. Lu Yin immediately returned to meet up with Chaos Silence. He suspected that Qiyu had turned back or that there was something else here. But it did not turn back. Qiyu had really escaped. What? It escaped from your teleportation? How is this possible? I remember that your mirroring technique allows you to see distances that exceed the speed of an ordinary Eternal Realm cultivator in 200 years. This distance is quite far, and even Qiyu couldn't cross it easily. How could it have escaped? Lu Yin didn't know what to say, but he also found it unbelievable. Qiyu had so many tricks up its sleeve. At that moment, Lu Yin suddenly turned to look in a certain direction in the universe. There, a flower bloomed and swayed gently. It was very beautiful. It looked simple, but Lu Yin's emotions were complicated. It was the immortal radish flower. It was Xianxia's immortal radish flower. One of the goals of this battle was to find Xianxia. But Qiyu had escaped. Everyone in this universe was under Qiyu's control. They had either died or escaped, but Xianxia was not among them. Only one immortal radish flower bloomed. But this was the universe of dark time, and it was barren. There wasn't even a weed, let alone a flower. Furthermore, the flower had just bloomed, or it would have been seen long ago. Lu Yin teleported in front of the flower and looked at it calmly. So that's how it was. This flower had always existed, and it had only bloomed under certain conditions. This condition should be the disappearance of the dark time. But why would the dark time disappear? Even after Qiyu left, this place was still shrouded in the dark time. The only possibility was that Qiyu had escaped or died. Xianxia had left behind the immortal radish flower, and it had been triggered by Qiyu's escape or death. She had known about this battle in advance. Then, Lu Yin speculated that Qingshan Wang's battle might have been deliberately led by Xianxia to ask the seniors. But that shouldn't be the case. Xianxia could only have done this if she had been watching the human civilization. Even the Master Sequence Arbiter couldn't do it. Only the Master Sequence Arbiter, who had placed all his attention on the human civilization, could have done it. Xianxia couldn't have done it. This was beyond Lu Yin's understanding. Xianxia was at most an eternal realm, and she was compatible with the laws of the universe. She was far from being comparable to Lu Yin. But how could this flower be explained? Lu Yin looked at the immortal radish flower. This flower had been left for him. He wished that it hadn't been left for him. That meant that the conditions for the flower to bloom were related to other existences and not the human civilization. At that moment, the immortal radish flower withered and bloomed for only a short while. As the immortal radish flower withered, a piece of jade appeared where it had bloomed. Lu Yin's eyes widened. He recognized that this was a jade stone from the Tianyuan universe that could record certain things. There were many pieces of jade like this, and they were of much better quality than the ones in the Tianyuan universe. This one was the most ordinary kind in the Tianyuan universe. Ordinary cultivators could crush it. He picked it up and examined it. After a while, Lu Yin raised his hand and exhaled. How did you do it, Xianxia? This flower and this piece of jade, they were both left for him. From the battle with Qing Shanwan to the battle with Qiyu, everything was within her expectations. She was even sure that she could win. This jade contained Qiyu's power, the 16 sword guides. Qiyu's power was in accordance with the laws of the universe. Everything in the universe had the principle of mutual promotion and restraint. Based on this, he created the invisible world, the 7-inch heart and the 9mm sword. He also created the 16 sword guides, an extremely powerful escape technique. This was the method of escape that the 7-inch heart and the 9mm sword corresponded to. The stronger the sword will of this invisible world, the stronger the law of its mutual restraint. Every sword thrust out, one after another, the power continued to increase. Mutual restraint. The law of mutual suppression kept increasing until the 16th sword. The last sword's law of mutual suppression was the culmination of the law of mutual suppression. It instantly brought Qiyu out of the battlefield. The speed of this sword was comparable to teleportation. This was the 16 sword guides. Qiyu was the most cautious powerhouse Lu Yin had ever seen. Not only did he control the rhythm of the battle from the beginning, but he also had a trump card to escape. He had never thought that a main sequence would put so much effort into escaping. It was no wonder that Lu Yin couldn't catch up with him. The speed of each sword was increasing. Unfortunately, no matter how cautious he was still tricked by Xianxia. Lu Yin didn't know how Xianxia knew about the 16 sword guides. She even knew where they would land. Although the 16 sword guides could escape, it had a fatal flaw. It was in accordance with the laws of the universe. Similarly, it was in mutual promotion and restraint. The stronger the sword intent, the stronger the restraint, and the faster one could escape. However, the faster one escaped, the greater the price. This price was Qiyu himself. He would be out of strength for a long time. This wasn't a simple loss of strength. At this moment, he couldn't use any of his strength. Thus, after using the 16 sword guides to escape, he had to find a safe place to heal. Otherwise, any cultivator could kill him. It was even more tragic to die at the hands of a weak cultivator instead of a strong enemy. Qiyu couldn't let that happen. Therefore, it chose to escape in a very secretive manner. That location was recorded on this piece of jade. Lu Yin gripped the stone tightly, unable to believe that Xianxia knew about this. What right did she have? It was already inconceivable for him to know about the situation of the humans. He could see how cautious Qiyu was, and he had also experienced it. It should have been leaked. How did Xianxia know? It was as inconceivable as an ant understanding the heavens. But no matter what, since he knew the final location, he just had to find it. As for whether or not it was a trap, he didn't really care, as there was no need for it. If there really was a trap, it would be much better to set it here and work with Qiyu. At the very least, Qiyu still had combat power. It wasn't easy to scheme against an existence that could defeat Scarlet Rain's master sequence. Lu Yin led Han Ji in that direction. It had to be said that the location was very far away. Qiyu was really going all out. In any case, he would be exhausted after the 16 sword draw, so he might as well go further away. But no matter how far it was, Luin still found it. He looked at the space in front of him that looked like a garbage graveyard. No one would have thought that a hall master would be hiding here. It wasn't hidden in a certain universe, nor was it hidden in a certain parallel universe. It was hidden in this small space. It was far away. Hidden in the messy thicket of countless broken meteorites, Li Yunmu was still in a daze. Luin waved his hand and flipped the void. Countless meteorites in front of him were completely crushed. Darkness swept past one of the meteorites. Qiyu panicked and tried to escape, but he couldn't move at all because of his exhaustion. He only moved a short distance before he stopped and floated in the void like a black garbage bag. He couldn't imagine, let alone understand. Why? How did this human know that he was hiding here? This place was so far away from the battlefield. It should be impossible to track the 16-sword draw. Karma and time couldn't track it. Why? Lu Yin and Hun Ji appeared in front of Qiyu. He looked at the pool of dark time in front of him. Qiyu's body was dark time, born from a dark past that a creature couldn't remember. He had turned the tables and devoured that creature. He used this as a foundation to cultivate. That was why he was dark, sneaky, and cautious. He was this dark time itself. How did you find me? Qiyu's voice was completely weak. He was like a king who had fallen from his altar and only wanted an answer. Hun Ji was also curious about how Luin could find Qiyu. Luin didn't know how to explain. He asked Hun Ji to capture Qiyu and return to Xiang City. Some things had to be resolved, or he would feel uneasy. How did Bai Xian'er plan all of this? She must have seen the trajectory of human civilization. But how did she do it? Luin didn't say a word. He stood alone in the sky of Xiang City and released the heavenly Tao of karma. If it wasn't an external reason, then it had to be an internal reason. He wanted to start from the bits and pieces of his acquaintance with Bai Xian'er and use himself as the starting point to find the reason. Defeating Qiyu's sequence master excited countless people. But Lu Yin's abnormal behavior also made them uneasy. They didn't know what Lu Yin was doing, but his every move stirred up their nerves. Mr. Mu and the others looked at the sky. The only thing they could do was not disturb him. Time passed day by day. Although Lu Yin hadn't lived for long, he had lived for more than 10,000 years. It would take some time for him to complete his calculations. After an unknown period of time, Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes. Tu Qiming. When he had calculated the 7 heroes, Tu Qiming's appearance had appeared out of nowhere. There was definitely something wrong with this kind of sudden appearance. Lu Yin's consciousness swept across the Tianyuan universe and found Tu Qiming. Bah, I still can't get it back? Damn it, what's going on? Tu Qiming raised his head and cursed under a mountain range in the Astral Tree Galaxy. He was now a progenitor. What had once been crippled was easily healed. It had been 10,000 years since he escaped from the folded mountain range. It was actually quite good that he could reach this step, but he wasn't satisfied. He still hadn't gotten back the most important thing. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him, startling Tu Qiming. He cursed, "Who dares to scare Grandpa too?" When he saw who it was, Tu Qiming's expression changed several times. Finally, he revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Isn't this boss? Long time no see, boss. Lu Yin looked at Tu Qiming. Yes, it has been a long time. He sized up Tu Qiming. Tu Qiming also looked at him, not knowing what to say. Although he called Lu Yin boss, in Tu Qiming's heart, Lu Xiaoxian would always be his boss. Lu Yin was indeed Lu Xiaoxian, but he wasn't alone. Therefore, no matter what Lu Yin had achieved over the years, he had never asked for help and had cultivated alone. Only Lu Yin would occasionally think of him. Many years ago, he had asked an Eternal Realm expert to treat his injuries. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the progenitor realm. Reaching the progenitor realm in 10,000 years was quite a high talent. He was worthy of being the 8th hero. Tu Qiming felt goosebumps when Lu Yin looked at him. Then, boss, why did you suddenly come looking for me? Lu Yin raised his hand, and karma spiraled. Do me a favor and let me see your past. Tu Qiming blinked and then smiled. I thought it was something important. Boss, just do it. This is karma, right? I've been wanting to experience it for a long time. Luyin nodded and sent the karma spiraling into Tu Qiming's body. Tu Qiming didn't guard against Luyin. This was a relationship that originated from Lu Xiaoshuan's time. Luyin didn't need to be polite with him. Karma, and Baixianer. He saw Tu Qiming and Baixianer's past, but most of the time, he saw himself. More accurately, he saw himself as Lu Xiaoxian. Baixianer was with Lu Xiaoxian every time she appeared. If Tu Qiming could see her, then there must be 7 heroes around her. Luyin looked at the past, and his eyes gradually filled with nostalgia. Those days were really memorable. Perhaps it was better not to know anything. But someone had to bear the burden of civilization. Xue Taohua was right. They could have lived their entire lives without any awareness, so why were they given a fate? Did they ever ask for their wishes? But were they really unwilling when they first received the fate? It could only be said that they no longer cherished time after experiencing it. Lu Tongtian hadn't done anything wrong, or at least that was what Luyin thought. Unless Xue Taohua had rejected the fate from the moment she received it. However, such a rejection was based on countless years of experience, and this experience had been both happy and sad. No matter what one experienced, one had to bear the price for experiencing it. In other words, whatever a superior bestowed upon a subordinate, the subordinate would have to bear it regardless of whether they were willing or not. This was the rule. This was also an irrevocable fact of the world. The faces of the 7 heroes made Luyin's heart ache. They had given him their futures before they died, and they were also part of his motivation to move forward. Suddenly, a scene from the past attracted Luyin's attention. He saw Tu Qiming lying on the ground in pain, struggling and roaring, but to no avail. He also saw Baixianer's rare look of joy. Baixianer rarely showed such obvious emotions. Back then, she was like a goddess above the 9 heavens, and everything was within her reach. What did Tu Qiming have that she cared about? What was taken from you? Luyin asked. Tu Qiming was stunned. What? Luyin looked at him. What did Baixianer get from you? She wanted you to lie on the ground in pain. When did I lie on the ground? That bitch doesn't deserve it. Tu Qiming jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. But under Luyin's calm gaze, he slowly sighed and said solemnly, Planet Qiming. Your innate gift? Luyin was surprised. Tu Qiming nodded. Luyin looked deeply at Tu Qiming. Did she really take away your innate gift? Didn't you already know? Tu Qiming was puzzled. Yes, Luyin had known for a long time, but it was too early. He didn't know how incredible it was to take away someone's innate gift. Until today, he still thought that no one could take away another person's innate gift. The only person who could do that was Patriarch Lu Yuan. If he recalled back to that time, besides Baixianer, there was also the Lingling clan who had taken away Tu Qiming's innate gift. The Lingling clan could absorb other people's innate gifts for their own use. They could absorb a total of 10 types, and one of them would become eternal. The rest of the innate gifts could be fused into it and become extremely powerful. Now that he thought about it, it was unbelievable. Even the master path couldn't do that. Therefore, knowledge was the root of wealth. Many people didn't recognize the treasure and missed it. Some things seemed ordinary, but they weren't simple at all. Perhaps it was time to talk to the Lingling clan. If the Lu family could pass down the 9th stronghold's legacy to Lu Tongtian, the others in the Tianyuan universe might also have the 9th stronghold's legacy. Right, there was also the wood spacetime's wood innate gift. It came from the wood spirit fruit, so he should take a look. But before that, he had to deal with Tu Qiming first. Then where's your planet now? Tu Qiming raised his head and looked past Luyin into outer space. Luyin turned around. It was like many stars, but that one was very dim and almost didn't have any light. He grabbed Tu Qiming and teleported away, wanting to get close to that star. However, the star was still far away from him. It's useless. Planet Qiming has always maintained this distance from me, even if Baixianer didn't take it away. This innate gift has no other use except to be immortal, Tu Qiming said. Immortal? Yes, as long as Planet Qiming exists, I will exist. If you want to kill me, you have to destroy planet Qiming first. That's why that bitch took it away. Luin frowned. Why didn't you say so earlier? I told you. Didn't you always know? Tu Qiming shouted. Luin looked at planet Qiming again. He knew, but he never cared. Who would have thought that? If he had thought about it earlier, he would have known that Bai wasn't dead when she died in his arms. Don't blame me for this. I've said it before, Tu Qiming added. Luin replied, you haven't taken back planet Venus yet, have you? Speaking of this, Tu Qiming felt helpless. That B*TCH is clearly no longer around. I just don't understand why planet Qiming still can't be retrieved. I asked around earlier and heard that the slut was dragged away by the Lord's River of Time. That should be very far away. Why hasn't planet Qiming been returned to me? Luin couldn't explain this, just like how he couldn't explain the connection between his avatar and his main body. There must be a similar connection between Bai Xian'er and planet Qiming. Therefore, she had always known what had happened to human civilization through planet Qiming. But even if he knew, it was impossible for him to know that Senior Jiao Wen and the others had gone to Qingwang's divine palace. This should be interpreted as a coincidence. Yu Ting had said that she wanted to become Qiyu's disciple. Qiyu's condition was for her to collect 3,000 tributaries of the River of Time. Given the distance between where Qiyu was and Qingshan Wangshan Palace, it was not impossible for her to target Qingshan Wangshan. He just happened to run into Senior Jiao Wen and the others. Through planet Qiming, she recognized Senior Jiao Wen and Ba Rong, so she took advantage of the situation to set up a trap. Otherwise, she would be too omniscient. At first, he thought that Bai Xian'er didn't know about the relationship between Qingshan Wangshan and Yu Ting. He could still find her through Yu Ting, but she definitely knew. Luin teleported in front of planet Qiming. He could approach it without Tu Qiming. He looked at the bright star in front of him. It wasn't big, but it was very bright. It was just like how Qiyu wasn't big, but it could be seen from far away. Bai Xian'er, I know you can see me and know what I'm talking about. Then, listen carefully. Lu Yin's gaze was calm. Using Qingshan Wangshan to lure Yu Ting out, and using Yu Ting to lure Qiyu out. Perhaps all of this was part of your plan. I don't know what you want to do. If you used me to help you get rid of Qiyu for your own sake, I will settle the score with you. If you didn't do it for yourself but to deal with the Lord's path, our grudges will still be resolved. I don't know what you will do next, and I don't expect you to always stand on the side of human civilization. At this point, he paused and said in a low voice, the moment you died, I felt terrible. With that, he grabbed planet Qiming and threw it at Tu Qiming. Tu Qiming couldn't get planet Qiming back, but Luin could. Even Bai Xian'er couldn't stop him. This wasn't taking away Tu Qiming's innate gift. It wasn't difficult. Tu Qiming had done 99 steps, so Luin could do one. Below, Tu Qiming was stunned. He hadn't expected to get planet Qiming back so easily. Speaking of which, what did boss just say to planet Qiming? Was he reminiscing about that bitch? He had to be careful with his words in the future. Luin hadn't left yet. This matter was strange. Why did Bai Xian'er want to use them to deal with Qiyu? She clearly wanted to become Qiyu's disciple. She deliberately lured Qiyu into a battle and even left the immortal radish flower behind. In that case, what did Qiyu have that made her expose planet Qiming to deal with him? Unless Qiyu wasn't simple. He understood Bai Xian'er, and she understood him as well. She definitely knew that he could find planet Qiming. This price was too high for her. In other words, Qiyu wasn't just a master of the path of time. With that thought, he teleported to Chaos Silence and faced Qiyu, who was heavily injured and couldn't move. I like this method of questioning. You shouldn't be able to refuse, Luin said. Qiyu wriggled in the darkness and said weakly, what do you want to ask? Luin stared at him. It's not easy for a hall master to cultivate to this level. I don't want to kill you. Let's see what you can do to save your life. Luin was all too familiar with the method of not asking and instead letting the enemy speak for themselves. He had obtained a lot of unexpected information through this method. This time was no exception, because Qiyu said something that completely stunned him. I was sent by the Wang family to join the path of time. Luin was shocked. Chaos Silence was also shocked. There was only one Wang family in the Wang family. Wang Wen's Wang family. Luin looked at Qiyu in shock. Wang Wen is behind you? Qiyu said weakly, yes. A long time ago, when I was just attuned to one of the universe's laws, it was Wang Wen who found me and helped me join the Tao of Time. Gradually, I reached my current position. This should be the secret you want to know, and also the reason why you attacked me. After all, the Wang family and humans are two different concepts. Compared to the path of time, some people want to deal with the Wang family more. But I don't understand. How did you know? Chaos Silence glanced at Luin. He really wanted to say that they didn't know. You said it. They attacked Qiyu purely to deal with the path of time and find Xianxia. It was that simple. Of course, the value of the path of time was also one of the reasons. Why did Wang Wen let you join the path of time? Luin asked. Qiyu said, I don't know. He hasn't said the reason even now. Then what did he say to you? Also, what methods did he use to control you? No. He didn't control me or tell me anything. Chaos Silence shouted, do you think we're stupid? Wang Wen put in a lot of effort to put you in the path of time but didn't let you do anything. He didn't even control you. What? Are you his son? Why would he help you so much? Qiyu said bitterly, he really didn't say anything to me. You have the power of karma. You can check. I can't make up a reason. That will only make you more suspicious. Luin and Chaos Silence looked at each other. It sounded true. But why would Wang Wen do that? It didn't make sense. Also, was this the reason why Xianxia lured him to attack Qiyu? Against Wang Wen? Xianxia knew that Wang Wen was the mastermind behind everything, but why would she want to deal with Wang Wen? It was as laughable as a mortal plotting against a progenitor. Luin looked at Qiyu. So, you're telling me that Wang Wen is behind you, but Wang Wen didn't ask for anything from you. Is that it? Qiyu fell silent. It knew that it didn't make sense, but it was the truth. Chaos Silence bared its teeth. It's useless to keep it. Kill it. Qiyu panicked. I'm telling the truth. Its voice changed. It was hoarse and angry like a beast that had lost its claws. It wanted to threaten but couldn't. Luin waved his hand, and the general appointment stage hell appeared. Go in. Qiyu was uneasy. I'm telling the truth. I'm not lying. It thought that it would die if it went in. Lu Yin's eyes were cold. Nonsense is more useful than the truth. Go in. The dark time on Qiyu's body twisted, showing its uneasiness. Actually, I have another identity. Luin and Chaos stared at it coldly without batting an eyelid. Qiyu was very strong and cautious. After all, it had lived for so many years. However, no matter how strong a creature was, it couldn't control itself in the face of death because its life wasn't in its own hands. It was like a withered corpse. No matter how glorious it was when it was alive, it would eventually turn to dust and be trampled by wild dogs. I'm a member of the countercurrent camp. Qiyu's tone was extremely low. Obviously, it took courage to say this. It was the biggest secret. Luin was puzzled. Countercurrent camp? What's that? Qiyu expected that Luin didn't know. It's a force formed by creatures that want to overthrow the camp. The goal of this force is to transfer the hatred of the camp to the main path. Overthrowing the camp is the pretense, but it's actually plotting against the entire main path. This force is very strong and well hidden. Even the main path can't detect it. I'm one of them. Luin and Chaos looked at each other and immediately thought of Blind. Blind was a scheming person. He had escaped from the camp and created a massacre to stir up the main path. No matter how one looked at it, his strength was similar to that of the countercurrent camp. Then what have you done? Chaos asked. Qiyu was helpless. I haven't done anything, but the other members have already done something. I don't know if you know about the battle at Canhai, but it should have been done by members of the countercurrent camp. Luin frowned. Blind? As expected. Isn't that done by the main path of death? He asked deliberately. Qiyu said, perhaps the main path of death is also a member of the countercurrent camp. This organization's members are mysterious and come from various civilizations or the main path. Legend has it that there are even juggernauts. Of course, I just treat it as a joke. The countercurrent camp is against the juggernauts. How could a juggernaut rebel against themselves? They enjoy the most abundant resources in the universe, have the greatest authority, and have the strongest inheritance. It's impossible for them to do such a thing. But there must be many from the main path who belong to the countercurrent camp. Who else is in this organization besides you? Luin asked. Qiyu said, this organization doesn't contact each other to prevent the main path from finding out. But because of my special identity, I'm a main path powerhouse. I'm an absolute powerhouse in both the countercurrent camp and the main path, so I know some things. But I don't know much. One is blind and the other is the yard master. They are the only ones I know. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Blind wasn't surprised, but how should he describe the yard master? He wasn't surprised either since he had helped Blind before. If he could join the countercurrent camp as the yard master, how did Qiyu know? The yard master is also a member of the countercurrent camp? Chaos asked. Qiyu said, I asked Blind to show his sincerity. If he didn't tell me, how could I join? You only know these two? Luin asked. Qiyu said, there are a few more, but I don't know who they are. This countercurrent camp is too well hidden. Those who join are very powerful. Even sequences find it difficult to join. After all, any accident can lead to the collapse of this organization. They were well hidden not only because they were powerful, but also because they didn't dare to expose themselves. Even if an ordinary person joined the countercurrent camp, no one would know. However, Luin had interacted with Blind and the others before, so he knew that the reverse current camp was very difficult to deal with. Because they did not dare to expose themselves, they had considered everything thoroughly. They were even more cautious than when he led the human civilization in the universe. So here's the problem. How did you join the countercurrent camp? Luin was curious. No matter what, Qiyu was still a subordinate of the main path. Even if he had not reached the main sequence when he joined, he was still the master of the divine palace. With how cautious Blind was, why would he let him join? Qiyu was silent for a while before he said in a low voice, I have a sin that I can't bear to be with the master. I killed a member of the sovereign race. Luin and Chaos were shocked. You've killed a juggernaut? Qiyu said, to be more precise, the owner of this body killed the sovereign race. Because it was marked by the sovereigns, it died, and I was born from the darkness of its body. I thought you devoured a creature while it was still alive, Chaos Silence said. Qiyu said bitterly, it was very strong when it was alive, and I was only born after it died. Even though I'm a newborn of the dark time, to the juggernauts, anything born from that creature shouldn't be allowed to live. This secret was discovered by Blind, and he used it to threaten me into joining the countercurrent camp. Luin understood. Blind has something that can be used against you. Similarly, he also gave you something to use against you to make you feel at ease. The secret that the yard master is also a member of the countercurrent camp, Qiyu said. Luin was amused. It was the same trick as him. Blind had his secret, but he also gave him his secret. This was a clever trick. Only by keeping each other in check was the long-term solution. Many people thought that they could do whatever they wanted after knowing other people's secrets, but they did not know that others would also try their best to get rid of their restraints. No one was willing to be controlled by others for the rest of their lives. Sharing one's secret was equivalent to giving that person a chance to breathe, so that they would not go to extremes. Because of the existence of each other's secrets, they would work even more closely together. Chaos Silence praised, you're not bad. There are 3 forces behind you, the Wang family, the main path, and the countercurrent camp. If not for these 3 forces supporting you, I believe it would have been difficult for you to reach the level of the main path. Qiyu admitted, the resources I need, if the main path can't get them, I'll ask the Wang family. If the Wang family doesn't give me, I'll ask the countercurrent camp. Anyway, I'll get them. Luin thought of the Eternals. One joined would betray another, and another would betray another. Anyway, he always had a backup plan and would never die. He seemed to be like this himself. He repeatedly jumped between the enemy and himself, collecting resources in both directions. Are you thinking now that we've become the force behind you? Luin suddenly asked. Qiyu was silent. That was what it thought. After all, it was a main path. If the human civilization had another main path helper, it would be of great significance. No one would be willing to kill a main path. Luin said, you can think of it that way, because I might need you, but the premise is that you give me enough value. For example, everything you know about the main path of time. The situation in the main path. I know you can't say. Luin interrupted, what I want is everything you know about the main path of time outside the main path. Chaos looked at Luin, you plan to attack the main path of time? Luin looked at it, Senior, you're wrong about one thing. There are indeed 3 forces behind Qiyu, but the main path of time doesn't represent the main path. If the main path of death can be betrayed and hunted down, the other main paths can do the same. Chaos was surprised, you want to drive a wedge between the main paths? Luin looked away, it's difficult. The main path isn't stupid. Unless there's a monster like Jiulei, they won't be able to drive a wedge between the main paths. However, I can make them suspicious of each other so that they won't be able to work together. It's very simple. Just deal with the main path of time and don't touch the other main paths, Chaos reminded, don't underestimate the main path. Luin smiled, don't worry, this is just a preliminary plan and can change at any time. I won't underestimate anyone. Just think of it as eliminating the main path step by step. Qiyu thought it heard wrong. What did they say? Eliminating the main path? Was there such a thing? The main path was the sky, so how could anyone want to eliminate it? Even if the anti-current camp wanted to do the same, they knew that it was just a dream. Why did this human sound so serious? Qiyu then told Luin everything it knew about the main path of time outside the mother tree. However, Luin was disappointed because most of the main path's chronological sequences had already been dealt with. There were only a few backup chronological sequences that it didn't care about. As for the chronological sequences in the other directions, they were too far away. It was possible to deal with them, but it would take a long time to prepare, just like when they had returned to Xiang City from the Remnant Sea. However, this was a necessary step, so it didn't matter how long it took. Right, do you have a way to contact the Wang family? Luin asked. Qiyu said, the Wang family has contacts in the outside world. Luin exhaled. Contact people? He didn't want to have any contact with the Wang family yet. What about Bai Xianer? Luin asked. Qiyu was confused, Bai Xianer? Xiao Xian. That human. Girl? Don't you know that she's the one who lured us here? Chaos mocked. Qiyu was furious, she lured you here? It didn't understand why Luin would suddenly attack it. Luin looked on calmly. Qiyu was furious and said in a low voice, she's from the Wang family. Luin was stunned, what did you say? She's from the Wang family? He hadn't expected this answer. Qiyu said, it's because she's from the Wang family that I was willing to take her in and let her cultivate here. She even asked to be my disciple, so how could I accept her? I gave her a goal that she could never achieve, which is to collect 3,000 tributaries of the River of Time. If she can do it, she can directly enter the top 10, or even the top 5. This is quite difficult. After all, the other chronological sequences have to rely on the Divine Palace and their oracles. She can't do it alone. Why do you believe that she's from the Wang family? Because she knows about the relationship between the Wang family and me. I had to believe her. Even the countercurrent camp doesn't know this secret. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Bai Xianer knew about the human civilization because of planet Qiming, but how did she know about Qiyu? Could she really be from the Wang family? To be honest, it wasn't impossible. She thought that she could get rid of Wang Wen by being dragged into the River of Time, but what if she couldn't? With her talent, Wang Wen might have thought highly of her and taken her into the Wang family. But if she joined the Wang family, why did she scheme against Qiyu? Wang Wen deliberately let Qiyu join the path of time for a reason. Her doing so was equivalent to rebelling against the Wang family. Strange, he couldn't figure it out. Chaos stared at Luin. Luin was puzzled. Senior, why are you staring at me? Chaos said naturally, to see what you're thinking. You humans are too scheming. I just don't want to think about it. Aren't you tired? Luin laughed. Yes, very tired. Forget it, let's not think about it. We'll meet again one day. Are you done? Almost. Then let me ask you a question. Chaos looked at Chiyu. What's the Wang family's situation? Luin was surprised. He wanted to ask this question, but he couldn't talk about the situation in the main branch. Chiyu's answer was the same. Chaos said, then let's not talk about the main branch. I know that you all have guesses about the Wang family. Who wouldn't? A family without a master has such a complicated relationship with the path of time. They obey and disobey. They might even scheme against other paths of time. That's strange. I don't want to ask this question. It's the question of countless people in ninth base. Then, he looked at Luin. No one can give you an answer about the Wang family, right? Luin nodded. He knew too much about ninth base, including some interesting stories, but no one could tell him anything about the Wang family or Wang Wen. What about Wang Wen and Hong Shuang? What about Wang Wen and Jiu Lei? What about the Wang family and the Sovereign Path? What about the Wang family and ninth base? No one could answer any of these questions. Jiu Lei also had the same question. Ninth base had already reached a level where it could compete with the Sovereign Path, but it still regarded the Wang family as a mystery. Chiyu didn't answer immediately. Luin and Hunji were not in a hurry. They waited patiently. After a while, he spoke. Our guess is that the Wang family is a descendant of the sovereign. They once had a sovereign, but no one knows why he's gone. That's why they have a special status and are equal to the sovereigns. Luin didn't refute this, as it wasn't impossible. Another guess is that they know the path to the Sovereign Path, but they're restricted by the Sovereign Path and can't leave it. However, they didn't tell the Sovereign Path about this, as the Sovereign Path needs them to reveal this secret. That's why they've always lived in peace. These are our guesses, but we don't know which one is true. As for Wang Wen, he's always been like that, as if he's shrouded in a secret deeper than the entire Wang family. We've never seen him fight, so no one knows how strong he really is. I only know that I'm not his match. Luin looked at Chaos. Senior, what did Wang Wen do at ninth base? Chaos recalled, I'm not sure, but he's very strange. He doesn't stand out in a crowd, but if he leaves, he'll be immediately thought of. No one cared about him before the Battle of Ninth Base, but after that, everyone was curious about him. He and the Wang family behind him became a secret that countless people in Ninth Base wanted to know because he's a human. Why would a human betray humanity? Luin looked away. Why would a human betray humanity? Yes, why would Wang Wen betray humanity? It wasn't accurate to say that he had betrayed them, because the Wang family and the Ninth Base camp belonged to different camps. However, Wang Wen's actions and his understanding of human beings all showed one thing: he didn't care about human beings. Over the countless years, Chiyu had collected many resources. For example, there were over 10,000 tributaries of the long river of time. It had been a long time since it broke through the main sequence, and yet it still had so many tributaries of the river of time. This meant that when it was in the time sequence, its ranking couldn't have been low. There were many strange things in the universe, and Chiyu also had a turbid treasure. Although it was not of much help for a battle at its level, or it would have used it long ago, it was still very useful for ordinary Eternal Realm experts. There were many cultivation techniques, battle techniques, cultivation paths, and so on. However, there was a portion that Luin could not understand, but he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Those were the countless strange and seemingly useless materials. The familiarity of these materials was similar to what Ikai had asked them to collect, so he brought Ikai here to let it see the materials of Chiyu. This is a material from my Heaven's Will civilization. Ikai exclaimed. You're from the Destiny civilization? Ikai asked, whose resources are these? Chiyu. Hatred flashed in Ikai's eyes. So it's true. Chiyu was one of the murderers who destroyed my Heaven's Will civilization. The previous Heaven's Will civilization had been destroyed by the Master Dao, but the Master Dao would not personally take action. Qiyu was a Master Dao, and it was normal for him to destroy the Heavens Will civilization. In such a large Heavens Will civilization, Qiyu was not the only one who took action. Other Dao's masters must have taken action as well. Qiyu only had a fifth of the materials in the Heavens Will civilization, but it was still a lot. Why did you keep these materials? Luin did not understand. These materials were useless to Qiyu. Ikai also saw Qiyu and wanted to take revenge, but he was not qualified. They don't take up much space, so it doesn't matter if I keep them. This was Qiyu's answer. Luin said, you also have thoughts about the Heavens Will civilization, right? Qiyu did not deny it. I do, but I don't know if Fu Shen and the others have. In the previous battle, most of the materials were destroyed. I took back what I could. Fu Shen was a Master Dao of life and one of the powerhouses who participated in the destruction of the Heavens Will civilization. The Master Dao could see the value of the Heavens Will civilization, so it was normal for Qiyu to have thoughts about it. Luin locked Qiyu up and asked Ikai, these materials can save you a lot of trouble. Ikai said, what do you want to see? Consciousness? That saves you a lot of materials, and you can extract a majestic consciousness from a still object in one go. Luin nodded, this was good. But I feel like I need to tell you about another use, one that even the Master Dao doesn't know about. If they did, the ruler might have personally taken action to destroy us. Ikai's voice was solemn, and his words made Chaos feel disdain. The ruler had personally taken action? Even during the Battle of 9 Bases, Chaos did not know if the ruler had personally taken action. That was not something it could participate in. In the entire universe, there were very few things that could force the ruler to personally take action. Once the Death Ruler took action, he had sealed off the entire city, and no one had been able to escape. The Life Dao's Master Dao had been defeated without even a trace of battle. This was a qualitative difference from other life forms. The Heavens Will civilization had many ideas, but to Chaos, their ideas were impossible. What could be done in theory could never be done in reality. The Master Dao had only taken action to avoid unnecessary trouble. Did they really think that they could shake the Master Dao? Luin was curious. What use? Ikai looked at Luin with a serious expression. Equality. Luin raised a brow in confusion. According to the knowledge of our civilization, the universe is divided into two sides, one active and the other passive. What we know isn't important. What's important is that since the universe is divided into two sides, then these two sides must be equal. The universe is equal. Material equality. Everything, including time and space, is equal to maintain the stability of the universe. Then, in the dynamic side, the cultivation of living beings has developed a power that can destroy the static side, such as crushing a rock or breaking a space. However, the universe is not out of balance, which means that the static side also has a power that can counteract the power of the dynamic side. That might be a little complicated, but the simplest way to understand it is. Ikai looked deeply at Luin. If the dynamic side exists, the static side must also exist. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Are you trying to tell me that the dynamic side's power can be extracted from the static side through the 12 revolutions of Heaven's will? Ikai nodded. That's what I mean. Then wouldn't it be imbalanced? Chaos retorted. Ikai said, the universe has its own way of being balanced, and the Juggernaut's birth never considered imbalances, so we don't have to. At this point, its tone was bitter. Maybe it's better if it's imbalanced. Let the universe be destroyed and start anew. Otherwise, who can break the Juggernaut's path? Luin interrupted, can this be done? Of course we can. My Heavens Will civilization had already researched it during the final battle against the Lord faction. Unfortunately, we didn't have the time to realize it, because the active side of cultivation has been developing for far too long. It's impossible to estimate how long it's been. Although we won't be able to extract the entire history of cultivation from the passive side, which would truly be imbalanced, even if we only extract a little bit of it, it'll be enough to create one invincible civilization. The words invincible civilization successfully stirred Lu Yin's emotions. His cultivation had skyrocketed, but the human civilization couldn't keep up. Although the human civilization was also producing eternal realm cultivators, it would take a long time for them to reach the 9th level. This might be a possibility. Impossible, absolutely impossible. No one can surpass the years of cultivation, it doesn't make sense. Chaos denied it. Luin also knew that it was impossible. It was like letting an ordinary person achieve immortality. Ikai said in a low voice, common sense is just a kind of cognition, limited cognition. Before you started cultivating, could you understand that cultivators could fly and travel across the universe? The simplest example is teleportation. How do you explain teleportation? Chaos was speechless. Talent couldn't be explained. Ikai continued, this method is more reasonable than teleportation because we've already explained it and completed the research. The only thing missing is practice. Once it's successful, the human civilization's combat power will skyrocket. It won't be able to suppress the juggernaut immediately, but it will at least be much stronger than it is now. It depends on the amount of materials and time. This is equality. The equality between motion and static. Luin raised his hand and displayed rune lines. In the history of the human race, there was a brilliant senior who created rune lines. This senior believed that there was a corresponding price for the transformation of all matter in the universe, and rune lines were this price. With this method, we can visualize the impact of the opponent on the universe, judge the opponent's strength, and even fight. This is also a kind of equality. Ikai exclaimed, this theory is similar to our theory of motion and static. Is this senior still around? I would like to have a chat with him. Luin retracted his rune lines, he left a long time ago. It's a pity. If we continue to research this method, we might be able to reach even greater heights. Ikai was truly regretful, as he was the only one who understood the theoretical basis and terrifying upper limit of rune lines. Although Luin had learned it, he had never researched it, and it wasn't suitable for him to do so. The rune ancestor was a late bloomer, and the first half of his life was mediocre. He focused on studying and was very boring. He was the complete opposite of Luin. There were some things that only people like the rune ancestor could reach, and Luin would never be able to do so. At this moment, Chaos couldn't refute Ikai's words, even though he still felt that it was unbelievable. Why are you telling me this? Luin asked. To Ikai, the human civilization wasn't a friend, they were just using each other. If the Pure Heart sect hadn't destroyed the Heavenswell civilization, the Heavenswell civilization might have attacked the human civilization or at least escaped their range. Ikai said helplessly, if I say that I'm sincere in helping you, you definitely won't believe me. Chaos was disdainful. It was very confident that it could refute this statement because until now, Ikai still didn't know that humans had been monitoring them with technology. But I'm sincere. First of all, equality and indivisibility are the same. They're both products of the research of the 12 transformations of Heaven's will. I want to see it complete. This is the desire and determination of all life in the Heavenswell civilization. Secondly, if the human civilization can suppress the Lord, it can be considered as revenge for us. Of course, I have a condition for helping you. I hope that the human civilization can protect the existence of the Heavenswell civilization. All of our research will be open to the human civilization. If you feel threatened, you can destroy it, but do not harm our civilization. That's what I'm thinking. You can take it as the sincerity of the weak begging for the protection of the strong. Sincerity? Luin realized that more and more situations required sincerity. But the sincerity itself was becoming less and less. One had to say that it was a kind of irony. How many more materials do you need to complete equality? Luin asked. Ikai was excited. We need to gather at least 5 times more materials like this, and they are all different materials. Back then, how long did it take for your Heavenswell civilization to gather the 12 revolutions of Heavenswell? I'm not sure. It was unclear, but it was also very long. Take out the materials that can be used to set up the stream of consciousness from these materials. We will try our best to collect the rest of the materials. Luin asked. He could not focus all of his efforts on gathering materials from the realm of equal knowledge. Compared to that, perhaps it would be more worthwhile for him to control the realm of eternal knowledge. Of course, that was only if he could return to the realm of eternal knowledge. Ever since the return of the Tao of Death, the Tao of Time had suffered the greatest loss. The Tao of Time was easy to join in the first place, and there were many of them. Now, their losses were also great. But no matter how big the losses were, it shouldn't have been to this extent. 9 chronological echelons had either died or gone missing, accounting for a third of the chronological echelons. As for the main chronological echelons, they had lost 3. Zhongyi's betrayal, assassin Zhu Sanhai's death, and now Qiyu's disappearance. This was a huge blow to the Tao of Time. Lu Yin had captured Qiyu and taken away all of Qiyu's resources, leaving behind an unbearable loss for the Tao of Time. These losses were already on the verge of erupting with the Tao of Time, but Lu Yin was still unaware of it. Actually, it didn't matter even if he knew. What he wanted was to explode. Sovereigns were like gods in the highest heavens. No one could understand them. No one knew what kind of ability it possessed. If they didn't force it to descend to the mortal world, they wouldn't have the chance to drag it down. The sky was very high, but no matter how high it was, there would always be an end if one walked up step by step. There were many theories that could not be achieved in reality, but he firmly believed that this theory could be accomplished. This was the ultimate law of the universe. Just like how human civilization would completely disappear after countless years. He just wanted to let the human civilization walk a freer and wider path while it still existed. Through Scarlet Rain, Lu Yin's understanding of the path of time had become clearer. Of course, he already knew most of it since the route that he had taken just so happened to be at the border between Scarlet Rain and Cai Zhu's territory. Along the way, he had taken care of quite a few sequences. However, there were still some sequences whose locations were known, even if they were very far away. Then let's use a location-based projection. That's what Lu Tongtian used to do, Chaos suggested. That was what Lu Yin thought as well. The biggest problem was still the projection's power. Dealing with a chrono sequence was a peak existence that was compatible with 2 laws of the universe. Although it was restricted by the cultivation method of the path of time, its path was very narrow. Once the chrono sequence was broken, it could be defeated. However, the prerequisite was that the chrono sequence could be defeated. The chrono sequence had been bestowed by the ruler of time. Every sequence was different, and they were not easy to deal with. Fortunately, there were many experts in the human civilization. There were only 2 chrono sequences. They would gather all the experts and use their projections to start a war. Give the chrono sequence an end and let the master of time move. They would see how far they had to go to drag down that existence that stood above the 9 heavens. Knowing the location and location-based projection was not easy. Chaos understood this, but there was another creature that understood it even better, the 9 Tribulations God. The 9 Tribulations God had been in Glittering Jewel Heaven for far too long, and it was far more familiar with the place than Lu Yin and Chaos. With its location-based projection, it was guaranteed that it would be able to locate the location within a few years. A few years was enough for Lu Yin to teleport there, but he still did not go personally. Firstly, he wanted to get used to attacking from Glittering Jewel Heaven. Secondly, he was worried that if he really dealt with this chrono sequence, he would become an opportunity to drag down the ruler of time. He had to be more careful when dealing with the master of time. Time continued to pass, and the 9 Tribulations God was using its location-based projection. Lu Yin and the others were not idle either. They constantly searched the surrounding area and found several civilizations to collect resources, mother trees, and so on. Jia Wen, Boss Toad, and the others were also constantly searching. On this day, the location was successfully located. Lu Yin brought Jia Wen, Boss Toad, and the others back and began to project. In the distance, the divine palace was heavily guarded. The white light that shone from nearby made the palace seem as if it had been carved out of salt. It was pale and lonely. Although there were many creatures outside the palace, they did not interact with each other, and the loneliness became even more intense. Suddenly, a battle erupted. Strange things charged into the palace, alarming the chrono sequence, and an intense battle broke out. Lu Yin, Qing Lian Yu, Jia Wen, Jingmen Shangyu, Jian Wushuang, Hun Ji, 9 Tribulations Heaven's Show, Boss Toad, and the others all sent their projections over. Even if each of them couldn't perfectly display their strength, with so many of them, it was enough to bury the divine palace echelon. Furthermore, even if one of them was destroyed, they could immediately send their projections over. Not long after, the divine palace was completely destroyed, and the chrono sequence died tragically. At the same time, 2 divine envoys died in battle. This chrono sequence was ranked 17th. No one knew who had killed this chrono sequence, and the strange scenes caused the creatures in the palace to think that they had seen a ghost. Luin felt that it was a pity that the chrono sequence's resources had been wasted, and he wanted to teleport over and take them all away. However, the more he was in such a situation, the more he could not move. The chrono river's tributaries and the chrono sequence itself were constantly testing his patience. He could only not think about it. Grandmaster Greengrass had specifically come to find Luin to ask him to endure. The chrono sequence's continuous deaths were a challenge to the chrono sequence's prestige. At the very least, they knew that this situation should not be exposed. Next was the 18th chrono sequence. The same method and the same method of death, but it took a bit longer. The cost of the projection was not much longer. Next was the alternate chrono sequence. According to Chiyu's information, there were quite a few alternate chrono sequences that he had prepared to use to increase the number of chrono sequences. After all, the chrono sequence had lost so many chrono sequences, and the loss of every chrono sequence represented a decrease in the amount of time they could offer to the chrono sequence. Chiyu had to make up for it, or else he would not be able to explain himself. Who would have thought that the chrono sequence's chrono sequence would end up losing even more chrono sequences? Between heaven and earth, the chrono sequence unfurled like a painting that could be seen with the naked eye. This painting was not just gray, but rather colorful. It was like a beautiful scene that could captivate anyone. Even the starry sky was painted with the colors of time. The living beings were living a relaxed and peaceful life. The clouds fluttered with the wind, and a figure slowly stood up on top of a colorful cloud. He looked at the sky with a confused expression, even though he could not see the deep darkness. Yes, this subordinate understands. Not long after, the figure walked out of the cloud and appeared to be quite vexed. Why have so many things happened recently? Can't I just sleep in peace? Right, I seem to have forgotten something. What is it? Come to think of it, it's quite important. Oh, right, that woman from the Wang family wants to see me. There are no rules. How can we meet before we get married? But forget it. If she wants to see me, then let her. It's not bad to give her something to look forward to. After all, marrying me is her dream. After speaking, the figure slowly sank into the void and disappeared without a trace. It was as if a gust of wind had blown past, and it finally appeared at the bottom of a cliff in the distance. At the bottom of the cliff, a woman was humming a song as she watered the flowers. Wang Miao Miao? The figure arrived and calmly looked at the woman in front of him. Yes, she was very beautiful and enchanting. She was even wearing a thin veil, which made it very comfortable. At least no one would be able to see her true appearance. Bu Qing's woman naturally had to be more reserved. The woman watering the flowers was Wang Miao Miao. She turned around and faced Bu Qing. She slowly bowed. Miao Miao greets Senior Bu Qing. Call me Big Brother. Yes, Big Brother Bu Qing. Why are you looking for me? The wind blew past, lifting her hair to the side of her lips. Wang Miao Miao smoothed her hair naturally and smiled at Bu Qing. Nothing much. I just want to get used to the environment here in advance. After all, this will be my home in the future. Bu Qing looked at Wang Miao Miao with admiration. Do you know how many women want to marry me? Especially you human women. After all, I'm very similar to humans. Wang Miao Miao looked at the man in front of her. They were indeed very similar. Of course, if there was more flesh on his face, it would be even more similar. The pair of horns on his head was barely acceptable. The black wings made him look even more domineering. The only thing that was unacceptable was that Wang Miao Miao's eyes flashed with hidden uneasiness and disgust. There was also a face at the back of Bu Qing's head. It was ferocious and terrifying, like an evil spirit. What do you think of my place? Bu Qing asked. Wang Miao Miao smiled charmingly. Very beautiful and very strong. Strong? You can tell? Of course. This is the strongest upper realm I've ever seen. It can't compare to the Wang family. I think it's stronger than the Wang family. Buqing was very happy to hear this. Then do you want to see how strong it is? Can I? Of course, as long as you want to. Thank you, big brother Buqing. Then, let's begin. Buqing walked step by step toward Wang Miaomiao. When he was in front of her, he took the opportunity to wrap his arms around her waist. Wang Miaomiao did not resist. Her face was blushing, which made her look even more charming. Buqing's lips curled up, and he suddenly looked up. The world changed colors. The calm and peaceful multicolored land instantly became turbulent. Endless time seemed to flow in reverse, and everything visible to the naked eye was shuttling back and forth. The Lord's river of time flowed on it, but it still couldn't stop the waves of time from moving in one direction. The river flowed in another direction. Wang Miaomiao's face was pale, and she couldn't see anything. All she could see was the endless light of time. It was like a passage formed by lines, and she didn't know where it led. She knew that she was no longer in the realm of time, nor was she in the mother tree's main trunk. Time had materialized, but space didn't seem to exist. Everything in the world was gone. There was only her, Buqing, and that endless passage of time. This was the activation of the realm of time. When her vision recovered, she saw the deep starry sky that she hadn't seen in a long time. Was this the starry sky? The universe? Beside her, Buqing looked at her with a smile. Wang Miaomiao looked ahead and exclaimed, "The end of the branch?" Buqing followed Wang Miaomiao's gaze. Yes, the mother tree. The end of a branch. Recently, the Lord Path has encountered some changes. Of course, this change is insignificant. To the Lord, it's just one less ant that can be replenished. However, this is also a challenge to the Lord's dignity. As the Lord, I have a responsibility. Therefore, I have an obligation to do something for the Lord. I'll use this branch as a warning to make this area quiet down. After speaking, endless time connected to the main trunk. The Lord's river of time appeared and connected to the main trunk, creating a magnificent scene that Wang Miaomiao had never seen before. Wang Miaomiao wasn't the only one who saw this scene. Luyin and the others saw it as well. Countless lifeforms and civilizations saw it. They saw the Lord's river of time extend endlessly and cover the entire area. They felt an unparalleled might and dominance, as well as the Lord's supreme authority. Xianxia City shook, and even the stabilized artifacts descended, not daring to approach. That heavy pressure made it difficult for Luyin to breathe. His eyes flickered as he looked on in disbelief. Was this the Lord's attack? Everyone's scalps went numb. Chaos gritted his teeth and stared upwards. He had experienced this feeling before, back in the War of 9 Bases. As expected, the Lord had taken action during the War of 9 Bases. This was a terror that even he didn't dare to resist. It would never forget the horror that had befallen it. It brought Jiao Lei true despair. Suddenly, the universe squeezes, shrinks. The branches bent. The pressure of time came from a certain point in the endless distance, pressing downwards. It was as if the entire universe was being squeezed. It brought about a suffocating sense of despair. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, as he had never imagined that he would one day see such a scene. The passage of time was squeezing the entire universe, as if it were a balloon that could be squeezed and burst. The squeeze on the universe was also squeezing them. Xianxia City continued to shake. At this moment, countless civilizations were trembling as doomsday-like disasters occurred. No one could explain it to him. This was especially so for civilizations that did not know of the existence of the Master Dao. It was as if the entire universe was about to be destroyed. Buqing crushed the tree branches without restraint and laughed heartily. Wang Miaomiao looked at this scene in shock. She could clearly see that the branches were bending and on the verge of breaking. Was this the power that Buqing could mobilize with the help of the realm? The Tao of Time, the world controlled by the most powerful master sequence, was so powerful. It was just a branch being bent. However, it shook the mother tree so that the living beings in other directions could feel it. One of the experts opened his eyes and said in a low voice, "It seems like the ruler of time is truly angry. He actually used a realm to affect the area." Who made a move? The sovereign race? Or the main sequence? This method of attack is truly disgusting. Using a power that doesn't belong to oneself to wantonly kill. This is the vile behavior of a sovereign. The Master Dao has finally reacted. The Death Sovereign has already reconciled with the other masters. He won't stop this, and no living being can stop this. How lamentable. The survival of countless civilizations is unknown to whom they will be destroyed in the end. 8 colors, is this what you meant by authority that cannot be challenged? There's a saying in the mother tree's main branch, the truth only lies within the realm. What is a realm? It's impossible to explain. Blind, if you don't enter the main branch, you will never be able to achieve our expectations. Have you forgotten about this power? Then enter. How? I have my ways. No matter what kind of temporary impact a certain power had on the universe would recover at an astonishing speed. The branches were restored. Although they were bent a little, they did not break. The Master Dao of Time had disappeared. Xianxia also regained its peace. However, the scene that he had just witnessed would never be forgotten. Luin stood under the starry sky of Xianxia and looked up. How long had it been since he had looked up at the starry sky? This was because he had once again felt unfamiliar with the starry sky. Could the universe be affected in this way? Was this the power that covered the entire core? This was a warning to himself. No one would disturb him. He needed to be alone to think quietly. In the past, he had thought that his opponents were living beings. Whether it was the Eternals, the Unknowns, or the Master Dao, they were all living beings. But now, he knew that he might really be facing a god. A kind of god for those in the eternal realm. Chaos silence came, and his aura was heavy. Luin asked, "Have you seen this power before?" Chaos silence's voice was terrifyingly low and hoarse. Yes. It appeared many times during the War of the 9 Bases. This is the power of the Master Dao? Yes. It's different from what I imagined. It can't be helped. Those sovereigns have controlled the universe for too long and can always think of some incomprehensible ways to use power. This method rarely appears in the core, and it should be unique to the mother tree's main branch. I didn't tell you before because I don't know how to describe it. I can only understand it when I personally experience it. Luin sighed deeply. Now I understand. How should I put it? It's like asking an ordinary person to carry a mountain. An ordinary person can wear down the mountain with time, but it's impossible to carry it. Chaos silence looked at him. Carry the 9 bases. Luin looked at him. An invincible technique? More than that. If you don't have the power to deal with it, it's useless even if you don't suffer a backlash from the Master Dao. The only way to carry a mountain is to create tools. This is the wisdom of mortals. Chaos silence recalled. Why does it sound like someone said this before? There's also another way to become another mountain, Luin said. Chaos silence smiled. Looks like you're not scared. Luin smiled. Not to that extent. Do you know what was the deepest and most despairing moment of my life? You don't need to know. You've made it here anyway. Yes, I can always make it here. Those nightmares that can't be broken will eventually disappear. Luin knew that he had experienced too much. The Grand Empyrean had once brought him to see the entire Eternals. That moment of despair was still fresh in his memory. The first time he entered the Eternal Kingdom, the first time he faced the unknown, and the first time he died. This time. Now that he was standing here, he had surpassed all those firsts. Now, he had experienced the terror of the Lord's path for the first time. He would also surpass it. Creating tools to carry a mountain. These tools were not only for humans, but also for the various civilizations in the universe. After all, the human civilization was not the only one oppressed by the Lord. The Lord controlled the universe and obtained the resources of countless civilizations. This was the top. Humans could also use the power of countless civilizations to carry a mountain. This was the bottom. It was just that the method was different. He could not unite the civilizations because there was no communication between them. This principle still existed today. Then, he would become a bridge between the Lord's path and countless civilizations. He would use the tools created by the civilizations to carry the mountain. In the back mountain of the Tianyuan universe, Jian Wushuang sat calmly. Long Shi made tea for him, but he did not respond. Lu Yin arrived. Did you see what just happened? Jian Wushuang was calm. Yes. Inside the mother tree? Yes. Normal? More or less. The truth is only in the realm. What do you mean? Jian Wushuang did not say anything else. The situation in the mother tree's trunk could not be explained. Lu Yin took a deep breath. Have you heard of the countercurrent camp? Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed as he looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin also stared at him. Seeing his reaction, he nodded. It seems that my guess is right. You are one of them. Jian Wushuang's voice was cold. I won't tell you anything related to this force. It doesn't matter. I'm just confirming it. Then, when you said that Mian would help you buy your family back, was it also a lie? It's true. But that's not the only reason. Jian Wushuang was silent for a moment and did not answer. Lu Yin continued, let me guess. Perhaps you want to use Mian as the key to enter the mother tree's trunk. Jian Wushuang looked at Lu Yin in surprise. Lu Yin smiled. Don't look at me like that. Qiyu also belongs to the countercurrent camp. I don't know if you know, but from Qiyu's understanding of this force and my understanding, you will definitely find a way to enter the mother tree's trunk. Because no matter what you do in the outside world, you are no different from ants in the face of that force just now. The source of this countercurrent camp is in the mother tree's trunk. I've heard of a legend that the camp was once betrayed. Some people said that they failed, while others said that they succeeded. That blind man is a successful example, but he didn't rebel, but escaped. Then, his escape success might be the countercurrent camp's an attempt. You know the blind man, right? Jian Wushuang shook his head. I didn't know that the blind man was a member of this force. He wasn't the one who contacted me. Was that so? Lu Yin didn't know whether to believe it or not. He used to think that Jian Wushuang didn't care about the survival of human civilization and only cared about his family because of the camp's environment. Of course, that was the truth, but the thoughts of the countercurrent camp seemed to be more practical. The blind man didn't care about human civilization. Their goal was only to overturn the camp and pry into the main path. To a certain extent, they could use all civilizations, including human civilization. How many keys like Mian do you have? Do you know? It's impossible to know. That's true. Then, you don't know much about this force? Jian Wushuang shook his head. Lu Yin was helpless. Let me ask you a question. He looked at Jian Wushuang. If one day, the countercurrent camp wants to use human civilization to move the master path, they will succeed, but human civilization will also perish. What will you choose? Jian Wushuang's expression did not change, but his flickering pupils showed that he was thinking. Lu Yin was not in a hurry and calmly took a sip of tea. After a while, Jian Wushuang spoke. In the universe, all life will perish. The essence of life is to reorganize. Civilization is just a facade for survival. Lu Yin understood. You can leave. Jian Wushuang got up and was about to leave when he thought about it and drank the tea on the table. Lu Yin looked at the empty teacup, not knowing what to think. Perhaps the master path of time's deterrence was useful, or perhaps there were other reasons. In the next 200 years, the time sequence had no more losses. As for the alternative sequence, it was not within the time sequence's scope. 200 years was not long, but it was enough for some things, such as collecting materials needed by the Destiny civilization and finding the mother tree. Lu Yin added a lot of green light spots. The materials needed for the Destiny civilization to set up the 12 transformations of destinies were almost collected. It would not be long before Lu Yin could begin his first attempt. What Lu Yin needed was not to absorb the consciousness of an object, but to absorb it on a large scale. It had to have a very obvious effect, which was why he had taken so long to collect the materials. He did not intend to provoke the master path now. If he made a move after reaching this limit, the master of time might take more drastic action and find them. But the longer he remained silent, the greater the eruption. It would depend on the next opportunity. In the ninth heaven universe, Master Xianxia and Xianxia had been sitting opposite each other for decades, ever since Xianxia came out of seclusion. For decades, the two had not left each other's side, talking to each other and cultivating. Master Xianxia was Xianxia's master. Xianxia had experienced the whole process from the death of Mijin Shangyu to the exposure of Master Xianxia's identity. It was an unparalleled experience for his state of mind. In recent years, Master Xianxia had only asked one question, which Xianxia had pondered until now. If Master gave you the spirit seed that Mijin had cultivated and let you fuse it with the Nirvana calligraphy, what would you do? Would you take it back from the Wonder Gate or leave it for them? Xianxia couldn't answer this question until now. What he cared about was not the spirit seed, nor was it the increase in his cultivation base or combat strength. What he cared about was that the spirit seed belonged to his master, to Mijin Shangyu. Instead of asking about the spiritual seed, it would be better to ask Master Xianxia if he was himself in Xianxia's eyes. Or is he obsessed with Jin Shangyu? He was asking if Xianxia could recognize her own heart. Another few years passed, and one day, Luin looked up at the sky and smiled. Xianxia had finally broken through. Compared to him, Xianxia had been cultivating for a long time. Even before Luin was born, he was already the strongest under the immortal realm. In the entire Jiuxia universe, only the immortal realm could suppress him. His state of mind and experience were not lacking. What he lacked was the ability to face his own heart. The knot in his heart was sealed by Mijin Shangyu's death, it should also be undone by Mijin Shangyu himself. When the time was ripe, he would seize the opportunity to break through. This was Xianxia. There was no need to restart the universe. His future would not be limited to conforming to the laws of the universe. Compared to the upper defense of wonder, his upper limit was much higher. The answer he gave was very simple. I will do whatever Master tells me to do. This answer left Master Xianxia speechless. The Shi universe was a universe that Luin had never come into contact with before. The only impression he had of this universe was that it was barren. There were almost no intelligent creatures in this universe, and at most, there were wild beasts. Some of these beasts could roam the heavens, but their actions were driven by instinct. This was why he had chosen this universe. The materials he had gathered were enough to cover an area that was equivalent to the size of the outerverse of the Tianyuan universe. This was the only area that was worth trying. Although still objects had consciousness, there were very few of them, and they were only equivalent to animals in space. Animals could never exceed the spatial range of still objects, so even if there was a balance of consciousness between still objects and animals, space would be used to fill in the gap. It was a balance. Luin wanted to obtain a majestic consciousness that was comparable to that of animals, but he also needed space to fill in the gap. The only thing that mattered was the result. Ikai had said that when a still object's consciousness was extracted, the balance between movement and stillness would be broken, resulting in the destruction of the still object space. This was the universe repairing itself. This was why Luin had decided to use the Shi universe as a test subject. Even if this universe was destroyed, it would not matter. This was different from absorbing the mother tree's green light. Once the mother tree's green light was absorbed, the mother tree would be reduced to ashes, but it would only be a branch of the largest mother tree that stood within an inch of space. It would not have much of an impact on the universe it was in. But now, extracting the consciousness of a still object could lead to the destruction of the universe. Countless lives would be wiped out, and this was not something that Luin could easily accept. He still needed to choose his universe carefully. The Lu family's disciples teleported the materials according to Ikai's instructions and arranged them in various positions. Luin sat in the center of the range of materials. When everything was ready, Ikai spoke in an extremely serious tone under everyone's gazes, "Begin." Luin looked around. As the 12 revolutions of heavenly will began, he did not know how to describe this feeling. The universe's starry sky was shattering, and planets were breaking apart. Celestial bodies that he had never seen before were affecting each other, splitting and recombining, forming all sorts of strange changes. These changes were like the universe's size was constantly shrinking, but it was also constantly expanding. The most direct feeling Luin had was that it was unfamiliar. As the 12 revolutions of heavenly will revolved, that feeling of unfamiliarity grew stronger and more obvious. He actually did not recognize the universe that he was looking at. The 12 revolutions of heavenly will was a method of analyzing still objects, breaking them, and affecting the universe itself. The most important thing was not the revolutions, research, or materials, but the theory. It was very difficult for a person to imagine something that they had never seen before. After countless years in the universe, technology had developed into a fishing civilization, but how many had thought about moving objects? Perhaps some life forms had thought about it, but it was gone in a flash like a shooting star. The universe was made up of countless possibilities, and this was only one possibility. If one grasped this possibility, used it, and researched it, they would become a fishing civilization. Perhaps cultivation was the easiest way to become a fishing civilization. Other things, such as technology, research, and movement, were even more difficult and unimaginable. The 12 revolutions of heavenly will had started from the first to the 9th. In terms of offense, the 9th was enough to bury an existence that was compatible with 2 laws of the universe. This made Qinglian Shangyu, Mr. Mu, and the others nervous, afraid that Ikai would do something to Luin. In reality, Luin had never been worried about this. Everything that Ikai did was based on the fact that it had already happened, and this fact made the human civilization the object of its desire to help. The 10th revolution of heavenly will. The stream of consciousness had been discovered during the 11th revolution of heavenly will, which was enough to bury an existence that was compatible with 3 laws of the universe. It was second only to the 12 revolutions of heavenly will, which had once been the limit of the 12 revolutions of heavenly will. The 11th revolution had appeared. An indiscernible change had occurred in the vast expanse of space that was similar to the outerverse. It was as if that area had been split into 2, but on the surface, it seemed to be calmer than before. These scenes came from the universe itself, where still objects were being broken and reformed. If the bending of the mother tree's branches had been shocking due to its destructive power, then at this moment, everyone was shocked by the unknown. Their understanding of the universe was still too little. It had nothing to do with cultivation or power. The universe was forever unknown to all life forms. Perhaps a ruler could destroy a large part of the universe, but what would happen after that? The universe would still be in a certain state, and that state was not something that a ruler could understand. Whether it was a ruler or a human, they were all just passers-by in the universe. At this moment, Luin felt insignificant. Master Lu, the stream of consciousness, mind-opening reminded him. Luin took a deep breath and released his own consciousness, absorbing it almost instinctively. The next moment, a strange scene appeared within the 12 revolutions of heavenly will. His consciousness spread out like a thin piece of paper, and then like snowflakes being blown to the ground by the wind, it formed a river that flowed in a certain direction. This was because that direction was where Luin was. The consciousness swirled around Lu Yin's position, gradually rising until it formed a tornado of consciousness that lay across the heavens. It was shocking and unbelievable. This was the consciousness of all still objects in that area. It seemed to be different from their own consciousness, but it was also very close. They did not know how to describe it, so they could only watch. Luin felt very relaxed. He had thought that it would take a lot of effort to absorb the consciousness, but it was as easy as drinking water. Without the 12 revolutions of heavenly will, he would never have been able to extract this consciousness. But now, the 12 transformations of heavens will had delivered the consciousness to him in a way that he could grab it. It could even be said that it was delivered to him in the form of food. All he needed to do was to catch it and eat it. Mind-opening was excited, it's a success. Even my civilization has never tried such a large-scale stream of consciousness, because consciousness is not very useful to us. We can try the flow of time and balance, but we never tried this. Our ancestors' research was not wrong. I need materials, the more the better. It looked excitedly at Qinglian Yu and the others, give me enough materials, and I can raise your civilization to a level comparable to the ruler's path. I can make your entire civilization soar. I can make you incomparably powerful. It had to be said that Mind-Opening's words excited Qinglian Yu and the others. The success of the stream of consciousness allowed them to see that possibility. The ruler had used countless years of plundering countless civilizations to reach his current height. They could also use the strength of countless civilizations to drag him down. The Heavenly Will civilization was just one of them. Just as he was thinking about this, the consciousness vortex in the distance gradually shrank until it completely disappeared under everyone's gaze. It had not dissipated, but had been absorbed by Luin. Luin suddenly opened his eyes with a strange expression. Wasn't this method of strengthening his consciousness a little too easy? Although his cultivation speed was fast, he still felt uneasy. It did not really affect his body, but he sighed. How could it not be easy to destroy the balance of the universe? Those sovereigns had covered the universe with their own power. Depriving others of the possibility of advancing in the universe was even worse than his own. Forget it, he wasn't a good person anyway. At that moment, the void within the 12 revolutions of Heaven's Will was destroyed. Endless cracks swallowed up the surroundings, including planets and asteroids. It was like a dark monster was squeezing in from the surroundings. Luin teleported to Xiang City and then disappeared with the city. Some materials can still be used, Ikai shouted. Luin looked back and continuously teleported to collect as many materials as he could. In the end, he did manage to collect some that could be used, but most of them were still swallowed up by the destruction. From a distance, the destruction had turned from a dark side to a dark spot. Finally, it was covered in darkness again, but no matter how he looked at it, the darkness seemed to have thinned out. Luin handed the materials over to Ikai while he checked how much consciousness he had absorbed. It was not much, but it was not little either. Not long after, he opened his eyes with joy. Indeed, it was quite a lot. If his previous consciousness was considered 1, then the amount of consciousness he had absorbed in that area would be a third. If he expanded the area to cover the entire Xi universe, then the amount of consciousness he had absorbed would probably double his own. One universe would double his consciousness, which could be easily understood. There were many universes within the core space, and as long as he had enough materials, Luin was certain that he could become one of the few consciousness-type powerhouses in history. Unfortunately, parallel universes could not absorb consciousness. Because the consciousness of a still object had disappeared, the still object itself was collapsing. The collapse of that area meant that it could no longer absorb the consciousness of a still object. Luin immediately gave the order to return the way he had come. He had seen many universes along the way while searching for materials and the mother tree, and some of them could be destroyed. As for the Pure Heart sect, it had been so long that they probably would not chase after him. Even if they did, it would take a long time for them to catch up. It was almost impossible. The most excited one was not Luin, but Ikai. It hadn't existed since the destruction of the Heaven's Will civilization. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been the one to ask for help. Its understanding of the 12 revolutions of Heaven's Will was based on the foundation of the ancestors of the Heaven's Will civilization. The success of the stream of consciousness experiment made it completely excited. It was now quite confident that as long as it had enough materials, it would be able to help Luin surpass the mind sovereign in the Tao of consciousness. Luin did not believe that. No matter how much one's consciousness could absorb, it was still a completely different concept from being the ruler of one's consciousness. Even though the amount of consciousness in his body was comparable to the consciousness dominator's, the consciousness dominator's self-cultivation could easily crush his consciousness. He could only say that he would try to increase his consciousness as much as possible. In the future, he would try to become an eternal realm of knowledge or walk on this path. It was even further. If he really wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with the mind dominator, he would have to go through the process of transforming quantitative change into qualitative change. This process was not something that could be accomplished through willpower alone. Even if the Heaven's Will civilization hadn't been destroyed back then, it might not have been able to complete it even if it had lasted for eternity. Otherwise, the sovereign wouldn't be the sovereign. That would depend on Luin himself. His thirst for the consciousness of the quiet flow of the universe was not endless. No matter how I look at it, I look like a monster destroying the universe. If there were any intelligent life forms in the Xi universe, they would probably see me that way, Luin mocked himself as he sat in the back mountain of the above Heaven's Will sect and sipped his tea. Long she pursed her lips, even if we don't do that, we're still monsters in the eyes of ants. Luin froze and then laughed. That was true. The world of ants could be crushed with a single step by a mortal. How could those children not be monsters when they were watered with boiling water? There was no absolute good in the universe, only relative evil. Since he had reached this step, did that mean that the ancestors of Ninth Base had done the same? Of course, this was a necessary step in cultivation. Every cultivator was actually stealing the energy of the universe. He asked Hunji. Don't think too much about it. The universe is right here. If you don't destroy it, others will. When others destroy it more than you, you're finished. Is that what he said? Of course, that's what Mr. Freedom said. Who asked him? I don't know. I won't ask too much about it. After a pause, it continued, but humans have their own kindness. They also value balance. If they destroy the universe, then they have to make up for it. They use Ninth Base to contain other creatures. Luin was surprised. Is that why Ninth Base contains everything? Hunji wasn't sure, something like that. It's like when you do something evil, as long as you have a conscience, you'll make up for it in other ways. Although you might not be able to make up for it, it's a form of atonement. Actually, I think it's all pretentious. Luin didn't know what to say. Pretentious? Maybe. Everyone had their own emotional weaknesses because they would always wander between gains and losses. Then, how can I make up for it? Luin muttered to himself. Hunji couldn't answer Lu Yin's question and left quietly. Before leaving, it took Longxi's cup and drank it as a form of respect. Longxi was speechless. That cup of tea wasn't for it. Forget it. Let's have another cup. After Hunji left, Master Xianxia came. As soon as he sat down, he heard Luin say, I'll make up for it by freeing the universe from the master's control. Master Xianxia didn't understand what Luin was talking about, but it felt like an oath. Longxi made tea for Master Xianxia. Master Xianxia nodded with a smile and took a sip. Luin sat down opposite him. How do you feel? Consciousness? Yes. It's okay. It's increasing too fast. I can't feel it clearly. Master Xianxia nodded and took another sip. What do you mean by that? Luin told Master Xianxia about his conversation with Hunji. Master Xianxia thought about it and said, That's right. To the universe, the Master's Tao might be a chronic disease. No matter what you do, just treat it as a cure. Luin smiled. Senior, don't tell me you want to enlighten me. I don't need to be enlightened. Many things are over after thinking about it. After all, I'm just a layman. A layman who will do anything to win. Master Xianxia looked at Luin seriously. Even if you're a layman, you have to have ideals and be firm in your self-righteousness. Luin picked up the teacup and took a sip. Righteousness? It was even more vulgar than a layman like him. Without self-righteousness, you can't go on. Just like you've been leading human civilization forward. If you didn't have this basic understanding, you would have been free and unfettered, just like the Wang family, Master Xianxia said. Luin put down the teacup. Senior, why are you here? He didn't want to continue this topic. The heart was the starting point of all actions. He didn't want to see his heart clearly. He was afraid that once he saw it clearly, he wouldn't be able to turn back. Master Xianxia said, Nothing, I just want to ask about the results of this consciousness. It depends on the direction of what to do next. Luin didn't hesitate. Find the mother tree and gather materials. Like before, you won't touch the Master's Tao for now? I can't find it even if I want to. Forget it, I'll improve myself first. If I can find the materials to balance the 12 revolutions of Heaven's will, that would be perfect. It's not that easy, but Ikai mentioned a possibility that might go against what we're doing now. Luin looked at Master Xianxia and guessed, find the enemy that destroyed the Heaven's will civilization. Master Xianxia nodded. Just like how Qiyu had obtained a large amount of materials. Qiyu had thought of the importance of the Heaven's will civilization and collected a large amount of materials. The other powerhouses of the Master's Tao who had attacked the Heaven's will civilization might not have thought of it. Qiyu said that he had brought back all the materials that he could, but this only referred to the portion that he could take back, not the other powerhouses. For example, Fushan might have taken some of the materials that he could take. If he could find those powerhouses, he could use them to get back the materials that the Heavensville civilization had accumulated at its peak. Although most of it had been destroyed, even a little bit left would be enough to save Luin a lot of time. Master Xianxia took out a list and handed it to Luin. This is what Ikai gave me. It's from the records of their race. Luin laughed. They really hold a grudge. But it's normal. For example, the destruction of the 9th base was related to the unknowns and Xianling. These enemies can never be forgotten. As he spoke, he took the list and looked at it. His expression changed slightly. What's wrong? Master Xianxia asked. Luin put down the list and pondered for a moment before saying, there are 2 names here. It's normal, but it also makes me feel that it's abnormal. I can't tell what's abnormal. Master Xianxia looked over. Guzheng, Xingzhui. Luin nodded. One betrayed his father and civilization, joined the path of karma, and sent his father to the camp to suffer inhuman torture. The other was an enemy of the blind man on the surface. He entered the path of life as the master of consciousness and even lit up the indestructible star chart, but secretly joined forces with the blind man and belonged to the anti-drift camp. On the surface, it seems normal that these 2 participated in the destruction of the Heavensville civilization because other than them, there were other powerhouses of the Master of Consciousness and other sequences. It can be said that the scale of the war against the Heavensville civilization was not small. But no. I don't know why, but when I put these 2 names together, I feel that something is wrong. Master Xianxia looked at the list. What do you suspect? Luin shook his head. There's no basis for suspicion. Suspicion without reason is more like instinct. This is more reliable than evidence because evidence can be forged, but instinct cannot be forged, Master Xianxia said. Luin thought about it and his expression turned solemn. Do you think it's possible that Chuzheng is faking his allegiance? Master Xianxia was not surprised. Chu Wuwei being betrayed and thrown into the camp was a show put on by the father and son? Luin did not know how to answer. To be honest, it's a little ridiculous to guess without any evidence. However, throughout human history, there have been too many people who have done this. The ruse of self-injury has been used time and time again, but it has been effective every time. For example, Senior Huizu. For example, Senior, you seem to be the most proficient in this path. Master Xianxia put down the list. The more unbelievable you find this baseless guess, the more likely it is because they are not facing you or me, but the Master Path. The Master Path's control and knowledge of the universe is beyond their imagination, so it's not strange for them to do anything. Luin looked at the name Chuzheng. In fact, it was not baseless. At Canhai, the blind man had prepared so many tricks to kill the Master Path's powerhouses, but he had never taken the initiative to kill Chuzheng. Of course, there was also Xianxia. At that time, he did not think much of it. However, if Chuzheng was really a member of the anti-current camp, it could make sense or not. It could not make sense because during the battle at Canhai, Chuzheng did not attack him. At that time, Xingzhui had already attacked, but Chuzheng still held back. It could make sense because of the blind man's caution. He had hidden one trick after another. If Chuzheng was really faking his betrayal, there was obviously no need to waste this chess piece on Luin. Luin suddenly realized that the anti-current camp's power was terrifying. The weakest member seemed to be Jian Wushuang, while the rest were existences that conformed to the 3 laws of the universe. In total, the blind man, the courtyard master, Xingzhui, the pure heart sect, and Qiyu were all experts. There were a total of 5 existences that conformed to the 3 laws of the universe, and this did not include those that had not been exposed. If this was the case, the moment the anti-current camp's power came to the forefront, it might shock countless civilizations. It might not be much worse than Jiubai. Who created this power and hid it until now? Was their goal really to overthrow the Master Path? Luin realized that the anti-current camp's power was very similar to the Eternals that were struggling at death's door under the light of the Above Heaven sect. Although they could be extinguished at any time, it was also possible that they could be defeated. He did not think too much about Chuzheng. It was a baseless guess. On the other hand, many of the names on the list coincided with what he had heard. That meant that the Master Dao was not endless. Each Dao only had so many powerful cultivators, and they had already lost more than a third. If things continued like this, they might be able to wipe out the entire Master Dao. The Dao of Time's warning represented its bottom line. Perhaps it was the increase in his awareness that made him excited, but he continued to follow his original plan and split up into smaller teams to search for civilizations, materials, and mother trees. Even if they encountered creatures that cultivated the power of time, they would avoid them. Just like that, 50 years passed. During this period of time, Ikai had been focusing on the research of the stream of consciousness. He had been constantly shortening the time and process of substituting materials. He had also increased the types of substituting materials, allowing the materials that he had found to be more useful. This had also led to the reduction of the overall time. In just 50 years, he could set up a 12 transformations of heavens while that covered the same area as before. During these 50 years, Lu Yin had already chosen the next universe to set up the 12 revolutions of heaven's will. The same thing happened again. Reverence and confusion towards the unknown filled Lu Yin's heart. The more he understood the universe, the more he realized that he didn't understand it. The many substances that originally existed in the universe constantly shattered, reformed, and then changed again. All sorts of colors and lights were produced, but no matter how beautiful they would eventually return to darkness. Darkness was the universe's indelible law. When he thought of this, Lu Yin did not say anything and went into seclusion. No matter what kind of creature it was, the first thing they saw when they saw the universe would always be darkness. That endless darkness would devour everything. Since darkness represented everything, it also represented the law. The more common things were ignored, but the more common things were, the more important they were. This was the second time that Ikai's stream of consciousness had been extracted. Ikai seemed to have a new idea to find Lu Yin, but he was stopped. Mr. Mu and the others suppressed their excitement and took Ikai away. They knew that Lu Yin's opportunity to break through had arrived. Breaking through to the eternal realm was not a simple matter of cultivation. It was more like half cultivation and half opportunity. To break through, one needed to comprehend and conform to the laws of the universe. However, there were countless laws, and comprehending them was extremely difficult. It was like trying to find the most suitable fish in the vast ocean. How would one find it? Not only would one have to spend a long time searching, they would also need to have the opportunity. If one could not find it, they would forever be stuck at their current realm. Perhaps some civilizations had ways to help creatures find the opportunity to break through, such as the rulers. Their cultivation path had long since been fixed, and they firmly believed that this fixed cultivation path would lead them to the peak. However, Lu Yin and the others were different. Their cultivation had always come from themselves. If they walked the path of their predecessors, they would never be able to surpass them. If they could not break through, then there was no point in thinking about anything else. Now, Lu Yin had finally found the opportunity to break through. Mr. Mu and the others did not know what Lu Yin's law of the universe was, but they knew that when Lu Yin came out, his strength would transform once again. At that time, the path of human civilization would be even wider and further. In a corner of the universe in Xianxia City, Lu Yin sat cross-legged. He did not have a powerful aura, and his entire person was like an old monk in meditation. His aura was even becoming more and more flat, as if it were returning to nothingness. A darkness enveloped his surroundings and moved towards him like an invisible hand that wanted to cover him. Darkness. The darkness of the universe, the darkness of humans, the darkness of the future, the darkness of the past, and the darkness of everything. In the end, everything would return to darkness. When a person was born, their first cry heralded the arrival of life. However, after 100 years, they would return to the earth, and their lives would return to darkness. The sun would rise and set, and the cycle would repeat itself until everything returned to darkness. Darkness was the final destination of everything. Perhaps the universe had been born with darkness. Since everything would return to darkness, then this darkness could be brought to oneself by the universe, but it could also be brought to others by oneself. Lu Yin's figure was gradually submerged in the darkness until he could no longer be seen. No matter how powerful a being was, darkness would always be able to drown them. This was not just a color, but also the truth of the world. It was the first and final impression that the universe had brought to them. Cultivation was a circle. Birth and death were all circles. Coming from the darkness and returning to the darkness, this was also a circle. Xianxia was established here, and it would only move when Luin came out of seclusion. When Luin had broken through from the great circle of adversity to immortality, it had not taken him much time to do so. Now, however, he had used a relatively long time to conform to the laws of the universe, 99 years. This breakthrough had taken him a full 99 years. On the first day after 99 years, Xianxia was completely enveloped in darkness. Many places in the universe had originally been daytime, and even the rising sun had just risen. However, at this moment, darkness covered everything. All living beings, regardless of whether they were humans or animals, saw the darkness at this moment, and they also saw a figure walking out of the darkness. In that moment, this figure seemed to be the starting point of countless lives. It made them feel as if they were seeing their earliest selves. As the figure drew closer, they recognized that it was Luin. Lian Yu, Jiao Wen, Mr. Mu, and even Han Ji all saw the darkness at this moment. It was a short moment, but it felt like an eternity. Lu Yin's figure walked out of the darkness, and when he clearly entered everyone's eyes, the darkness retreated and was enveloped by light. Countless people knelt down. Ordinary people did not understand what had happened, but they knew that this was the closest they had ever been to Luin. In that moment of darkness, in that moment of Luin, it was as if he belonged only to them. Lian Yu was shocked. Had he been dragged into the darkness? This darkness should be the laws that allowed him to conform to the laws of the universe. He did not have the ability to resist at all. It was as if the darkness had always existed. Han Ji was even more shocked because he had tried to expel the darkness, but it had only trembled a little. Was this little guy really that powerful in conforming to the laws of the universe? Even he could not tear it apart easily? No, he had to ask. Han Ji broke through the void and stepped into the back mountain of the above heaven sect. Luin was already sitting there. At this moment, Luin was no different from before. If there was anything different, it was just that his temperament was more ordinary. No matter how he looked at him, he looked like an ordinary person. There was no sense of transcendence. He could not even compare to an ordinary cultivator. Han Ji sized up Luin and could not sense his aura at all. Damn it, he could not sense his aura at all. He could not even see through his realm. He could see through it in the past. No matter how high his cultivation or combat strength was, he could easily see through someone who was in conforming to the laws of the universe. What was going on now? Luin suddenly turned to look at Han Ji. The two looked at each other. In an instant, Han Ji's surroundings fell into darkness again. His pupils shrank as he stared at Luin. At this moment, Luin was just a ball of darkness in his eyes. He wanted to see clearly, but he could not. The surrounding darkness approached again, causing him to feel an indescribable sense of panic. It was not fear or strength, but reverence for the universe, the first light of the birth of heaven and earth, and the hesitation of life at the end. Darkness became the color that made life feel safe and fearful. Luin was a ball of darkness. He sat there like a black sun, emitting the initial and final impression of life. With a whoosh, like a gust of wind, the darkness disappeared. Luin smiled and made a gesture of invitation. "Senior, have some tea." Han Ji looked at Luin deeply. "You seem to have improved a lot." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "It's okay, but..." He looked at Han Ji deeply. "Senior, you lied to me very hard." Luin could roughly see Han Ji's strength by conforming to the darkness. How should he put it? It was not that he could not feel it before, but it was not as clear as now. His combat strength had improved a lot. It was not so difficult for him to fight against someone who conformed to 3 laws of the universe. If he were to fight against Qiyu, he might be able to handle it alone. The most obvious change was in his senses. It was as if the darkness had become his eyes, allowing him to see the universe more clearly. In the universe, all life existed in the darkness. Once dragged into the darkness, one would be able to see things clearly. Chaos combat power was definitely not what it appeared to be. No matter how Luin looked at chaos, chaos was a monster in his eyes. A monster that could not be compared to the three laws of the universe. But this monster had never shown its true face. Chaos smiled. It's not a lie. No matter how long it will be now or in the future, I don't plan to fight in my full state. I promised Mijou. Mijou asked you to hide your strength? Yes. Revealing a certain strength and hiding it are two different concepts. Once exposed, we might all be finished. Luin understood. Thank you for your hard work. Chaos looked at Luin with admiration. Kid, why do I feel that your combat power is stronger than those old guys who have three laws of the universe? It's not an ordinary power that has three laws of the universe. In the entire universe, your strength is probably below the Juggernaut level. Luin looked at Chaos. Seriously? Senior, do you really think so? Chaos thought for a moment. Almost. Luin did not know whether to be happy or not. Chaos had participated in the Battle of 9 Bases and had seen the Juggernaut's true strength. What it said meant that it acknowledged his current strength. But the word almost was important. Even if it was just a little difference, it was still a huge gap. Then what's the combat power of the strongest existence that you've seen that has three laws of the universe? Or rather, what's the realm of the strongest existence below the Juggernaut level? Luin asked. He had not asked this question before, not because he had not thought of it, but because he did not want to. It was like climbing a mountain. If you had reached your limit, you could continue if you did not know where the peak was. If someone told you that you were halfway to the peak, you might give up immediately. Luin was far from the Juggernaut level. That was why he had never asked. Chaos shook its head. I might not have seen the real existence below the Juggernaut in action, but I've seen the strongest. It raised its claw and revealed a clear scar on its side. One move. Chaos recalled. Just one move, or more accurately, just one move. It gave me a blow, but I suffered a scar that will never heal. Luin stared at the scar. It really could not heal. It was as if an indescribable power had solidified. Even Chaos could not dispel it? It had been so long. Who? I don't know him. He's an old bastard from the sovereign race. Don't underestimate the Juggernauts. The Juggernauts you've seen so far are just young fellows. You haven't seen the old fellows below the Juggernauts, or even on the same level as the Juggernauts. Those are the real monsters. Of course, with your current combat strength, you might not be unqualified to fight them. Actually, now that I think about it, I might have been careless to take on that attack. Their battle prowess is indeed terrifying, but it's not to the point where it's despairing. To reach that level is to conform to the three natural laws of the universe. Beyond that is the sovereign realm. However, that step is completely limited by the sovereign realm, and can never be transcended. Luin frowned. How disgusting. Yes, it's disgusting, but what can we do? Sometimes, I wonder if you humans would have done the same thing if you humans reached the Dominator level first, Chaos said. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Perhaps, he would too. The essence of life was selfishness. He was a human, but he would not mindlessly praise humans. Humans were also living beings. No matter how high their realms were, they couldn't escape the essence of life. Was eternal life changing the essence of life? Wrong. Eternal life only changed the essence of the physical body, not life itself. Of course, this was just a wild guess. Perhaps if Mijou reached the sovereign level, he would really be selfless? His thoughts couldn't represent the entire human race. Chaos left, and Mr. Mu and the others arrived one by one. Lu Yin's breakthrough had attracted everyone's attention. They all wanted to know how much stronger Luin had become. However, Luin didn't need to fight with them. He just needed to tell them that he had indeed become stronger. That was enough. Aside from becoming stronger by conforming to the natural laws of the universe, Luin had also done something else. He had made the power he cultivated as visible as possible. All this time, he had cultivated many different powers, but he didn't have a clear understanding of the limits of each power and its corresponding destructive power. Every time he fought with an enemy, he would switch to a different power if one didn't work. He was best at using various combinations of powers to suppress his enemies. However, the further he advanced, the more he couldn't do this, especially when he reached the sovereign level. Although he still didn't know how to break through to the sovereign level, he knew that if he cultivated all his powers at the same time, he wouldn't have the time to reach that height even if he could. Why did those sovereigns call themselves Master 1 Dao and not Master 2 Daos? That was because only one of their powers had reached the level of being invincible since ancient times, and it could be found everywhere. However, it was impossible for Lu Yin to give up on the other powers. The only thing he could do was to visualize his own powers and make the final choice. With the die as his inspiration and the darkness that conformed to the natural laws of the universe, Lu Yin created a 12-sided die. Each side represented a different power, and with the darkness's all-encompassing nature, he connected all the powers to each side of the die and presented them as numbers. This allowed him to have a clear understanding of his powers. Thus, Lu Yin looked up and released the starry sky in his heart. In front of him was a 12-sided dark die. Each side represented a power that he had cultivated. However, it wasn't filled up. Only 4 powers were connected: physical strength, the power of time, karma, and consciousness. The 4 sides were connected to 4 different powers, and they were presented as numbers: 80, 1, 100, and 3. Being presented as numbers made it very clear at a glance. Lu Yin could see the differences between his various powers, and he could make up for it, give it up, or replace it. It was up to him to choose. There was no upper limit to the numbers, and they were determined based on his consciousness. Lu Yin's consciousness had been divided into 1 before he extracted the stream of consciousness from still life, and now that he had extracted it twice, it had reached 3. He estimated that the blind man's consciousness might be close to 100, which was the strength of a master who specialized in consciousness. This was also the approximate difference between his consciousness and the 3 natural laws of the universe. It was impossible to be absolutely precise, as both the numbers and the knowledge were only approximate. Since the blind man's consciousness was 100 to 1, Lu Yin could roughly calculate how his own physical strength would compare to a powerhouse who conformed to the 3 natural laws of the universe. The result of his physical strength was 80. It couldn't compare to an existence who specialized in physical strength and conformed to the 3 natural laws of the universe, but once it reached an extreme, it would accumulate and eventually explode. This would allow him to fight against an existence like the wide unknown. The number of absolute powerhouses who specialized in physical strength wasn't necessarily 100, which was why Lu Yin had determined an approximate result of 80. It was enough to suppress a powerhouse who conformed to the 3 natural laws of the universe, but it couldn't compare to a powerhouse who specialized in physical strength. There was only 1 power of time because Lu Yin didn't specialize in it. His previous ancestral world had been a time boat that chased after time through space. Although it wasn't bad, he hadn't cultivated it seriously after breaking through. Although there were many tributaries to the river of time, they didn't belong to him. When he used them, he just smashed them, which was simple and crude. Thus, it could only be about the same as before, 1. As for karma, it was actually what he specialized in the most. Ignoring the fact that he had been increasing the heavenly Tao of karma, this method of increasing karma was much faster than normal cultivation. Even the Azure Lotus Protector's peak karma celestial phenomenon couldn't compare to Lu Yin's. Furthermore, he had also comprehended that karma was not linear and had seen the essence of karma's restraints. Lu Yin could confidently say that even if he focused on karma, it would be difficult for a master of karma to surpass him in that regard. 100 might even be modest. This was the current numerical effect of the 12-sided die. Because he had cultivated too many different powers, there were times when Lu Yin couldn't clearly see his various powers. Now, it was much easier. However, there was a flaw in this numerical method, which was that it couldn't show his comprehension of a certain power. What was shown was just how much power he had. For example, he hadn't cultivated much of the power of time, but sometimes, he could use a stream of light to travel through the river of time to achieve miraculous results. This wasn't something that could be shown through numbers. Numbers were only supplementary. Perhaps when he had a more direct method of presentation, he wouldn't have to do this. Lu Yin stared at the die in a daze. When his clone fused with his main body, he would immediately be able to increase 3 powers: deathly stillness, divine power, and vitality. That way, he would be able to display 7 faces. 12 faces was a bit more than usual, just in case. After countless years of life and death struggles, Lu Yin's greatest gain was his caution. He would think more about everything, but this caution could also lead to anxiety. How much would a ruler's power be if it was presented in numbers? Lu Yin suddenly thought of this as he put away the die, and he was stunned. Although 99 years had passed since his breakthrough, Xianxia's location had not changed, and Senior Jiao Wen and the others had only searched for a limited number of civilizations, so they hadn't been able to gather any materials for a stream of consciousness. Lu Yin immediately teleported away with Xianxia. Right now, the easiest things to improve were karma and consciousness. Karma could be used against eternal realm cultivators to increase the heavenly Tao of karma, but doing so would be a bit like Xiangyang. Consciousness was the collection of materials. After teleporting again and continuously gathering materials, Lu Yin finally completed the materials needed for a stream of consciousness with 12 transformations of heavens while after more than 20 years. As he absorbed the consciousness, Lu Yin silently changed the number on the die to 4. If he could reach 100, he would be able to rival the blind man's vast consciousness. 100 was equivalent to the number that the master of the master path was most proficient in. Lu Yin finally understood the meaning of the phrase, cultivation knows no time. 500 years passed in the blink of an eye. Although this was not a very long time for cultivators, Lu Yin felt that it had been 500 years since he had caused trouble for the master path. No, it had been more than 600 years. Of course, he hadn't been idle during this period. He had constantly teleported away with Xianxia and constantly searched for civilizations. The number of mother trees formed by the green dots had already exceeded 100, and the number of consciousnesses had increased to 13. Some civilizations didn't have the mother tree, while others didn't have the materials. Most of the time, they had to wait for a universe with 12 revolutions of heaven's will. In the end, 500 years had led to this result. It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount either. The other most important thing was that Lu Yin had another type of power that appeared on the die in the form of a number, heart force. Heart force was a power that he had cultivated before. The fifth barrier was a method of heart force. Where the heart desired was the heavenly Tao. However, he hadn't cultivated much heart force in the past, and he'd only started with the help of wish. Heart force's greatest help to him was breaking through to the eternal realm, allowing him to control Xianxia and gain freedom from the hearts of the people. Now, he was using Tuo Lin's heart affinity to truly cultivate heart force. Yu Che had given his heart force to Tuo Lin, while Lu Yin used wish to cultivate his heart force. The speed wasn't slow, mainly because wish was too convenient. He'd long since been able to unite his wishes, so cultivating heart force was naturally faster. Besides, heart force had already existed before. Although the number for heart force was 1, it could be increased. Tuo Lin, on the other hand, had received Yu Che's gift and the support of the heart affinity, which had allowed his heart force to grow even faster than Lu Yin's. In Lu Yin's opinion, Tuo Lin's cultivation was the easiest. He didn't need to cultivate at all, he could just focus on his own statue and become stronger. There would be a day when he broke through to the eternal realm, because he didn't seem to have any difficulties. Why wasn't it that easy for him? On this day, Lu Yin teleported with Xianxia to a certain location. As soon as he stopped, a giant creature almost collided with him. It was an incomparably large monster with a sinister appearance and a gray stream of time trailing behind it. Xianxia's sudden appearance had only caused it to change direction, but its eyes were filled with anxiety and fear. Nearly half of its body had been shattered, and it was obvious that it was heavily injured. Lu Yin looked at the monster, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. When he saw the monster, he also saw a door. A very small door had appeared beside the monster. It was an unknown white door. This scene reminded him of Ermao's death. It had been targeted by this door, hunted down, and taken away. It was unknown. When Lu Yin saw the monster, the door moved, and it seemed to see Xianxia. Did the Master Path really not know that Lu Yin's group was still alive? Of course not. Back then, one of the Master Life Forms had watched helplessly as Lu Yin took Xianxia away. The Tianyuan Cosmos's Mirage Domain had left behind the 9 ramparts as a backup plan that had pushed back the Master Life Form's power. Otherwise, the master life form would not have been able to escape. Similarly, Xianxia also knew that Luin and the rest had escaped. It was just that the creatures below the main path didn't know. The Pure Heart sect knew. The blind man knew. Xingjue understood. Now, many masters of the main path knew that they came from the ninth base and survived. Because of this, Luin did not immediately leave with Xianxia. He stared at the door. A figure slowly walked out of the door, causing Lu Yin's expression to change slightly. It was Bai Yan. It was an angry roar, but it was also a wail. White Unknown walked out of the door and saw Xianxia, as well as Luin. A wisp of white divine power connected the heavens and the earth, splitting the monster in two. Leaving the monster's corpse to fall, the White Unknowable stood in the sky and looked at Luin. Long time no see, human. Luin took a step forward and appeared outside Xianxia, standing face to face with the White Unknown. Human? Long time no see, Bai say. There was a brief silence in the sky. In Xianxia, Qinglian Shengyu and the rest did not expect to encounter White Unknown. They did not know if it was good or bad. White Unknown's situation under the main path was not good either. Luin did not leave as soon as he saw the door. He must have other considerations. For a moment, the human civilization seemed to be quiet. They waited for the two figures to speak under the sky. Luin looked at White Unknown so seriously for the first time. White Unknown did not hide. It came from the camp and was from the Baixiang clan. It was white all over and looked like a human, but it had a curved tail. Behind it, the door was faintly discernible, looking extremely mysterious. You're still alive, White Unknown said slowly, its voice emotionless. Luin looked at White Unknown. Thanks to you, I won't die so easily. If White Unknown saw that he was not dead, then the battle in glittering jewel skies would be related to him. But it did not matter. Luin did not care anymore. Even if he had to fight White Unknown, he would not be afraid. Besides, they were both under the main path, and the situation of White Unknown was not much better than the human civilization. How is White Unknown now? Luin asked, diverting White Unknown's gaze from Xianxia. White Unknown met Lu Yin's eyes and said in a soft but cold voice, not much has changed. I'm very curious. How did your human civilization escape from the square-inch space? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Xianxia, the strongest defensive treasure. Teleportation, the fastest way to leave. White Unknown understood. Then, are you still an unknown now? Luin said, of course, at least I'm still an unknown. White Unknown did not speak for a while. Perhaps it did not know what to say. Was it an enemy to Luin? A friend? It could not explain. However, what Luin had just said was right. He had not escaped the unknown, which meant that he still belonged to the unknown. But if it were to put aside its identity as an unknown, it would definitely be Lu Yin's enemy. When Wang Wen brought disaster to the three universes, it was White Unknown who used the door to restrict He and Black Unknown, and created opportunities for Wang Wen. After that, Luin returned to 8 colors and complained. Although White Unknown paid a price, it was not much. White Unknown advocated for the destruction of the human civilization. But this human civilization would not be destroyed. Luin sensed White Unknown's aura. Around him, the darkness was deepening, but White Unknown did not notice. Its hostility was getting stronger, but it had no intention of attacking. Although White Unknown still gave Luin a strong feeling, it could not surpass Chaos's unfathomable power. Suddenly, White Unknown's body shook, and the door flashed and appeared in front of it. At the same time, White Unknown shouted. You're testing me. Luin raised his eyebrows. He was discovered. White Unknown stared at Luin with disgust and murderous intent. You dare to test me? Luin did not care. Don't be so agitated, I haven't seen you in a long time. I just want to see how the White Unknown is doing now. Now, it seems ordinary. White Unknown's eyes suddenly widened, and white divine power rushed into the sky, and a faint light appeared on the door. In Xianxia, chaos bared its teeth. It was here to cause trouble. The others watched calmly. The human civilization now was not the same as before. They were not afraid and did not fear a battle. The next moment, Lu Yin's aura rushed into the sky. It was so powerful that it shook the stars and rippled toward White Unknown. It shook the door, and even the light on the door flickered. Then, the Karma Heavenly Way was released and shrouded White Unknown, accompanied by an indescribably terrifying consciousness. If White Unknown did not mainly cultivate consciousness, it would not be able to match Luyin in terms of consciousness. Although Lu Yin's consciousness was different from Blind's, it was actually the difference between Blind and all the masters who did not cultivate consciousness who were compatible with three universal laws. Luyin was approaching Blind step by step. But if other masters did not cultivate consciousness, the gap would only get bigger. Therefore, with the release of consciousness, White Unknown's shock was not less than Lu Yin's power and the threat of karma. White Unknown looked at Luyin in disbelief. How could this human be so strong? Back then, during the three universe calamities, when he broke through to the eternal life realm, he could only fight against those who were at the peak of the life and death calamity, who were in harmony with two universe laws. He had to use all his means to win. However, it was difficult for him to win against those who were in harmony with three universe laws like Nobiluo, not to mention those who were in harmony with three universe laws. But now, Luyin actually gave White Unknown pressure. White Unknown was not an ordinary master who was compatible with three universal laws. Even among those at the same level, it was a master. This Luyin, no, he had broken through. You broke through to two universal laws? White Unknown asked. At the same time, White Unknown withdrew his divine power and calmed down. Luyin also gradually withdrew his aura. At this moment, he was a little excited. Thinking back to the first time he entered the unknown, he could only rely on pestering and jesting to obtain information. But if he really faced the unknown, he felt suffocating pressure. Especially when White Unknown fought with Xianling and faced Xianxia alone. That kind of spirit and power was unimaginable to Luyin at that time. He knew that White Unknown was playing tricks on him during the three universal catastrophes, cutting off his way to ask for help from the unknown, but so what? White Unknown did not care at all. If it wanted to break, it would break. If it wanted to suppress, it would suppress. Luyin had no choice. The only thing he could do was to seek justice with the help of the 8 colors, but that was only what the 8 colors thought was fair. It was what White Unknown thought was fair, not his own. Now, he was going to suppress White Unknown and tell the entire unknown that he, Luyin, was qualified to seek justice for himself. Using darkness to test White Unknown immediately revealed that it came from its strong confidence, but this confidence obviously could not hold up. Luyin did not care about being discovered. White Unknown looked at Luyin deeply. Congratulations, Luyin. Breaking through to 2 universal laws in such a short time is rare. Luyin smiled. We humans have a rule. If you congratulate others, you have to bring a gift. White Unknown's eyes flickered. I don't have such a rule. Then today, I will teach you this rule. With that, Luyin suddenly disappeared. White Unknown was shocked. It did not expect Luyin to suddenly attack. White Unknown's rule was that they could not attack each other, but that was in the past. Now, there were no missions or rules. White Unknown took a step towards the door. Luyin was crazy. Did he really think he could deal with it? Now was not the time to fight him. Suddenly, Luyin appeared between it and the door, brazenly standing in front of it. The unknown White and Luyin looked at each other and attacked at the same time. Fist against fist. The Baixiang clan was very similar to humans, so their attacks were naturally similar as well. In particular, the unknown White's strength was not weak, and it had fought with Luyin in the glittering jewel skies before. Bang! There was a soft sound, and they both retreated. Behind Luyin, a light enveloped the entire 100 Ancient Realm. It had used its ultimate move. It could lock down a powerful enemy. Back then, the unknown White had used this move to lock down Xue Tao and the others, destroying their projections in the Jade Universe battlefield. However, Luyin was not like them, and he teleported away. The door suddenly appeared in the void, and the unknown White frowned, but it did not stop the battle. This human really thought that he could do whatever he wanted just because he had broken through? Even though it was pressuring, it was impossible for him to surpass it. Above its head, the worldly lock descended. The unknown White raised a hand and rotated its arm, causing a huge impact to sweep through the worldly lock. Suddenly, Lu Ying appeared within the lock, and his third eye opened to look at the unknown white. Not good. The unknown white was aghast, it had actually forgotten about this. Black connected to the unknown white, and the irregular lines rotated. For a moment, it was unable to move, and Lu Ying took the opportunity to appear in front of it. He tapped out with a finger, and his arm withered. Things always move in the opposite direction, and a door suddenly appeared within the unknown white's body, blocking his finger and continuously expanding. Lu Yin's finger passed through it, but he could not touch the unknown white and was exiled. He did not know where this door led to. Lu Ying looked up. Karma was not linear. Under the boundless karma, there were countless possibilities that could cause the door to shatter. Under the unknown white's incredulous gaze, Lu Yin's finger appeared and tapped the surface of its body. A light tap pierced through the unknown white's body, causing a spiral wound to appear on its back. The unknown white's body moved, and Lu Ying did not know if it had entered the door on its own or if the door had swallowed it. Either way, it disappeared from Lu Yin's sight. Lu Ying slowly turned around, and a door appeared in the distance. The unknown white walked out, and at the same time, countless illusory doors appeared around it. It was truly afraid. Its eyes flickered as it stared at Lu Ying, its eyes filled with intense fear and killing intent, but even more so with disbelief. This human was able to injure him just by using his combat strength that was compatible with two universal laws. Although he was careless, his combat strength was unparalleled. Within Xiang City, no one was surprised. Lu Yin's current power level was well within their expectations. As soon as he broke through to the Eternal Realm, he had already grasped the life and death calamity. After that, he had continuously increased his battle strength. Now that he had broken through to the next realm, it was not surprising that he had such strength. Chaos knew how powerful Lu Ying was at the moment. However, this unknown white guy wasn't weak either. His methods were strange, and it was difficult to see all of his moves clearly. In outer space, Lu Ying looked at his hand and casually waved it, causing blood to spray out into the darkness. Consider this a gift. The white unknown stared at Lu Ying. You are not allowed to attack each other in the unknown. Lu Ying disdainfully replied, enough. It's been a while since I left that area. Although I don't know how things are now, I'm sure you guys aren't having an easy time. Do you think the Master Dao will tolerate you? The wound on the white unknown's back slowly healed. Are you taking revenge? Lu Ying clasped his hands behind his back. You should be glad that our human civilization survived the 3 universe disasters. Otherwise. His eyes darkened. You will die here today. The white unknown didn't argue and moved its body. Glittering Jewel, heaven is with you. It wasn't stupid. It didn't guess it was Lu Ying back then. Now that Lu Ying was still alive, it understood after some thought. Not everyone could have such strength and speed. He also had the heaven and earth lock and the help of the old man. Lu Ying didn't need to hide it. Do you want to see? No need. What's your relationship with Chen? This would definitely be exposed. Back in the Jade Universe battlefield, Chen was there. Later on, Lu Ying arrived at Glittering Jewel Heaven. It was impossible to say that they weren't related. They had a connection that no one could ignore, the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad. Chen had helped the 7 treasures Heavenly Toad and Jian Wushuang. These were all things that Lu Ying could do. I don't know you. Lu Ying was straightforward. He didn't say that he had to explain. There was no need for him to explain to the white unknown. The white unknown looked at Lu Ying with surprise and shock. Saying that he didn't know him wasn't enough to hide their relationship. But since he didn't want to say it, then forget it. It slowly said, if you admit that you're still an unknown, then go to Knowing Trace. The mission is about to begin. With that, it waved its hand and a door flew toward Lu Ying. This door leads to Knowing Trace. Lu Ying watched as the door floated and gradually solidified. Then, a hanging coffin was thrown out by the white unknown. The door floated above the coffin and finally merged with it. If you don't want to enter Knowing Trace, that's fine. It's up to you, the white unknown said and then turned to enter the door and leave. It didn't say anything else. Lu Ying didn't stop it either. The white unknown had paid a price, but it still wasn't enough. However, this was all it could get for now. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Knowing Trace? The white unknown had left that area and couldn't bring out the incomparably huge divine tree. What was knowing Trace like now? He definitely had to go. The white unknown wasn't simple. Even Wang Wen had joined. There was also the unfathomable 8-color, the Toad OL6, and the old man he cared about. Taking Xianxia with him, he kept teleporting away from his previous position. Luyin told Qinglianyu and the others and then lay down in the hanging coffin. It was time to meet 8-color and the others again. The last time they met was thousands of years ago. When he opened his eyes and looked through the hanging coffin, the colorful light seemed to bring Luyin back to knowing Trace. For a moment, he actually thought that he was still in the same area as before. But when he looked carefully, he found that the divine tree in front of him now was far smaller than the one from knowing Trace. It was much smaller, and the feeling of divine power was also much smaller. Luyin. 8-color's familiar voice brought Luyin back to the past. He looked up. Long time no see, 8-color. 8-color's voice was as calm as ever. For us, time has no meaning. Knowing Trace has changed. Knowing Trace hasn't changed. Did White tell you that it met me? Yes. So, am I still an unknown member now? As long as you want to, you are. Luyin smiled. But today is different from the past. I'm not the same as before. 8-color asked, what are you trying to say? Luyin said in a deep voice, what's mine is mine. You can't take away the tricolor divine power. He said it clearly and did not pretend. 8-color was silent. Luyin was not in a hurry. The unknown today was indeed different from before, at least for him. Let's not talk about whether the unknown could find him. Even if they did, who could deal with him? There was only him and chaos, but even the master path was looking for trouble. If the unknown really took the trouble to deal with him, their losses would not be small. 8-color slowly said, Luyin, since you're out of that area, there are some things you should know. For example? The meaning of the unknown's existence. Deal with Jiulei? Yes. So you want to deal with us? Luyin asked. 8-color said, you can say that. Luyin laughed. Then why did you let me join the unknown? You should understand the reason. 8-color opened its mouth and spoke in a voice different from before. It was like a machine with emotion, although it was very subtle. Luyin did not speak. Understand? The only thing he could understand was that the unknown was not controlled by the master path. Otherwise, the unknown's core in that area would not be the immortal plume or the muddy water country, but the destruction of the 3 universes by all means. It made sense. If the unknown was so obedient, where would the human inheritance come from? How could the Lord's path abandon them now and not want anyone? Wang Wen joined the unknown to become a balance envoy for this purpose. He had his own selfish motives and wanted to use the unknown for something. The unknown itself had its own purpose. This was the nature of living creatures. Qi was the master of the master path of time and also had the Wan family and a countercurrent camp behind him. The master path was powerful, but not omniscient and omnipotent. Otherwise, how could Jiulei rise? Whether I understand the unknown or not, what's mine is mine. No one can take it away. Do you admit this? 8-color, Luyin said. This was the most confident sentence he had said since joining the unknown. This sentence announced his new relationship with the unknown. In fact, it did not matter whether 8-color acknowledged it or not. Luyin would never return the 3-color godly power. 8-color said, Luyin, you have a mission reward that you haven't redeemed. Now, it's gone. This was a disguised acknowledgement of Lu Yin's words. Luyin still had a 6 stars mission reward and 3 3-stars mission rewards. At the same time, he had accepted the Black Unknown's mission reward of drawing the star chart, which corresponded to the 5-star mission reward. Regardless of whether he completed it or not, the mission was cancelled and the reward ended. This was also considered giving the unknown himself a way out. Luyin did not care. Now, it was not difficult for him to complete a 6 stars mission. Perhaps 8-color did not understand the meaning of his words. What he got was what he got, not only referring to the present and the past, but also the future. The deal is done. I, Luin, am still an unknown. Then, it's time to tell me the current situation of the unknown. Lu Yin's voice was much louder. He wanted to see if he could draw out the other unknowns, such as the old man. Anyway, this old man was always there every time he entered the unknown. 8-Color said, at present, the unknowns have scattered and hidden their identities to join the master path. Have you also joined the master path? And hidden your identity? Nonsense, I'm a human. You know the situation of humans. We have to hide our identity. As for joining the master path, didn't White tell you about the gift it gave me? Luin said. Luin had attacked the White Unknown, which meant that his karmic restraints were gone. If one wanted to reduce their karmic restraints, they had to join the master path and borrow its power to erase them. 8-Color's voice was calm. The unknowns have their own rules. I hope you will abide by them. The old rules? Correct. Luin nodded. Alright, we can't attack each other, right? What about Wang Wen? Where's he? He left a long time ago and hasn't returned. Is he still in unknowns? Same as you. If he wants to, then so be it. Then I'll change the question. Do the unknowns still dare to accept him? Luin asked. The unknowns fell silent. 8-Color paused for a moment. His identity hasn't changed. Luin understood. It seemed that Wang Wen had joined the unknowns using his identity as the Wang family's ancestor. How strange, why didn't the master path object to his actions? Everyone knew that Wang Wen had his own reasons for doing so, and it was likely that he would lead the unknowns astray. Since the master path had established the unknowns to deal with ninth base, why would they allow Wang Wen to participate? Was it because Wang Wen had participated in the war against ninth base? Right, what's your strength? Luin suddenly asked. 8-Color didn't answer, instead saying, Luin, since you belong to the unknowns, please accept a mission. There's a mission? Please choose a mission. Due to special circumstances, there are only mandatory missions. After a pause, Luin heard a shocking mission, kill a master sequence. That's right, a mandatory mission from the unknowns was to kill a master sequence. Luin thought he had misheard. 8-Color, are you sure? The mission is to kill a master sequence? That's right, please choose a mission. Each mission represents a master sequence? Yes. Luin looked at the much smaller divine tree in front of him. The multicolored light shone on his face, reflecting his restless mood. Why are you doing this? Aren't you afraid of being destroyed by the sovereigns? 8-Color's voice was terrifyingly calm. If you want to be useful, you can't wait for others to think you're useful. You have to become an indispensable part of them. Luin exclaimed, who is this mandatory mission from? Wang Wen? Unknowns. You want to eliminate all the master sequence masters under the master path and replace them with the unknowns? Before 8-Color could reply, Luin continued, you're playing with fire. The sovereigns will not allow you to fool them. If I were the sovereigns, I would personally destroy all of you. Even if I had to throw the entire sovereigns out of the main branch to replace the master sequence and the other sequences, I would never allow you to take the initiative. I don't want to be a part of this. I'll die. 8-Color spoke in an extremely calm voice, kill all the echelons, and within the unknown, there will be no one who will attack your human civilization. He took a deep breath. No matter how he looked at it, this seemed to be Wang Wen's handiwork. How could he be so bold? Did you know that a while ago, the Lord's River of Time descended, bending the tree branches and warning the entire area? I know. We're getting closer and closer to the bottom line of the master path. In our eyes, there is no bottom line, only replacement. Luin raised an eyebrow. Are you an 8-Color or Wang Wen? 8-Colors is 8-Colors, not just anyone else. Luin, accept the mission. No matter what identity you use, as long as you can prove that you were the one who killed the master, the mission will be considered complete. You, on the other hand, deserve to die. These words were harsh, but they were the truth. The people of the three universes were all descendants of Jiu Lei, and once they were exposed, they would be met with a devastating blow. The current calm could only mean that they had yet to be discovered. The master path might have already sent people to search for them. What the unknowns were doing now was extremely arrogant and bold. Once they started, the master path would be shaken, and the impact would be greater than that of the giant city and the ruined sea. No one knew how the master path would react. Luin could choose not to participate, but did that mean that he could stay out of it? To the master path, no matter what he did, even if he was willing to surrender, there was a reason for his death. On the contrary, if he participated, he could obtain the fastest information through the unknowns, which would be safer for the entire human civilization. This was especially true since 8-Color already knew of his existence. Once 8-Color and the others suffered, the human civilization would not be able to escape and would be hunted to death. In fact, whether or not he participated in this mission, the location of the human civilization itself would not be exposed. No matter how he looked at it, participating was much more cost-effective than not participating. The sky was about to be pierced through, so was it useful to stay far away? Luin realized that he was not as bold as the unknowns. He had wanted to attack the master path of time before, but had been scared off. However, the unknowns had turned around and wanted to stake everything. But Luin was certain that 8-Color and the others had a way to protect themselves after the unknowns completed all the missions. What was this method? Luin really wanted to know. So he asked. But 8-Color did not answer. I can only promise you that unless you die in the mission, the unknowns will not suffer any losses. Is that what you said to the old guy? They agreed. There is no reason to disagree. With the identity of the unknowns, whether they complete the mission or not, when the mission starts, they can't escape. It is better to give it a try. Although the universe is big, there is no place for them. Also, 8-Color paused and slowly said, they all want to see what is inside the mother tree. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. What is inside? You want to see? I will take you there. Can you go in? Yes. Do you know what is inside the mother tree? No comment. What is the force that bent the branches? If you want to know more, you will have to pay more. Luin, do you accept the compulsory mission? 1. More question. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Does the unknowns have the ability to destroy the master paths? How many members did the unknowns have? How could they destroy the master paths? They were all powerhouses who fit the 3 laws of the universe. 8-Color's answer was as usual. No comment. You only have to answer whether you accept the mission. Luin did not hesitate. Yes, I accept. Please select the mission target. Don't tell me you even know where the mission target is. Please select the mission target. If Luin could represent the unknowns and have no choice but to act against the master path, then he would not choose the entire master path. Instead, he would choose one of the master paths. That way, he would be able to ensure success without offending the entire master path. He could not figure out where the unknowns got the confidence to attack the entire master path. Even if they had the ability, why would they do so? No matter how he looked at it, it did not seem right. Treating the master paths as a whole was stupid. But no one was stupid, and the unknowns were not either. They could not have thought of this, but they still did it. Obviously, they had their reasons. 8-Color did not intend to tell Luin this reason. How could the unknowns ensure that they would not be punished after attacking the master paths? How could they deal with the master paths? Why did they treat the master paths as a whole? These were the 3 questions he wanted answers to, but they were impossible to answer. He could only follow the unknown's footsteps for now and see what they wanted to do. The universe was becoming more and more lively. There were currently 7 missions in front of Luin. He did not know who these 7 represented. I want to know the details of the mission targets. 8-Color agreed and presented the targets to Luin. Lu Yin's eyes widened. The 7 targets were basically all master paths, except for the path of time. The path of time had 5 master paths. Buching was in the mother tree's trunk all year round, while the other 4 had betrayed the master paths. Xi Zhu and Qiyu had gone missing, leaving only the Snow Empress. The unknowns did not list her as a target. In fact, if the unknown's goal was to destroy the master paths, they should have targeted the Snow Empress instead. The path of life, master paths, Fu Shin, Duan Miao. The path of karma, master paths, bamboo sea, vast sky. The Tao of karma had two fixed fate discs. Could these two be together? The path of destiny, master paths, mining. The path of consciousness, master paths, emperor of the outer sect. This name made Lu Yin take another look. The path of death, Ji. Lu Yin's expression changed. Ji? Why was he included? He was not a master path at all. He was just one of the abysses allowed by the Death Lord. The 7 abysses did not represent the 7 master paths, and more than half of them did not conform to the 3 laws of the universe. He wanted to ask 8 Color. But he held back. Bai Se guessed that he was related to Chen's clone, but he did not know how Ji was related to them. If he asked, he would be alerted. Lu Yin took a deep breath. I can only choose one target? Is there a time limit? 1 year. It seemed like there was a door that connected to the master paths, otherwise, he would not even be able to travel in a year. You can choose more targets, 8 Color said. Lu Yin glanced at the name Ji. I want 7. 8 Color was surprised. All of them? Yes. It should be possible. There won't be any punishment if I don't complete it, right? No. All 7 of them will die regardless of whether you participate or not. 8 Color's words made Lu Yin apprehensive. He thought of all the unknowns in his mind, and aside from the white unknown, Wang Wen, and 8 Color himself, only the black unknown could possibly participate in this battle. The others like the Divine Master and Toad 6 could not compete with the Master Paths. Haha, that old guy was barely capable. Where did he get his confidence from? Would Wang Wen personally participate? If Wang Wen personally participated, these 7 might not be enough for him to kill alone. Wait, what if I meet Wang Wen when I participate? What will happen? Lu Yin raised this question. 8 Color said, the balance envoy will not participate. Lu Yin raised his eyebrows. Really? 8 Color was silent for a moment. If he participates, the nature of the battle will change. This was a rare explanation from 8 Color, but it hit the nail on the head. Yes, if Wang Wen participated, it would be the same as the Wang family's fate. The outcome would be unpredictable. Lu Yin had purposely chosen all the targets, and he had a year to choose a target at a certain time. Even if Wang Wen attacked, it would not be so coincidental, and the possibility of him attacking was indeed low. 8 Colors, I have a question. No comment. I haven't asked. I've answered enough. Lu Yin asked directly, does Wang Wen have the ability to break the karmic shackles? During the 3 universe disasters, Wang Wen had been forced away by Master Grass. He had relied on Yama's second needle to pin everyone's deaths on him, forcing him to be unable to attack. At the time, everyone had felt that it was reasonable, but now that they thought about it, Wang Wen was the ancestor of the Wang family. Any master could break the karmic shackles, so why couldn't he? If the karmic shackles could be broken, then the battle between the 3 universe disasters would be strange. If the karmic shackles could not be broken, then the relationship between the Wang family and the Master Path would have to be re-evaluated. It was just like how Xianxia could not break the karmic shackles because he belonged to the Master Path of Consciousness. The disappearance of the Master of Consciousness had caused him to lose this ability. A definite answer would allow Lu Yin to see many problems. However, 8 Colors did not say anything. This is the balance envoy's own matter. The unknown will not participate. Without waiting for Lu Yin to speak, 8 Colors continued, Lu Yin, confirm mission targets. 7. Confirm again. Do you accept? Accept. Bestow a portal to the target's location, the time dam. Lu Yin was puzzled. What's the time dam? 8 Colors said, even with the power of the unknown, it is impossible to kill all the master echelon masters in a free period of time. However, the unknown's ultimate treasure, the time dam, can stop the 7 targets in time in the river of time. During this fixed time, the 7 of them cannot leave, evade, or call for help until the time limit is up. Lu Yin was shocked. There was such a treasure? It could block so many masters at the same time? This reminded him of Blind's fake eternal realm of knowledge. It could cultivate a certain power to a certain level and then use a certain method to trap other powerhouses. If one wanted to move it, they would need 10 times the strength. The fake eternal realm of knowledge could not be moved. Similarly, the time dam could not be moved. No wonder they did not attack the Snow Empress. She belonged to the path of time, so the time dam might not be able to trap her. Back then, Blind was able to trap so many experts because Xianxia had teamed up with him. Otherwise, with Xianxia's consciousness, Blind might not have succeeded. So the time dam can only trap them for a year? The 8 colors said, yes, a year later, the river of time will break the dam of time, and the quintessence turbid treasure will be destroyed. Therefore, you only have 1 year to act. Within this 1 year, you can act at any time. Luin felt his scalp go numb. Just like the Remnant Sea predicament, this predicament could determine the life and death of the trapped powerhouse. The difference was that Savage Sea was easy to kill. Even if the time dam wanted to kill the main sequence, it would be very difficult. The main sequence could attack with all his might. For them, it was killing the main sequence, but for the main sequence, it was enough to hold on for a year. It didn't seem to be a big problem for an existence that was compatible with 3 universal laws to last for a year. That would depend on the strength of the unknown. The price of the fake eternal realm of consciousness was the complete destruction of Blind's consciousness, while the price of the time dam was the destruction of the suppressing artifact and turbid treasure. Both of them had a price to pay, and it wasn't light either. It could be said that this time dam was one of the few turbid treasures that Luin knew of that had been destroyed. If there was a death in this mission, the price that could not be paid would be quite high. The unknown had lost a lot in the past. With the time dam, there could be other turbid treasures. Luin was secretly vigilant. What if he was trapped in a similar predicament one day? Teleportation wasn't omnipotent. If Patriarch Xian could be killed, so could he. Luin, please accept the portal. At the same time, bestow a strand of divine power and the ability to kill. Bestow a strand of divine power? Yes. Luin didn't hesitate. He pushed open the hanging coffin and went directly to the new knowledge trace through the portal given by the white unknown. Of course, he brought along the chaos. Was he afraid? Not really. He had broken through and was compatible with 2 universal laws. He saw the terror of the chaos. Unless he was surrounded by the main sequence and had to face the ruler, he still had the confidence. This new knowledge trace was indeed not as imposing as the previous one. It would be great if he could return to the previous space and absorb the green light spots of the divine tree. There should be a lot of them, and they should be accompanied by endless divine power. Luin stood in the knowledge trace and looked around. It was still the hanging coffin on the cliff and the vines hanging down. 8 colors, I've come personally. Shall we meet? Bestow a strand of divine power and portal. 8 colors didn't appear. On the big tree not far away, 7-colored divine power surged. A strand of red divine power went toward Luin and then entered his body. Luin habitually kept it in the starry sky where his heart was. Although the 3-colored divine power was separated because of the clone, the original body could still absorb it because it belonged to the original body. This so-called strand of divine power was indeed majestic. It was almost comparable to the divine power that Chen's clone had cultivated with the Tongtian technique. It was just that it was too unstable and could overflow at any time. It should be because of the lack of the red strand. The 3-colored divine power strands were all in the clone's body. After receiving the divine power and portal, 8 colors didn't say anything else. Whether it was the new knowledge trace or the previous one, Luin had the confidence to go there. Unfortunately, his old friend wasn't here. If only he could quarrel with Demel a little more. Disgusting old man, it would be even better to keep the black unknown in suspense. Returning to Xiang City, Luin teleported away with Xiang City and then took out the mission portal. He brought along the chaos and waited for the time to go to Ji's location. The time dam hadn't been activated yet. The time dam? Isn't that Mutaidu's turbid treasure? Why is it in the hands of this unknown? Chaos was surprised. After leaving the knowledge trace, Luin told it what he was going to do next. He needed chaos to protect him. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble if he encountered Wang Wen, even though the possibility was very low. When Chaos heard the words time dam, it was very surprised. Luin was also surprised. That's Mutaidu's turbid treasure? Chaos nodded. The ninth stronghold's master, Mutaidu, is skilled in the Tao of Time. He used his own combat techniques for countless years and forcefully cultivated them into something similar to a turbid treasure. But I remember that the time dam is only an ordinary turbid treasure. How can it be a suppressing turbid treasure? Could it be someone with the same name? Luin shook his head. It shouldn't be someone with the same name. By the way, Senior, do you remember what combat technique Mutaidu used to cultivate the time dam? Chaos indicated that it didn't know. It wasn't very familiar with Mutaidu and had only heard about some things. Luin thought of tracing back to the past. Back then, Mr. Mu had used tracing back to the past to freeze the tributary of the River of Time in the Mirage Domain. He made that tributary of the River of Time only exist in the Tianyuan universe and used it to freeze the Mirage Domain. That was how fate came about. The Maiden Ones used the tributary of the River of Time as a platform to plot against each other. But Mr. Mu had said that his tracing back to the past was his own creation. Mr. Mu, Mutaidu. Could he be a descendant? Thinking of this, he deliberately went to ask Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu said, some powers are created on a whim. It's hard to explain the creation process. But if we're going by your guess, I might really be a descendant of Mu. Taidu. Although my family's ancestors did not leave behind any talent, they left behind this cultivation instinct. This was the only explanation. The Lu family's ancestors had left behind a general appointment platform, and Mr. Mu's ancestors had left behind his talent in comprehending the Tao of Time. That's normal. Although humans are a race, some people are naturally good at cultivation, while others are good at reading. Otherwise, why do many cultivators only want to have descendants when they feel that they've achieved something in their cultivation? That's the logic. Kid, if you have descendants now, I can guarantee that they'll be extremely talented. Moreover, they'll unconsciously gain inspiration from you when it comes to cultivation, just like your master. What do you think? Are you tempted? Actually, I have an immature suggestion. You should have a batch of children for the sake of humans. In a few decades, humans will have a batch of extremely talented people. In a few thousand years, humans will have a batch of. The word batch frightened Lu Yin so much that he did not dare to speak. Several years later, Lu Yin suddenly opened his eyes. The time was up. This was the time he had agreed upon with the unknown. At this moment, the time dam was officially activated. At the same time, the same scene appeared in 7 different corners of the universe. The gray void froze, and the tributaries of the River of Time froze. If one looked at the main River of Time, they would see that a stream of light had turned into 7 solid dams that were fixed at 7 points. They did not affect the flow of the main River of Time. That was the treasure of Turbid, the time dam. Who is it? The living being shouted. A powerful force tried to break through the gray void, but it was difficult to do so. Time had been frozen. Time technique? I am Fu Xin. Who dares to attack me? You're courting death. You're actually using time to trap me? My luck has indeed been used up. I've indeed used up too much of my luck to avoid the battle at the Remnant Sea. But can this time trap me? Louis looked at the door in front of him. Senior, let's go. Chaos silence entered Lu Yin's supreme mountain. Lu Yin walked out and stepped through the door. What entered his eyes was a world of black and gray. Gray time was frozen in the void, and black was the power of death silence. Gray was the ocean of death, and beyond the ocean of death was the starry sky of the universe. This was the scene on the other side of the door. As soon as he stepped through the door, the power of death silence swept past him. Lu Yin teleported to avoid it, and when he looked again, Ji was on guard. They looked at each other, and Ji's eyes were filled with shock. They knew the moment they were trapped by the time dam and wanted to break through. But no matter what, they could not break through. The moment the door appeared, others did not know who did it, but Ji knew that it was an unknown method. He had never thought of destroying the door. Even if he did, he would not be able to leave. He could only leave through this door. But he never expected that the one who came through the door would be Lu Yin. Senior, there's no time to talk. Come with me first. Lu Yin urged. He was afraid that other unknown beings would descend at the same time. No matter which one it was, it would not be simple to participate in this mission. Ji glanced at the door. Unknown methods? They want to kill me? Do they know my identity? End of chapter 48:18. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.